Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は196日目です。It's day 196. I had to fix my microphone because Windows update toggled the microphone off again. It happens. Alright, so today I had a bit of a late start. It's not every day that I get to speak to like 3 or 4 people simultaneously before I start the stream. It's a bit of a yap session in the background. So today I think I'm making an executive decision where we're gonna space out. It's gonna take me today, and we have the next 8, like 7, 8, 9. We still got 3 more days. I'm gonna try to go over the content, the topic section. So we'll leave the vocabulary on the side. I largely have a ironed out routine. So because of that, we might have to adjust our schedule a little bit. More on that on the 200th day tentative take, which will occur on a Sunday, July 19th. So I'll think about it that way. And I've ironed out a couple of other things in the background. So this is most definitely we're getting into the effectively the comfort zone of what I typically do to learn things, like to comprehend things and to find enjoyment and unnecessarily invested and passionate about things. So the SRS phase, right? The memorization and recognition phases are in the past now. They're something that I would engage in fairly sparingly. I'm not putting an emphasis on if I memorize something. The idea is anytime I see something, I have something to say about it. I have something that I want to learn from it, or I want to add something to it. So it's always adding, recalling in the sense of explaining things, not necessarily recalling if I can get the right answer. So that is going to change up pretty much the way I interact with these things, because now things like Bunpro, Wanikani, like things that have Japanese in it and things that have Chinese in it, it's a lifestyle choice now. If someone asks me a question, I will digress into a very long discussion about it. Whether that contributes to the fluency of Japanese or Chinese, that's certainly up for debate, right? Whether I am dissatisfied or satisfied with that is, in my opinion, the reason I'm doing all of this, right? Reason and motivations is why I do this. I keep that close at heart. I do not want to lose myself in the hyper focus of something that can and may become reality, or whether it may or may never become a reality. It's interesting how this works out, but to give a little bit of teaser, I want to remain discreet about this. But nearly all 4 discussions or different things that I was doing the last 2 hours, every single one of those conversations dealt with the projection of what someone is getting out of their task. And that was the central theme to every one of those discussions. And that, to me, is what I want to clarify here. If you're afraid for me, which has happened before, where a random stranger walks by and they use the fear that they have, project it, and then assure me that I should also fear this, And out of that benevolence, right, out of their benevolence, which I appreciate, they would advise me based on what I should do in order to manage and control that fear or be satisfied and whatnot. And, I take into consideration at all times, and that will eventually come to play in most of my discussions and reflection and whatnot. Like, they become the stories that are part of my way of interacting with other people, and including things that I do. Now, to say that I don't keep this idea in mind, like my motivations, my personal reasonings, and my ways of improving and motivating myself to keep on going, that would be a very big understatement. Maybe for others, there are points in their lives where their inevitable goals and aspirations of their future self is the main reason why they are doing something. It is generally not my main reason. It's rarely even the driver. It's the idea of being satisfied, keeping perpetual momentum going, keeping those things at heart, like, why am I doing this? Keeping my eyes on my motivation, not the goal itself all the time, is how I keep going. So today is why, how does this fit in? How does Bunpro fit into this? Well, there was an update, right? And that topics update is fantastic for this. It coincidentally offers me a new opportunity to illustrate or demonstrate why it's so fantastic to learn another language without being overly concerned. Not saying not concerned at all, but overly concerned about one's progress, sufficiencies, or mastery of a skill. For myself, when someone asked me, which was, funny enough, involved in 3 of the 4 conversations, when one has fear and concern about doing things and the meaning of them doing things and how to get sufficient at it, I double down. I double down on the things that constantly remind me this is why I'm doing it. It is exciting. It is very fascinating. I want to talk about it all the time. So I work harder when I do that. And from that working harder, may or may not get me to that objective, that lofty objective that other people either wish for me or they wish for themselves, therefore they wish for other people. I will enjoy it. I'll continue to improve. Right? Improving happens when one is motivated to work harder, smarter, etc., without the aspect of the looming fear that you might not be good enough. That is my counterbalance and my counter-argument to so many of the interesting conversations I had before getting on today. Like, there's 4 different contexts of addressing the similar thing. You do the things you do, and you can keep on doing them perpetually because you are aware of why you do them, when you do them, and if it's satisfactory enough. Not the idea that you're looking at a lofty goal of idealism and then it keeps you from doing anything. Every single one of them. Anyways, so we do have 2 grammar points. So we'll do the grammar points first, right? My voice is slightly wrecked because I've been pulling some very long P3P sessions. Okay. Let's see what we have here besides pizza. Pizza とコーラ意外意外意外意外意外他に requests おみ あの、頼みたいも、頼みたいものある？
ピザとコーラ以外他に頼みたいものある？
Wow, she said that middle portion very fast. Alright. 彼女、最近、ね私、there's no wa there. That's interesting. What is that? Paleo. Oh, like paleo? Or pareo. I don't know what that is. Oh no, pareo. Food item. It's a pareo. Oh no, oh no. Pareo, a lightweight rectangular piece of fabric. Oh, it is something you buy. It's kind of funny. The actual dialogue is exactly what my thought is. It sounds like paleo, like a diet. I guess it looks like it's apparently a type of fabric. Audio. Oh, actually, fictitious might say something about it. Anyways. Alright, we'll just take it for what it is. It's something you buy. 파레오買ったの。彼氏。パレオなんだなんだそれ食べ物の名前をように sounds like wait, that's already oh, sounds like that patents? Or are we just doing 聞こえるそう。
彼女、
そう。
最近私パレオを買ったの。彼氏、パレオ？なんだそれ？食べ物の名前のように聞こえるぞ。
He didn't this guy doesn't emote as much. Like, dude, like some prosodic emoting. Like, 最近、私、パレオ買ったの？パレオ？なんだそれ？食べ物の前のように聞こえるそう。Actually, this whole thing is interesting at the end. I'm not... Maybe it deals with the like. It's complimenting the like. Alright. Okie dokie. Now let's get into... Yeah, I have a slight in the back of my... in the back of my throat. I have a slight... like soreness in the back of my throat from the combination of the topics, right? Doing the topics and then the like back-to-back days of lots of discussion. So I'll try to be a little bit more modest today when it comes to talking. All right. So let's see. Lesson 2. Things are necessary to use basic types of verbs. That's right. I don't think we covered verbs yet. Interestingly enough, you can still say a bunch of essential things without covering like the generalization of verbs. Okay, so who did that? Add a subject to sentences. Yep. Now we get to the subject marker as opposed to the topic marker. All right, let's get into this. In this topic, we're going to meet the subject marker particle, ga, which, funny enough, plenty of people have constantly in the early days constantly keep on clarifying or being like very vocal about, where like wa is sometimes defined as the subject marker when it is the topic marker, right? And it's more of a technicality because in some sentences they can be seen as the subject, like the indicating the subject, so a subject marking particle, right? However, the formal distinction between the two is that the wa particle is the topic marker. However, the topic could inherently ambiguously in English be the subject. The topic and the subject can be one and the same when interpreting something. However, in the way of the grammar, or however the English grammar description of these things, wa is the topic marker and ga is the subject marker. As the name suggests, it marks the grammatical subject. This is exactly what I mean. It marks the grammatical subject of a sentence, which ambiguously, and that creates ambiguity because the subject of an English sentence is not necessarily the topic of the sentence. So hence the inevitability of using the classic or like maybe a now standardized description of ga as a subject marker. It is to distinguish it from wa being the topic marker in the grammatical sense. That does not circumvent the idea that the word subject can be referring to the subject of the sentence or the subject of the topic, which creates a ambiguity. Now, some would say, well, why don't they just make it different? Well, why don't languages just not ever overlap? That's coming from the point of logic and selfishness as opposed to understanding the nuance between interlanguage and inner language, right? Intra and interlanguage interactions. Subject in this case now for me is a homonym, or maybe not even a homonym, but more like alternative meanings for the word subject, right? Are you referring to the subject of the sentence, the subject marker, or the subject that's serving as a topic, or the subject of a sentence as in the topic of a sentence, not the subject that is in the sentence, right? All of these things are part of learning language and their nuances. If you can differentiate, or if one can argue you can differentiate between wa and ga, which is a nuance, one would be encouraged to understand that when you're describing grammatical things, it's also a technicality when it's describing literal things in the sentence, right? So for me, when someone says they refuse to understand the nuance of ambiguity of using the word subject, but still say that it is important to learn the ambiguity and nuances of the wa and ga particle, that is what I would call a double standard. That is saying you only want to know what you want to know, not because you want to know things for the sake of completion or comprehension or comprehensiveness, right? So that is a choice you make, right? For me, it's a bit of conflict of interest. You think it's very important that the language you like, you want to know all the nitty-gritty and pedantically argue about it, while the language that you don't care about anymore, you prefer to make it simplified and contrasting. That's how I would understand it. Any news on my end? Not particularly, other than meeting new people and talking about Persona all the time. Yeah, we talked a lot about Persona. Oh, besides this new feature that we're talking about here in Bunpro, where they're discussing topics of interest when learning Japanese. How are you doing, Prokol? Okay, my voice is a bit raw from like the last 3 or 4 days of very long discussions. Are you in a conversation with a YouTube chatter, or was I just rambling? No and yes. So no, it's not a YouTube chatter, but yes, it is a rambling that deals with chatting. So like before I started streaming, I'm like an hour over, like an hour, 2, 3 hours later. It's largely because I was chatting with a lot of people before the stream, and that was what I was talking about. Yeah, I saw. It was 1-1 until like the extra time, the extended time. And then Argentina scored. So here's the subject marker, right? So 私が走る, which is
私が走る。
私, so like I, the subject, is doing the running.
私は頭がいいです。
頭がいいです. Oh, that's an interesting example they used. To be smart. To be smart is a special phrase that deals with atama, the head. Atama is good. Atama ga ii desu. So it's actually a stock phrase. This is a special stock phrase to have a good head. I have a good head as the way to express being smart. Ga, I think we're good. I don't think ga has what's the caution? Ga is not usually used to describe something about yourself unless that's a good caution. If you want to talk about yourself in general terms, wa will sound more natural. That's a good one. Alright, let's go to our detail section. As we've just learned, what raises how do you feel, Prokal? Are you sobering up? Now what are you gonna do with your extra time? As we just learned, wa raises a topic and a comment follows, while ga tends to emphasize what comes before it, as in the subject doing the action. Let's look at 2 concrete ways this works in practice. The spotlight. Imagine there's a spotlight shining upon a stage. Wa is the scene, so the light saturates the whole thing, the topic of the conversation, right? Buildings, you see everyone in around the buildings, right? So while ga, the spotlight will then narrow in onto the thing that is before ga. So while ga is where that light is illuminating a specific actor, the subject, right? So this usually the subject, the person acting. The language you're interested and want to get into the nitty-gritty and argue pedantically. Your last stream. The last language you no longer care about. You prefer to make it simple and contrasting. Me last stream. You saw that correlation between what you just said in our last stream? Yeah. When it comes to the here's a bigger, like a wider theme that I have, which we discussed yesterday. Oh, to answer your news from yesterday, I talked to someone during my P3P playthrough, I refer to this person as Sho. We met the person on Twitch 2 days ago and yesterday. They returned yesterday. They're part of the 1%, so the person that stayed for 3 hours back to back, even, to discuss certain things, right? They're from New York, a neighbor, and gone through ups and downs, as you might have expected, because there's pre-selection for these things when I'm like streaming. So it's a person that's gone up and downs, recovering from, trying to get up, becoming a functional adult again, trying to tolerate the rigors of life, right? The drudgery of life. So you can probably find this as a common pattern. Now, we talked yesterday about being in the moment. P3, Persona 3, one of the core tenets, or like the messages in the game, is to be in the moment. Whether you understand the inevitabilities of life, or one of the inevitabilities of life is time goes on and there is an end, right? That type of thing. We won't go too much into those because the focus is in the moment. So to highlight this, one of the news is the idea of investing in the moment. So much like our last stream, now that last stream will become evident in the present stream. So what, for me, a common pattern is that we are pedantic and invested in the moment. I often do not trivialize what is in the moment if we had to consider something over something that happened in the past or something that is to be or coming to be. So usually when I need to talk about, like, if someone wants to talk about something with me, the weight would be placed in the moment as opposed to trying to elevate something in the past. Now, the stuff in the past will elevate what's in the moment. So when I'm reflecting in retrospection, usually I don't want to draw too much attention to the past, but develop something in the present with something in the past, which is what we're doing right now. That's why I'm bringing up what the person that I met 2 days ago, and we had a discussion from yesterday to today. And it's usually one of the major discussions was the themes in Persona 3. And Persona 3's themes deal with the inevitability of death and the inevitability of life's circumstances, while also finding solace and reward in weighing in constructing memories and spending the time you have, as opposed to like sitting there with fears and anxiousness of what is to come or what may or may not come or come to happen, which is interesting because the reason why I am the eventuality, I like that. I didn't realize that I accidentally wrote 2 words in one. It does happen though, when my mind moves faster than my typing skills, right? This used to happen very often, Procall. Like when I was younger, I had problems with regulating my thoughts. So when I'm speaking, it comes off disjointed. I'm not sure if you see this in like people around you, if you ever talk to someone where when they talk, they fail to complete the idea or fail to transition into another idea deliberately. So it becomes abrupt. Like, hey, yeah, the soccer game, like the football or the soccer game was great. And then they're like, oh, and the math homework was bad. And then you're like, wait, how'd you go from, how are those related? That's used to be me, where the gap between how quickly I express something versus how quickly I'm thinking are asynchronous, or like they don't synchronize very well. And it also translated into my writing. So when you're writing like a story, for example, or an essay or professional writing, you have to slow down because you're trying to write it in a coherent way, right? The whole idea of coherence. You're not blisteringly putting everything down, and then suddenly it feels like it's a jumbled mess of a lot of things. You see the connections. However, when you type it to another person, when you write another thing, when you tell a story to someone else, you're making the assumption that they can follow you, which that is one of the examples that I've noticed in my life, where sometimes if my thoughts escape or speed past, it's not as frequently nowadays. It is funny though. I think it's funny. It does remind me, it's a sobering thought about how speaking and practicing speaking, writing, and public speaking versus generalized speaking, as well as instructing, have allowed me to slow my mind down so that I can articulate and not necessarily go beyond. And obviously, from how long we have noticed, like how long we have conversed, there are still moments where if I become unhinged, right, which can happen when I'm passionate about something, my logic can be incredibly unhinged. And we had most of those moments in the last couple. Like the message you gave me was in referring to the last time we talked, right? And there were a lot of leaps of logic. I'm very critical of other people's leap of logic because it's something close to me. I leap logic a lot of times when I was younger. It's to the point where it is very difficult for people to follow me even on these simplest tasks, like the trivial tasks. And when I'm typing, which I typed in Discord today, right? The stuff that I was typing in Discord, which by the way, Coffers is here. I was chatting with Coffers, typing a response to drama in the Discord, which you can see, conversing with another person and responding to you, Procall, and talking to 2 other people for 2.5 hours before I started streaming. And no, this doesn't happen on a regular basis. It coincidentally, today happened to be the day. So my mind was like, we were typing, like we were on engaging level, like you're doing 5 or so asynchronous conversations at the same time. That gets my juices going. Now, hear me out. When I typed in eventually, I was speaking to someone over voice and typing to 2 other people at the same time. So things go fast. Unfortunately, I would lose people. So over like maybe 10 plus years, I learned to slow down and focus on other things. So focus on articulating, making sure all of the subjects are covered again, so that overall, whoever I'm speaking to will likely stay on point, or like they wouldn't become disinterested in a way that, dude, this guy's like speaking like, how did this person get from point A to like point B even? I don't even know how does A relate to B, which still happens. If you read my Discord things and whatnot, when I'm typing like long paragraphs, they're very technical because I'm not really talking to anyone. I simply have myself to type as vigorously dense as possible. So most of my Discord messages and stuff are incredibly dense, and they're dense to a point that it may be unapproachable. It's a self-indulgent though. I would be lying if it's not, if I am saying I don't derive a bit of pleasure from being overly pedantic and overly technical with my vocabulary. When I type, I kind of take some liberties as opposed to speaking. Speaking, like in this format, I have learned to exercise restraint for the most part. You notice yourself doing that somewhat successfully when conversing with people you're very close with. You're very close with, as the connections are often both in the forefront of both of your minds. Yeah, exactly. Isn't the new patch out for P5X? It is not. It is tomorrow. It will be tonight for me the patch, the maintenance is happening right in 1 hour. It's typically at 10 p.m. today, and then it will end. The maintenance patch usually ends at 3 a.m. between 3 a.m. and 5 p.m. EST. So between your midnight and 2 a.m. and I check on it, and then the next day I cover it. So tomorrow is going to be the P5X first half of the summer event. And I still haven't figured out how I'm gonna cover the second half because I'll be away at Otakon. It's on the 30th. It'll be the first day of Otakon. I'll be taking the Sun Potato with me. I'll be taking Sun with me to Otakon. You want to both apologize to you for sending jumbled connected chats, but also commend you for your ability to notice the connection, as that is always an incredible help to keeping our conversations coherent. It does, right? I think, and also it's related to that pedantic thing where occasionally I would say your name, right? Like I would say Procol in the middle and whatnot because of the making sure it's not an insistent. It's one of those adaptive things where it's not an insistent in assuming that you're not listening or I might lose you or you might be preoccupied. It's a natural reflex to be accommodating. So I don't want, whether you want to use it or not, it can be a point of like, you know, getting adapted to it. I don't mind someone saying my name every once in a while to gauge whether they're interested or not. Like it's not I don't find it offensive. Of course you would have to accept or reciprocate or feel comfortable with this. I don't I don't prefer or need someone to constantly feel like they are obligated to think I'm interesting, because there are things that we may not share that are not interesting. I feel like for myself, it's my responsibility to make it interesting for you. So those are the predilections I have, at least within our minds, even if it's far from it, that in an outsider's point of view. Exactly. That's what the intimacy, right, that comes from long discussions. Like the conversations we have, I still share those stories with other people. However, it wouldn't ever substitute for the depth of the human experience that we have. That's what makes it. I know you didn't say unique, like you were trying to talk about how the uniqueness, the concept that you had, I agree with you. It's like, it's not, I know what you were referring to by not emphasizing how unique it was, but the aspect of it. However, the routine itself can be shared with other people, as in, you can share with other people, you can engage in that same concept with other people, so it's not unique in that way. However, the experience, in my opinion, would have a sense of uniqueness in a different way. Not the act being unique, but more so the feelings, the emotional investment. Otherwise, I feel like I may not have added too much to it. Like, I understand pleasantries is a wonderful thing. I use pleasantries for the most part for those who want to keep pleasantries. However, it pales in comparison to the conversational investment. Like when you have those things. Like if you have to say you have to be there to understand, I think I try to strive for that. Whether, like, if I say potato, for example, if I use the word potato, Cuffers and you will have two separate impressions of what I mean by potato. Like, the way you understand me, Procol, when I say potato, is probably not the same way Coffers understands me when I say potato. And that's what makes it unique, right? When someone asks me, do I speak to people the same way? Like this is where a lot of times I have a bit of friction. There are people that I've met in my life who they want to be treated the same as anyone else. And the problem with that conflict of interest is I don't treat people the same. Like, we're not talking about fundamentals, like the right to an opinion or like liberties and stuff. I legitimately treat people differently because they are different. Like, I celebrate that they're different. I don't want to change, like, Prokar, I don't want to change you into a gold generic standard that I treat everyone else. Like, that's what I mean when someone says, oh, why do you speak to me differently from like this person? And that's where I got into trouble several times, because sometimes when I'm speaking to females and speaking to males, they would think it's about gender. Like, oh, why do you always speak to me this way? Is it because I'm female? And I'm like, no, it's because you're a different person. Like, you have propensities. You come from a different cultural background. You have different preferences. I scrutinize you because you do things differently. Not that you're somehow, like, I have some blanketed routine where I would apply rules across a group. I don't have that many friends. Like, real talk. I don't have that many friends. I absolutely believe it is a privilege to have a significant number of friends. So it would be, in my opinion, it would be disrespectful of me to lump all of my privileges, my rare friends that I have, and treat them like they're generic, like a generic checklist, right? So the jokes that I make with coffers is not the same jokes that I make with you, Prokal. The way we have humor is not quite the same as coffer's humor. And that happens. And if you're wondering, so what happens when all your friends, like all my friends, happen to be in the same place? It's very unlikely that they're in the same place. However, they are, then they will find out that I actually speak very similarly. See what I mean by that? Like, if some of my friends naturally collect together in the same situation, then they will find similarities on how I speak to them, because those similarities will come through in the way I'm talking about it. Like, for example, Offers and Sun, we spend some time together, so there are inside jokes between the three of us, not just the two. So that's kind of the idea. Like, things that are different stay different. Things that are the same will inevitably be the same. Coffer's giving me that side eye, huh? So the countdown was just the contract ending. Oh yeah. So Coffers, about the contract ending on P5X, they kind of got desynced a little. Coffers. Originally, it was exactly down to the minute. Right, like when the minute counts down, the patch just they start maintenance basically. The countdown, when the countdown starts, it's exactly the time when maintenance starts. However, because of the P5X, like they were accelerating and they were like moving things around, it got desynced by like an hour. So now patches happen like an hour after all the countdowns are up. They're trying to sync it back up, but usually the countdown is to the maintenance. So if the countdown is done, that means maintenance is going to happen soon. You sent me on Discord your average reaction to you saying my name partway through the scene chat. Oh, okay, hang on. Is this an emote? Am I expecting an emote here? That's pretty funny. And of course Coffer sends an emote too, like earlier. The two of you use you and Coffers use emotes very, very differently. Would you consider you a friend? Of course. Now, like friends, there are different types of friends, right? Like it's not a competition, right? But there are different types of friends, obviously. You don't ask that in a begging, please say yes way. I'm just curious as to who and why you define as friend. When you're multitasking while you're conversing, you say my name just get you off guard. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I refer to different types of friends. Like Coffers and I are friends. Probably not in the same way that we are friends. We do, Coffers and I, like, in my opinion, I don't think. We'll let Coffers give me the side or something. The conversations you and I have pro call, I don't think I've had one conversation like that with Coffers in over 5 years. Like, not, it hasn't happened. So if we're thinking about like friends, about uniqueness, right? Things that friends have, things that are unique, they are cherished, and they are hard to identify or isolate because that's what brings you closer. Despite time, a lot of times people use time as a value system, right? Like, oh, you spend like 100 hours with this friend, but you only spend 10 hours with this friend. And that means that obviously the friend that you spend 100 hours with will know everything, and the friend that you spend 10 hours with will know less, and therefore the 100-hour person has more value, so they are a better friend than the 10-hour one. It doesn't quite happen the same way for me. I try my best to be the best person I can to anyone who gives me the time of day. So that also means that if somehow, maybe like 5 years from now, I'm in a position where I'm at some place and like 20 different friends of mine somehow have a common interest to be in the same place, but they're dramatically different friends, that I want to see. I genuinely want to see how like the 10 or so different people have a common interest. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's like, I don't want to be like, this sounds way too narcissistic, but say I was the reason. Like there was 10 people who is going to somewhere because of me. So then if they can be 10 different friends, like different types of friends, and if they come together, that would be a sight to behold. Because genuinely the people that I've conversed and made friends with online, they are remarkably different people, and I am not one to discourage that. Like, if you know me, I tend to want to do what you want to do, and then we build from there. The becoming friends is the basis of compassion. So my behavior and how I act and what people know me as is based on how they act and what they know to do. So like my behavior around Coffers is very different, and not a good or bad thing, and it's not the best thing or the worst thing. It's how I choose to live my life, right? My sister literally told me this before, even when I was like 18. One of the things I do is like occasionally we would meet each other's friends, right? And when it is in the context of my friends, my sister said this before, you act very differently around your friends. And I'm like, yeah, I do, right? And I double down on this. So I love to see what would happen. Not that I want to force the situation. It would be very interesting to see what happens when you take all the different friend circles, which I say discreetly. If it's made public, then I'll refer to like you, right, Procol, and Coffers. If it's public, like I'm assuming if it's public, oftentimes you guys are comfortable with it. Now, anything that's discreet, those things stay discreet. So I don't like bring other people who are uncomfortable with sharing into the spotlight. So if you guys ever meet each other, like the group of you, like, hey, I know this guy and you know this guy, and then suddenly you guys converse, it would be very interesting to hear what you guys think. Largely because I speak with different voices. I code switch with different voices all the time. It is the different types of friends that I could have or may have is what we think of you. No, like what you think that I am like while talking to each other, or how you think you interact or should interact with me while you're talking to each other. Like, what do you guys do? Like, oh, how do you know, right? Like how you know me or how I know you. Like I spend most of my time talking about how I know other people. Like if Coffers ask me, what have I been doing? Well, yesterday I was talking to Procall. So I'm describing you, Procall, to Coffers. And then when two people meet, like for example, if Mika shows up, right, I would introduce you guys because both of you guys are in the UK. And the way I introduce people is what I use my communication for. So naturally, it would be interesting to see what happens when I am not the person describing someone. Whether you guys describe to each other. And hear me out. It's super cringy. Like, to me, like, you know, cue the meme about Japanese people. Like, it's very hard to hear, like, what other people think about yourself. Like, you know, you probably cue a content creator like, oh, let's read someone else's evaluation of me, right? Like when you become a content creator and you put yourself out there, and then there are like talk shows that interview you and say like, hey, let's go read some of your community's comments about you. That stuff is, when I was a teenager, I completely avoided that. Like feedback. So it's not as bad now. Like I'm far less avoidant of that thing now. I'm more curious of that. It doesn't remove my innate cringiness of hearing other people talk about me while I'm listening to it. So despite that, you need those things to be critical of yourself. So I've gotten more used to it and accustomed to it when I was in graduate school, right? Like, because your committee evaluates you, they argue and like debate on your strengths and weaknesses. It's very tough, and I think it's something that youth online tend to avoid. They do not like to listen to critiques of themselves for what better or worse, or even if someone is disagreeable and they ask you how much they hate you. I legitimately am curious when someone says, they come up to me and they say they hate me. It's like, please explain. So usually I'm a little bit more receptive to why people hate me than why people like me situation. Well, you're yeah, so what we think of you. He switches to the punching bag voice with me. Yeah, there's a lot of offers like that circle. We throw jabs at each other. So like Procall, I don't like say, yo, hey Procall. So does it suck that England lost to Argentina? Sucks to suck. That would be something that would be like a cheeky response or something. Maybe we'll engage in some of that in the future. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's the eye of the beholder. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder is a great Twilight Zone episode, by the way, Procall. If you ever want to watch a awesome like old school sci-fi, I don't know if you've seen it. Episodic, because Twilight Zone's episodic, so you don't have to watch the entire series, but The Eye of the Beholder is a really excellent episode in the Twilight Zone about beauty is the eye of the beholder. I won't I won't spoil it. You should really watch it. Honestly, it's a really elegant one. They subverted and used role reversal. Sticks in my memory all the time. Anyways, let's try to complete this topic lesson here. Again, emphasis. My pedanticness about treating people differently, we're not talking about, again, civil rights or right to like opinions and like the basic foundations. When someone asks me why do I speak to them differently, my quick answer is that you are different, at least to me. So that is the point. If you're someone who's uncomfortable and want to be treated and be talked to like everyone else, like when you say, am I a better friend than your other friend? It's going to be difficult for me and that person. That's an inherent principle, like a conflict of interest in our values. The reason why I don't value one friend over another, or like specifically bias myself to preferentially help one, like choose one friend over the other, or like compare apples and oranges, is because every friend is precious to me. So like time, and it is very inherent that they will eventually become different. Now, if they are coincidentally similar, that I leave that up to coincidence. Like, you might like the same game that Coffers like Pro Call. You and Coffers might like the same games. I have no idea. You guys might have the same lifestyles, which I'm actually, technically, I know what the answer. You and Coffers don't like the same games. Pro Call, period, at the moment. And you and Pro Call belong, like Coffers, you and Pro Call don't live similar lifestyles. Not even close. The odds of you guys talking to each other, fairly good, actually. The topics you would talk about each other, now that is an interesting thought. What you guys would talk about each other. Without me mediating, obviously. When you were 12, you uploaded a clickbait Overwatch video. You got told your voice sounds like you swallowed a cactus and that I should... Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad you're laughing about it. I think you would really enjoy this video debating large-scale applicability versus individuality. I will add it and I will tell you about it at another time. Oh, wait. I think I've seen this. I do need to review what's in it, though. Yeah, this is when... yeah, this one was controversial. It's probably the most politically polite but controversial meeting that I watched between Dr. Mike and Dr. K. Yeah, the coming of two individuals. And I know what the topic matter is when it came to applicability and individuality. Yeah. That one is a good one. That's a good video. Between the Dr. Mike, not the fitness guru Mike, but Dr. Mike, the practitioner, the medical practitioner, and then Dr. K, not the other two Dr. Ks, but the Dr. K from the GG Healthy Gamer channel. Their names, Mike and K, like how many they could possibly have that would end up with Mike and K is pretty high. I mean, I have several Mikes who are doctors. Like me personally, in my life, in in my college career, right? Like in my educational career, I know 5 Dr. Mikes. Like they could have gone by the name Dr. Mike. Although they would go by their last name, obviously, as opposed to their first name. Oh man. It's like Men in Black. Yeah, Agent M and Agent K, like it's gonna hit so many of them. So it is funny, right? I admire their ability to get those names. Or actually, even Dr. K didn't even use, his channel doesn't even use his name. So, and I can't pronounce the other part of his name, so I'm not gonna try at the moment. Actually, Dr. Mike is Slavic, Russian. So his last name is like something that ends with a ski, probably. I'm overgeneralizing, but his name, he's part of an immigrant family. So Dr. Mike also has a last name that is not like multi-generational American or something, or colonial in that way. They are both multicultural, which is not a big coincidence, obviously. To me, at this point, it's not a coincidence that if I say I know the people or have seen the people or watched a video, a long format video by a certain possibility, they are going to be likely have a multicultural background. Because the internet knows me so well. All my data. Sorry. I'm not trying to victimize myself. I actually think that's the nice part about the internet. The internet does this so well, it does it to a fault, obviously. Like, it's no longer a coincidence that the vast majority of people that I follow or watch videos of happen to come from a multicultural background. Alright, so the spotlight. So we got 誰があなたの父ですか？父ですか？あれが私の父です。Okay. Fair enough.
A、誰があなたの父ですか？ B、あれが私の父です。
Wow, that was a lot more enthusiastic than I went for it. Prosodic stress, right? あれが私の父です。Like really assertive. I was being a little more monotone and less eventful, but neat. I really like the person who decided to voice this. She's very she's bouncy. We'll learn more about questions like dare, right, on a later one. Zooming in. Sometimes we can see wa and ga in the same sentence. This is a very common pattern, regularly used to describe things like body parts or attributes, right? Honda wa SEGA takai desu. So Honda's regarding Honda, right? His or her back. In this case, they're inferring that it's a male. His back is tall or high or of high stature. So the back is the thing that is tall, not necessarily him. He is the topic. So that on the topic of him, his back is tall. So the focus is the back. So you can kind of see like, so the spotlight example, right? The spotlight example. Now you have the floodlights, you have a scene. Mr. Honda is standing on the stage, right? So like, here's a scene. Maybe we have like a tree and then a person standing here, right? And then the floodlights are flooding the whole scene. Now the spotlight ends up on him. And then when we zoom in to his back, it is tall. So that's kind of the idea where it's always zooming in. The ga is always the subject of your sentence, and the wa is the overall topic, which It's a great way to think about it, the spotlight and zooming in situation. Here, Wa tells us that we're talking about someone called Honda, right? And then Ga zooms in to tell us specifically what about Honda is tall, being his stature or his back stature, his spine. All right. Who's in class? Oh. Okay. This is a weird perspective. Like, this desk is here and there. Okay. we're not critiquing artwork here. I like the cute illustrations. All right. So let's just listen to this as opposed to reading through it.
たかし、あれは新しい留学生ですか？エミリー、うん、私の友達です。彼は頭がいいです。トミー、僕も頭がいいです。たかし、たかし、あの綺麗な女の人も留学生ですか？エミリー、彼女は日本人。私が大好きな先生です。面白い、楽しい授業の先生。トミー、僕も先生が好き。たかし、僕は静かな授業がいいです。たかし、背が低い女の子は学生？トミー、青い帽子の女の子？たかし、うん。トミー、彼女は先生の子供。エミリー、
かわいい。
かわいい。
So, all right. So, Takashi, I don't know which Takashi it is. It's one of these guys here, right? Takashi said, "Are wa." So, there's a new foreign exchange student, right? New foreign exchange student. That's what they're pointing at. Like, there's a new foreign exchange student. Like, then, Emily is, we'll just say it's her. Right? She's like, yes. Or actually, no, it's not the sensei. So it's like, yeah, she's my friend, right? Or we're friends. Or she's my friend, and then she's very smart, right? Or implying she here because, or he is. Wait, actually, kare wa atama ga ii desu. Ii. Okay, well, he's very smart. And then Omi, someone else, Omi, like one of these guys, they're like, well, I'm smart too, or like I'm also smart. And then Takashi, the other guy's like, And then the same guy who's questioning the other guy's intelligence, that, well, there's a cute girl, she's that person, there's also like a cute girl foreign exchange student, right? Or like the girl is also cute. And then Emily said that the girl is Japanese, right? Our teacher, we really love our teacher, or the teacher is very loved, right? Oh, interesting. And also, I wonder how Tanoshi is working. It's saying the school, the new, like the work, the schoolwork is fun. Like the teacher's schoolwork is interesting, right? Or fun, right? And then Tomi, the guy that thinks that he's also smart, he says, well, I also like the teacher. And then Takashi, the other guy who's like a bit jaded, he said, something about like concerning me, quiet work. I do like quiet work, like a quiet class. Oh, sorry, class. Sorry, class is what they're referring to. So it's the teacher has a fun class, and they're like, well, I like a quiet class. And then he says like, well, that girl is that short person, right? Is that short person a student? Sorry, is that short little girl here a student? And then Emily said, you mean the girl with a hat, right? The girl with a blue hat. It's a blue hat. You have to use your imagination. Then Takashi said, yes. Like, because are you referring to the girl in a blue hat? And Emily's like, yeah, the girl is the sensei, is the teacher's child. So this teacher is that child. And then Emily was, or not Emily, oh wait, Emily, oh, Tomi. Oh, Tomi is saying that it's the person is acknowledging that it's the girl, and then the enthusiastic girl said like that's very cute, like the kid is cute. So it's just a bunch of people looking. It's like, oh hey, we have a foreign exchange, right, student, and we're talking about the foreign exchange student. Integrated a bunch of things, which obviously we can translate it here. Bunpro offers all the translations. Right. I think I should do it that way instead, as we're going. So, is that a new exchange student? Yep, he's my friend. He is smart, right? I'm like, oh, maybe that's what they're referring to. Oh, okay. So two different people. Is that I'm smart too? Is the gorgeous girl an exchange student too? So now they're here. And then Emily is like, she's Japanese. It's the teacher I love. She's a teacher with fun and interest. So this teacher. And I like the teacher too. For me, I like quiet classes. This one was a little bit like, that was a little weird. It's like, cool story, bro. The situation. Like, all right. Thanks for sharing. And then and then they're talking about the short girl now, which happens to be the teachers. So, new exchange student. So it's not clear whether I got a little lost where I was imagining they mean the little girl as a new exchange student. And then they suddenly talked about the teacher, right? And then the gorgeous girl. And I'm like, okay. So that's where, like, sometimes you have to infer by context. Does Chinese have a big focus on suprasegmentally? I don't know what that means. Can you explain to me what suprasegmentally is? We're gonna do another topic here. So that was my struggles with contextual Japanese, I suppose. Put some emotion into it. Add emotion and nuance to sentences with sentences ending particles. Oh yeah, like yo and ne for confirmation and emphasis, right? Different forms of emphasis. So like, right? Isn't it? Right? With an exclamation mark versus right? Isn't it? Versus isn't it? Or isn't it? So bruh, right? The different bruhs. Basically, this is the different bruhs. In this topic, we'll be going about 3 sentence ending particles. Yo, ne, and na. While also see how yo and ne can work together as yone, or yone. As the name suggests, sentence ending particles are just particles which tend to come at the end of sentences. They are often used to add emotion or nuance of some sort and come in all sorts of different flavors. I say ne a lot as opposed to my other filler words when I'm reading Japanese, which is a natural, it ends up being a natural inclination when you're used to it. When I talk to my father, right, in Fujianese, I would have a natural ender, like abayo, jane, like, so there's a there's a like a natural like ender for most things. And bruh would be like the quintessential Gen Z, like the new age NetSpeak English version of putting emotion into it would be bruh. Like, that's cool, bro. Bro, that's awesome. It doesn't actually even have to be an ender because it's becoming ubiquitous everywhere, but generally speaking, like, I know, right? That sucks. You know what I mean? Those are the English enders, right? So there's yo, ne, and na fills those roles analogously. And I say ne a lot, like this week. What is this week? Konshu? Ne? Konshu. And then sometimes I would say ne at the end. So yo, ne, and na are three of the most common, with yo adding emphasis to new information, which is like right. Like it's going to rain this Wednesday, right? Versus isn't it, which is a little softer, I would say. Ne being used to show agreement or sharing feelings, and na showing emotional emphasis. In fact, I don't think we have a grammar point on na, which is interesting. So, 今週の水曜日は雨だよ. Gonna rain on Wednesday, right? You know is fine too. And it's like a pyramid. Like it's like a degree of stuff. So this they use right, but it could be isn't it as well. And then it's an explanation, so they're trying to be more there's a prosodic stress here. So you could say isn't it authoritatively, like the mountain is big, isn't it? Versus the mountain is big, isn't it? Or the mountain is big, isn't it? Right? In English, and Japanese have different ways of going about that. So that's kind of what it's trying to illustrate. So, yama wa ookii ne. And then, yuki? Yuki wa smetai na. That was called, yeah.
今週の水曜日は雨だよ。山は大きいね。雪は冷たいな。
Okay. Alright. And then we got the yo and the ne, but not the na. So we'll just add it to our list of endings. What were the cautions? Desho and daro are more desho, the more popular ending with desho is what I would default if I'm speaking to a stranger, or maybe like trying to be a little bit more considerate. So instead of saying ne, like you know, 今週の水曜日は雨でしょ, right? でしょ as opposed to da. Or maybe ame desu desho? No, just desho, actually. Interesting. That's a good question. What if it needs a copula? Anyways, there's desho and daro. Daro is the even more forward confirmation. What else we got for caution? What was the yo? Oh, it's either... This is not a unique rule for yo. Do you notice that there is a da after the noun, but not the e adjective? Oh, yeah. That's why I was making the same argument here. I'm like, well, it's ame, so ameda would make it a little weird to say desho, but interesting. Yay. What do we got? So there are many There are many sentence ending particles besides yo, ne, and na. Actually, we already met another of the question particle ka, right? Let's compare some and see how yo and ne can even be combined. Yo ne. You make me feel a certain way. Well, that's a little spicy. We will meet all sentence ending particles at some point, so there's no need to remember them all now. Here, let's see how just by changing the sentence ending particle, we can change the whole tone of a statement, which you would have to feel, right? At some point, you would have to feel these endings. So like, 今日は暑い. 今日は暑い. Today is hot.
今日は暑い.
Right? Even in English, when you say today is hot, it's like, oh, okay. You don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, right? Or like, there's very few emotions behind it. The grass is green. Speaking does impart feelings in it, so it's more like today is hot. More like it's not the same as today is hot. So prosodic stress aside, so if we normalize without prosodic stress and whatnot, like different emotional stressing, if you say today is hot, it's neutral, like a unfilling robot. Today is hot. So that's more like what the feeling is supposed to be, right? And then 今日は暑いね. Now you're kind of like urging the person to agree with you, or like you're agreeing. It's a mutual agreement, like right, like 今日は暑いね.
今日は暑いね.
Obviously, you can go high or not. Then there's and then now we're being like, hey, did you know today is hot, right? Today is hot, just so you know, or for your information, right? So 今日は暑いよ, right?
今日は暑いよ.
Oh, that's a little bit more punchy than I thought. Oh, and this one I do not. Oh, that explains the today's example. So how does this work? It adds a lot of force. Okay, so he's even stronger than yo. I see.
今日は暑いぞ.
Oh, that I'm probably not going to use too much, but I do need to understand that someone's and that kind of makes sense. It was inferred. And then we have na, which is to show self-reflection on a feeling or thought. Kind of like kana, like I wonder situation.
今日は暑いな.
Yeah. 今日は暑いな, which has a bit of a trail time in my opinion. It almost feels like 2 beats. You know what I mean? Right? Yo ne are also common used together as yone. Yeah. This combines the assertiveness of yo and the friendliness of ne. I would equate it to saying like Bunpro is awesome. Bunpro is awesome, right? Versus Bunpro is awesome, right? Like there's a punch, right? There's a punch. And in English, usually there's like a stronger volume or a prolonged emphasis. So like the teacher is also tall, right? Versus the teacher is tall, right? So yone,
先生も背が高いよね.
Okay. Anyways, beach day. Oh boy. 2 people having vastly different. So the greater question is, are you girl A or are you girl B? And if you want to be a more neutral way, are you person A or person B? I don't know. I'm feeling person A's. I'm feeling person A's suggestion. Although skiing and what looks like obviously non-alcoholic beverages Teehee is what the suggestion is.
リサ、海がきれい。今日は天気がいいね。ゆか、そうだね。冷たいアイスクリームが欲しいよ。リサ、私も。暑い夏は冷たいビールもいいよね。ゆか、うん、このビール美味しいね。
They're talking about beer. So.
リサ、うん、美味しい。冬のビールもいいよね。寒い季節はワインも美味しい。ゆか、私は夏がいいな。リサちゃんはお酒が大好きだね。リサ、私はお酒が大好き。
I was joking about the non-alcoholic beverages. They actually spent a lot of time talking about alcohol. So let's hit up these translations, right? Right. 海がきれい, right? 海がきれい. Or the trailing. This is for trailing. So in my opinion, this can qualify for a different type of accent in the end. But the sea is beautiful, right? 今は天気がいいね. As for a confirmation, right? Today, the weather is good today, right? And then そうだね. That's to confirm. So as in right. そうだ. So I see, or it is so. It is so. And then ne is the confirmation. So そうだね. And then 冷たいアイスクリームが欲しいよ. I would like, I want a cold ice cream. So 私も as in me also, same. The word is same. 私も is just same. In Gen Z, same. And then we have 暑い夏は so hot summers. 暑い夏は concerning, right? Concerning summer, concerning hot summers. 冷たいビールもいいよね. So having a cold beer would be good too. Concerning summer. So I'm more like reading it the way I understood it or how I feel about it. Not obviously it can be read as me too. Cold beer is good for a hot summer too, right? You don't necessarily have to read it in that order. In my opinion, English is flexible enough where you don't necessarily have to say like concerning the hot summers. Cold beer would be also good, or it would be good. They didn't actually say. Well, technically they did. As opposed to to, right? Like I don't use to very often. So then to agree, right? このビール, so this beer, right? このビール, biru. And then there's a comma there because oftentimes it is still concerning. So it's saying concerning this topic, concerning このビール. 美味しいね. Right? It's tasty, right? This is a structure that I feel makes like in my opinion one of the for me a big differentiating part about Japanese that helps orient the Japanese talking. They like to identify what things are concerning with, and then they say something else. Concerning this, something else. Concerning this, something else. Concerning this, right? And then concerning this, characterizing, that's something else. Concerning this, characterizing, that's something else. Versus that something else doing something to what it concerns, which is the English order. The something else doing something of which it is concerned with. So the subject is doing something to an object, right? And that would be a natural way of English looking at a topic. And for myself, It can be either. When I speak to my parents in Chinese, the order is different too. The conditions on which the thing is happening of the subject that is in it, what they're doing. So in Chinese is consistently what are the conditions of which someone is acting something. That's usually how it goes. So as opposed to declaring the subject or declaring the topic, you're establishing the scene, establishing the conditions, introducing the subject, and then saying what's happening. So all three of them have a slight like priority difference. And for me, I set that in English as though I've been doing it for a while, because in English, if I'm using the common language of English, English is I used English as the flexible vehicle to characterize the order in which I think about Chinese and Japanese over like the course of my life. So it is not unusual. Like when I first heard like Yoda, for example, people talk about Yoda all the time in Star Trek. It's not Star Trek. Oh my gosh, I just made an unintentional Freudian slip. When we're talking about Star Wars, right? When we're talking about Star Wars, it's popular enough in which when you change up the order in which the priority of the meaning of English is very noticeable. However, for myself, Yoda was a variant of how English could be organized and still make sense. And you can do that when Bunpro guys are typing up these grammar stuff. Inevitably, they would have to do that. They would have to explain something using English as a facsimile or a bridge for comprehension. And for myself, it's read very naturally, even without saying, "Yep, this beer is tasty." I see, yes, concerning this beer, good taste, right? That's fine. Yoda was a variant of English, did you say? I would say for a lot of people who are young and impressionable, Yoda would be their first exposure to how English could be changed up. And they could be changed up in a way that when you do it enough, it can be automatic. It can be habitual. So Yoda's thing is closer to Chinese. Like the way he sounds, like it sounds really wise, right? When he says clever he is. And if you're thinking about like how is Chinese translated, if you're trying to exude a wise man, it's not that dissimilar when you try to translate Chinese. Condition, the person, the action. Condition, the person, the action. So wise is the condition. He is subject, and who you like the relationship, right? Hard he kicked. So for me, when I heard Yoda for the first time, like in English, I'm like, oh hey, he reminds me of like a Chinese drama. But like, because I translated most of my life. Like when I listened to my parents, I translated most of my life, and I would have to do translation and interpretation for them. So it wasn't as big of a jump. And that's not saying that it's bad or good that it's happening. It's more like it should be I'm encouraging people to be excited, because English can be understandable when it's out of order. So one of the tasks a lot of times when someone says how you get used to Japanese is that you have to also feel and understand why Japanese order things the way they do, right? Like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting that the verb comes last and the direct object comes before the verb and the topic comes first. The idea is you're trying to embrace it. And if you want a closer bridge, speak English like it. The thing about English is it doesn't have to be English. It could be whatever your native language is. Understand your language well enough to contextualize it in a different language. That's a fun challenge. I'm not saying it's appropriate or you might not find it fun. Obviously, most people don't find it fun because, like, who wants to sound like Yoda all the time? I don't know. You know, me, perhaps I think. Me, perhaps I think is pretty good. Anyways, that's one of the things that I enjoy about challenging yourself to think that you can make the connections, right? Humans, obviously coding is a whole different story, like coding languages and whatnot. You can still think like that, right? Like if you're learning a coding language, I use coding language as a litmus test for my logic. So logic is a lot of times the barrier to adopting another language. Like if English's logic doesn't, line up with Japanese logic, you have to form a new logical connection between the two in order to eventually comprehend it and embrace it, or choose to reject it, or mechanically try to practice it into your ability, right? Conlangs operate with an expectation that you understand its logic, like the class-oriented or object-oriented type of design of the Python script. And this stuff helps. Like natural language has humans, use natural language, and humans constructed the script language. Yeah, OOP, exactly. So being able to embrace that through practice, you can choose to embrace that through practice, like practicing enough to become second nature, or you can do both. You can encourage yourself to find the relationships between them that creates comprehension. That is what my mantra is. When you associate and successfully correlate analogous comparative analyses, associate with your existing body of knowledge, that comprehension will come along the way. Because now you can explain, like, oh wait, when I'm speaking English, I could also speak English like I'm speaking Japanese, right? Today you I talk to, or technically today you today you talk, right? Today you talk. Today you talk. That is probably the order in which you want to say it, right? Like concerning me, watashi wa, right? Watashi wa you, anata, right? Anata o hanashi, or hanasu, sorry, hanasu. So, or you could speak Japanese like English, exactly. And then in the future, if I need to explain to someone what is the English order in Japanese, I imagine that. I legitimately imagine these scenarios. Like, yesterday, was it yesterday? It was yesterday. I went to the post office, and my father, here's a anecdote I saved for yesterday, but I didn't get to it. I went to the post office with my father to get my passport renewed. It's been 10 years since our last passport, and it was going to expire yesterday. And we went to the post office, but on the drive to the post office, my father asked me a question concerning our neighbor across the street, right, across the cul-de-sac. And he asked, like, hey, so how do you say die? Like, how do you say, like, someone died, or what the thing? And then he tried to say it, like, and he kept saying past something, like past. And I'm like, Asta? I'm like, I don't know. And then he eventually said passed away. And my first thought is, okay, so how do I explain this, right? And then what immediately I went to, okay, so how would I do it the other way around? So I would say si. So die is si, which is kind of a really strong word. 死 is like the character itself is death, and death is very strong. It's forward, probably very formal, like formally used as well, like someone has died. Now, then I started saying, okay, well, passed away. It could be go, like go chi, or go. Go. I know it sounds like go, but or guo. Sorry, guo. Guo is to pass through, right? And then chi could mean to leave, to go somewhere. So guo chi would be a way to translate the English using the Chinese I know. So passed away, as in passed through and left. And then I would describe it, it's more of a euphemism. So instead of saying like someone is 死了, like someone has died, like he has died, right? I said something like, oh, 他不在了, as in that person is no longer here. That's a euphemism that Americans use very regularly. They're no longer here, or they have passed away. So 他不在了 meaning they're not in the house anymore, or not present on this plane. And to explain 过去, I talked about the visualization of someone crossing the bridge, like in spiritualism. In Chinese spiritualism, there's certain sects, not all Chinese obviously, that think about the idea of passing over the river Styx, or passing over to the afterlife, or beyond this plane of existence. So 过去 would be something I would combine those two characters and elicit that same feeling of passing away. The idea of passing away in Americanized English, because passed away is kind of a euphemism that there are particular British speakers that prefer that it's just die, right? Like the person died, not passed away. Like they're not passing anywhere. And then when you think about spiritualism, how did the here and not here came across to your father? Contextually, since Chinese is a contextual language, we already talked about how we're talking about death. So 他不在了 would be considered as death. How old is your father? You don't mind me? He's 66. Yeah, he's 66. Yep, he's 66. The idea is our neighbor across the street was probably a decade older or more, like at least 1 to 2 decades older than my father. So they're no longer alive, basically. They passed away. And the new tenants, the new people that live there are related in some way to them. So old age. So the thing about Chinese is when you talk about a subject, the characters themselves take on the context of the topic. So here would be contextualized to death. Not here is death in the context of our conversation. That's one of the feelings you have to get into when you're speaking Chinese. Characters, I think it was you and I who talked about the intricacies or like the nuances of Chinese language. Characters themselves have particular meanings per se attached to them. However, Chinese is a contextual language, even more so, in my opinion, than Japanese. Better or worse, the idea is because we were talking about 死, then 不在 can be contextually meaning no longer here, like as in no longer alive. 在 is a form of existence. So the character means existence, like it's the person existing. So 在 could mean here, like I exist now here, or like no longer in existence. So not exist, as in dead, right? But you're avoiding using the character 死, which is death. That's why I said 不在了. They are no longer here, like in a past tense. They are no longer here. And I combined those three characters. And that's kind of the way I would do it in reverse. So in order to capture the analogous feeling of the motivation of why someone would say passed away as opposed to the person died in English, it would be a similar relationship in saying, instead of saying 他死了, 他不在了, as in, so that's how I captured the analogous feeling. Instead of saying he died in Chinese, 他死了, he died. 他死了 is past tense. 他死了, I told him 他不在了. That person is no longer here. And that contextually it would fulfill the role of why someone would use passed away as opposed to die, especially an Americanized person would use that, because passed away is typically used as a euphemism when it's recent. Like the person has not overcome, like now I'm going to tie into familial feelings like emotional intelligence or practice in the United States. Passed away when something is recent and maybe people are still grieving and mourning period, they would typically use the word passed away. And then when it's like maybe 5 years, a grief and mourning has happened, usually most people then would likely default to the word died. Oh, my father died a long time ago. Or like, for example, I would say my grandparents died a long time ago. If there is still residual type of recency or lingering things, typically I would say, or characteristically of Americans, they would use the phrase passed away. As in, it's still coming to pass, like they're still working on processing the act of passing, a person is passing away from their like sight or presence. It's interesting. At least that's making a bigger, deeper deal than I would say maybe some other people would consider when they think about linguistics and behavior. For myself, these things are very important because I really suck at, I think I'm pretty deficient at helping people with grief and mourning, especially when it comes to like that type of circumstance. So I take more effort and I double down. Someone asked me earlier before this stream, like, well, how do you work harder on your problems? And I'm like, I work harder. And it sucked because it's too pedantic to describe. The idea is if I see a problem that I'm deficient in, I would literally try to do and focus as much effort as on it. And one of them is the next stage in my life, right? One of the bigger stages in my life that's going to come up is going to be grief and mourning and death. So it's also not a big coincidence that Persona 3's main theme is also death, like one of the core essentials, or more like life in the context of death. So if you're wondering like, is that the reason you're playing Persona? It's actually one of the reasons. I rarely make like decide voluntarily to do things without like 14 or extra layers of importance. So, and I try to explain most things. If I don't have a choice, that's a different story. Like if something happens and I didn't have a choice or control over it, it can be trite. I could dislike Protocol. I don't know if you ever, I feel like you might have asked me this in some shape or form. Yesterday I had to answer the question, have I ever done anything? It's a typical question. So have I ever done anything in which I dislike? Like surely you have done something that otherwise turned out to be something you dislike. And I say the same thing as always. Typically, I would say that I never choose, or I try to never choose to do something that I would dislike. And I explain the motivations. I go in liking it for a purpose already. Like, Procall, that video that you linked to me about Dr. Mike and Dr. K's conversation about applicability and individuality with actually the practice that Dr. K eventually introduces in that video. I am watching that video for a reason. So I will develop a fondness and likeness to watch it. I have voluntarily chosen to watch that video. So the choices that I make, like the things that I stream, my choice to speak to you and whatnot, those are choices that I make. So I don't typically enter those contracts or those decisions without heavy layers of importance. Now, when things happen to me, like my boss or something out of my control, that was my answer to that person. Of course, my life has had things that I dislike in the moment or don't dislike, or things turn for. But I'm not usually when I was speaking in that context, I usually tell them I'm talking about my choices. I don't often choose, if ever, choose to do something that's not important to me. That is something that I want to echo and demonstrate to anyone who constantly like sit there and say, what's the point of living? What's the point of doing this if I'm not going to be good enough? Or what's the point of doing it myself when I can just watch someone better do it for me or do it to show me? That's what I want to emphasize. When you have a choice, choose not to do something that is unimportant to you. For example, if you choose to doom scroll, make doom scrolling important to you. Otherwise, in my opinion, drifting through life feels like drifting through life. And this is where I would plug Persona games. Because Persona games, the main theme of that underlies all the Persona games is that go play it like a dragon game. Well, like a dragon game is that too. Story writing in general, narratively driven things present situations to the character, and they typically are going to have to explain why or how they're going to do it, right? Unless you truly want a game that doesn't have those. By the way, very popular games have those, for the record, in the actual game. A FromSoft game, the character themselves do not have the motivation to do something or a reason to do something. It is dependent on the player to bring that motivation with them. In my opinion. Like, yes, and then you're going to argue, well, FromSoft games are made so that you're encouraged to explore. You're encouraged to explore. Like, you need the motivation. You have to motivate yourself through the creation of other people to motivate yourself. A narrative game requires whether you understand their motivation or reasoning in order to get close to it, or be open to, even if you can't relate to it, be open to understanding their circumstances. So Persona games are very excellent at talking about these topics. That's how we got into the dislike thing, like dislike and appreciation. This person that I met, like, so going back to what news in recent days, and Beth was around too, so we actually had a double feature yesterday, led to a really long conversation that was wonderful about comparing and contrasting about politeness, etiquette, the motivation behind politeness and etiquette. The thing that I feel me and Beth might needed to share yesterday was the idea of Japanese etiquette. So, like, Japanese practice this concept of honne, and what was the other one? Tatemae. So tatemae is the thing that Beth likes about Japanese people, which is all the practices of proper decorum in your public persona. So she was talking about, and this time I mean persona, not persona the game, but persona the facade, or like the mask or the code etiquette that you have. Like for me here, while we're streaming, is to, and then the honne is the inner emotions stuff. So you keep them separated. And Beth was talking about how she enjoys how Japanese people are largely like very polite and agreeable when talking about topics of passion, like her favorite musical group. And my thought, we were comparing and contrasting, because then I was playing devil's advocate. I was going to contrast, like, well, you don't know if they're not upset, right? Like she was suggesting, oh, because they're really polite, it's inferring that they're not upset. And my thought is like, from the, not that I'm saying you can't be coincidentally happy and in agreement, but the practice in Japan, which does extend to China with a few exceptions, but to China, which is what I grew up in, honne and atemae is partially preserved, or like communicated in China. You separate your feelings from your public decorum. So reading that as a projection of someone's feelings when you're entirely engrossed into like the Japanese culture would be misaligned, or tend to be more misguided than not. That's a projection. So a Western projection, a Westernized projection into Japanese culture of politeness is often a misconception in like online. Being polite is not quite the same as being expressive of one's feelings. So it would be very fallacious, or arguably fallacious, to presume that they're being polite and you know how they feel. And then this will lead into our discussion protocol about Star Trek and Spock. Japanese is closer to Spock, where you can still feel things. You can choose not to present it because of active practice. Practice, decorum, social structure. That is what I grew up in. And then I conceded to Beth because for me, that's what I prefer to do. So when I'm streaming, that's what I'm doing. The reason why I love Persona 3, I told Kafris this before I started streaming today. The reason, and whenever I stream Persona 3, I say this a lot. The reason why I really like Persona 3, I played Persona 3 when I was 18 years old, is because I identified as the character, the MC character. I didn't wish to have what the MC character had, which is what I get my impressions from whenever I talk to someone who's Westernized. They like the character because the character was surrounded by the ability to say the right things, be loved by everyone, have what word did I say? Oh, fallacious. Sorry, fallacious. I don't know if there's an I here because English is hard. Fallacious. Fallacy, but in the adjective form. Fallacious. It may be fallacious to think projecting Westernized emotional expression. Like, hear me out. It gets longer. Let's take a step back. The context in which Beth mentioned the Japanese situation was in the context of sensitivity when expressing opinions in the Westernized world. We were specifically talking about Sho's question. Sho's question was, do you think that or not really, Sho made a statement saying, he really likes how spiritualism, mysticism, and different religions are cross-presented in Persona. And he was wondering why American media would not do this. So we're going to do some leap of logics here. So you can probably fill in the blank, Procall, since we delve in this quite a bit. American media has hyper-religious fractionization. So because of that hyper-fractionization, it deals with the diversity of their subject matter. So when we talk about spiritualism, Americans have become the punching bag for fractionalization of religious presentation. And because of that fractionalization, which aligns with its diversity, right? Its diversity in religious appeal, it is conflicted within the country and from the perspective of someone who has a monocultural appeal. So like from a Japanese perspective, Persona can be presented while adopting other spiritualism because Japan rates on one of the lowest developed countries, right? Like the countries that have soft power, right? I even brought up soft power in our discussion. Unfortunately, that this person wasn't there. Like for the soft power discussion, Japan is one of the countries at the top 10 of soft power per se, right? However you want to measure it. I have my ways. Higher soft power. However, they have one of the lowest fractionalizations. Fractionalization reminds you of NetSpeak as you think of quantum fragments when you say, oh, yeah, okay. So you probably wonder like how do people measure diversity, right? And there's one person who is kind of like been known to try to measure fractionalization when it came to linguistics, nationality, and religion. So Japan scores across the board one of the lowest fractionalizations. So it is incredibly homogenized, relatively speaking, to the point that was being made about Americans' portrayal, like American media's portrayal. So it becomes very non-normalized. It's non-standard for American media to tackle such a large fractionalization in religion. And because of how the internet works, typically it's an easier punching bag to see the fractionalization when American media presents it versus a coherent presentation from a country that produces media with low fractionalization. There's less noise. There's an arguable, identifiable, coherent picture. So Persona is a great example of it. Persona combines multiple cultures' religion, uses their gods and goddesses, and in part mysticism, shamanism, various different things from the lens of Japanese like perspective. However, Japanese perspective is not fractionalized. So there's no like misappropriation, appropriation, or like constant internal struggles of design choices. In the United States, when it comes to the topic of spiritualism and like religion, that this person is from New York, so we both have a similar somewhat background when it comes to exposure to the ongoing religious discourse when living in a diverse, fractionalized country. By the way, according to this person's metric, again, grain of salt because I don't quite know all the details of the methodology, the United States is second to none. The only other place that, based on this person's metric, again, is still one person's metric, accounting for all the countries, I think South Africa is the other one, and it's by a large margin. So the thing is, the United States is disproportionately higher in soft power, right? So that means its appeal, its influence is seen far on a different magnitude. And linguistic fractionalization is right in the middle of the pack. So it's slightly above average. It's not the lowest, it's not the highest. And then ethnicity and nationality makeup is slightly above the average. Not on the bottom of the pack or the top of the pack. Japan is at the bottom of the pack, without a doubt, on every metric. That is one of the rare occasions where there's a country with a lot of soft power. However, their perspective is incredibly unified. It's incredibly coherent. That's what makes Japan very recognizable, right? When you ask, how do Japanese people act? We're talking about it. When you ask someone, how do you sound American? I don't know. What type of American are you gonna ask? And guess what? Let's make it about Great Britain, right? Like United Kingdom. United Kingdom has a similar profile among the countries with top 10 soft power. So you and I would have that similar feeling as well. Now, long story short, now we get to the punchline. Sometimes we appreciate things because we project what we want to see them. And other times, it's exactly what it is. So in this case, Beth was trying to say she found a lot of solace and welcoming because it's less exhausting when people, like from time to time, depending on her mood, it's less exhausting when she's surrounded by polite people. Right? Right? Sorry, I'm having cross-talk now. She found it less exhausting, and I agreed with her. Now, the statement that I was wary about, that I wanted to present a perspective, is that the politeness is not the same as emotion. Emotion is a westernized concept, like to reveal emotion. That's what makes it exhausting. It's emotional. What's rewarding, now it can be negative or positive. I think when someone is very emotional with me, it is also have the propensity to be exhausting, but also rewarding. When it comes to the practice of like tatemae, right? Tatemae in Japan, it's to remove that exhaustion. So when you're practicing to curate your own persona and be polite, you're removing the exhaustion of the emotional impact of your things in order to lower the stress. Now, it is also less rewarding as well. That's what happens. You know less about that person. You're trying to maintain decorum. There's less feelings in it. So there's a trade-off, pros and cons, right? Let's see. Are you going to play Power World, or do you plan to? No, I don't plan on playing Power World. Sandbox survival games, we've done quite a lot of them lately. It seems like that's Procol, the last couple of games you brought up, it seems like that's kind of your thing, right? Like I like Subnautica a lot more, where it uses weighted resource gathering. Power World is the Valheim structure, which is the horde and scalability and micromanagement and hoarding type of survival thing. So Power World had his 1.0 launch. I actually shared that with Coffers if he wanted to play Power World. They've been doing really well. For myself, I much like Subnautica's weighted resource gathering versus the excessive, like, satisfactory type of situation, right? So other than that, I imagine you really do enjoy your survival sandbox games. So yeah, I would have brought Power up a little bit earlier if we spoke earlier about it. Weighted, so Subnautica, the resource gathering is made so that they weighted it in a way that when you enter like an environment, there are certain occurrences of the resource in order to meet a checkpoint in the pacing of the game, as opposed to using it as a metric of how much time you would repeat an action. So there are two, in my opinion, there are two ways of resource gathering designs. Time of acquisition. So these both are types of milestone designs. So this happens a lot when it comes to mobile games. Not that I'm saying Power World is a mobile game, but it's far more common in mobile games where they use the time and determine the amount of resources in terms of its time allocation, like how much repetition of an action can you do to unit time. Subnautica is weighted. So what I usually use when I say weighted is how many trips after the exposure. So like when you enter a new biome, how many instances of the action is necessary by the time you exit a biome? Like you want to exit a biome after it's explored. So it's weighted. It's not geared towards, so this is heavier in sandbox design. Weighted is heavier in exploration. That's the word I would use. So when it comes to like milestone gathering, like resource gathering, if it's a weighted design, it's heavier in exploration. So you're not sitting there waiting to accrue something as your exploration is going. And then time is how many instances irrespective of time per instance? Like how many instances irrespective of time per instance? Sort of, yeah. So like for example, when you enter Subnautica, right? And you enter a new biome. When you finish exploring the biome, have you collected all the resources you ever need to move on to the next biome? Right? And then how often do you have to go backwards or backtrack to gather more resources in order to move forward? Those are weighted considerations. Now, in Power World, it's a sandbox. So you're looking at as how many instances of a repeated action that you have to do in order for it to be a reasonable amount of time in which it doesn't create negativity, right? Like for example, Minecraft. When you go into Minecraft, you have a certain threshold to meet, a certain amount of resources to gather, but inevitably it is as there's no upper cap. Like you're not considered a weighted average. You can hoard as much as you want. So then the sky is the limit. So Power World is determined by how long someone is willing to consistently acquire more and more resources. Subnautica is designed weighted in the way of exploration. If you're going to collect something and you keep collecting the same thing from a same biome over and over again, exploration becomes secondary. Yeah, it's heavy. Well, it's heavily tied to levels. That's what I mean. That means it is weighted towards level if you're using the same terms, but it's weighted towards time. How long it takes you to level. The perspective I'm talking about here is the purpose, the motivation of the player, not the mechanics of the game. So like Power World prioritizes how long it takes to level, which is a substitute for time. Subnautica prioritizes exploration, which is not tied to level. Exploration can occur very rapidly if it is weighted towards exploration. If it's weighted towards time, then you can spend a lot of time in Subnautica in the same place. You might even have to go back to the same place over and over again to collect things, right? So for myself, this type of design is not as friendly to me anymore. JRPGs JRPGs have this design too. So whenever you think about a JRPG game like circa 2000, I talked about this in Persona 3. So if you're using the word weight as in the English word weight it, like to weight something, like to take into consideration, then yes, it is weighted based on level, which is equivalent to time. When a player thinks about leveling, they're thinking about how long it takes to. Can you bullet point the motivation for each? How much time do you have to acquire resources? Versus, is the resource preventing me from moving forward? So they still both overlap. One is sub and two is PAL. One is PAL World. Two is Subnautica. You're collecting resources in order to explore. PAL World is to collect resources to hoard. So, how much levels can you gain? How many things you can collect? Now, now they do have both, by the way. Like, I'm not saying they're absent, so we're not saying zeros and ones. Subnautica you can still hoard things in Subnautica if you want. Like, you can collect all the creatures if you want. You can collect, so can PAL World, you could try to say, oh, I will only collect the minimum amount to level so that I can explore the next thing. There's probably designs in both. The priority is different though, which you can see in people's commentary. When you think of a character design, a lot of times there will be people who play a lot of survival like sandbox games, and they will make a distinction between the PAL World design and the Subnautica design. And usually it's about the time it takes to progress in its major motivation. Sub is exploration. PAL is acquisition. So you bring most of the things to you and how quickly you can gather them. You would disagree in PAL World when there's a lot of prevention over by exploration. I disagree that you understand what I'm saying. I actually agree with your statement. In PAL World 1.0, there's a lot of prevention overcome by exploration. I agree with that. I don't know what you're disagreeing with me. I think I think you don't understand what I'm saying. I have no problems agreeing with you that PAL World has a lot of prevention overcome by exploration. I literally said it still exists in PAL World. The argument that can make me disagree with you is how much is a lot. For me, I think PAL World is 80% accumulation and prioritizing time over resource, which your resource is your XP. And then Subnautica is the reverse. It's the 80% towards exploration. And obviously there's prevention due to resource collection. An alternative way to demonstrate this is a classical JRPG. RPG like a Final Fantasy game, like Final Fantasy VI, and the Final Fantasy VII remake. The modernization. So FF6, XP, prevention, like scaling, and it comes as a unit time. And then FF7, there's inputs and collection. Right, and collection in the sense of skills and like finding the objects, finding the stuff, not accruing like 99, not accruing a specific source through repetition, but the novelty of another skill set or something like that, exploration. You infer that the extent to which power has prevention due to resource collection is as low as you inferred. You inferred that the extent to which power would have prevention due to resource collection is as low as you referred. No, you're talking about prevention. I'm talking about motivation. So, you're talking about what keeps you from doing something. I'm talking about the motivation to keep you going. Not the same thing. It's almost the opposite thing. I don't want to play Power World right now because the motivation to play it is motivated by XP and level and accumulation, not the prevention of leveling up. Motivation is positive. It's not negative. You chose to decide to interpret it as a preventive measure. Subnautica motivates exploration. We're not talking about prevention. There is exploration in Power World. It is weighted for exploration. Power World is weighted for collection. Like the exploration is motivated by resource collection. I'm not talking about any prevention here. Like, I'm talking about motivation to play the game, not preventing you from playing the game. So, very different. I have to be really direct about this. You have turned my statements into negative statements. They are not negative statements. Just so I know, as I may have understood. 1, resource collection is motivated by prevention of progression? No. Or are you saying you think that? Okay, that is yes. And then collection is motivated by hoarding, the motivation being the main motivation. The main motivation is to collect things in Power World, yes. And the main motivation in Subnautica is exploration. How they view their mechanical design is off that. So, like, you're exploring in Subnautica, which then reflects on its time investment. When you're collecting things, you can hoard at a great upper limit, as in you can play Power World for thousands of hours. You can also play Subnautica for thousands of hours as well, for the hoarding and the collection. They both exist. Exploration itself is my major motivation. That I agree that makes Subnautica playful. Exploration itself is a motivation, are you saying? No, exploration is one of the major motivations for Subnautica. Secondary to the hoarding of collecting, Power World is often emphasizing the opposite. You were making a case, which I agree with you, that Power World doesn't have to be prevented from not wanting to collect and hoard. Like, you can still explore. You can still play Power World for the sake of exploring. Nothing's preventing you from doing that. At least, nothing dramatic. Like, the accumulation of collection doesn't necessarily prevent you from wanting to explore Power World. And then if you add a leveling system to Subnautica, it doesn't prevent you from exploring in Subnautica. Because we're talking about motivations, not preventions. Alright, could you rewrite the bullet points of the motivation of both games when you first asked? So for motivations, actually the thing that we really talked about was weightedness. But so Palworld, collecting things is its major driver. And Subnautica is exploration. So we'll be trite here. So this, let's just use this, right? And then the bullet point that I was illustrating is the weight. So they both technically is weighted. They're both weighted. We can use your like term. I was just clarifying what I meant by weighted. So they're both weighted. They're weighted towards these things. When you are exploring in Palworld, your major motivation is still like it's largely still to collect things. In Subnautica, there isn't a weight to, there is a lesser weight to collect things. And when I meant weighted, the thing Subnautica is weighting is exploration. The thing that Palworld is weighted in is collecting things. What do you collect? You collect XP. Like you amass things like XP. Your, what do you call them? Friends? Pals. Sorry, pals. Now you can still do that in Subnautica, right? The thing is, there's a disproportionate time sink here, like a contrast in time sink. You can extract thousands of hours more readily when you're focused on the task of amassing things. There's a higher limit to it. When it comes to exploration, you could argue it's more streamlined. Because you'll, like, for example, Palworld could be in early access for years and feel complete. Or loosely feel complete. Subnautica still needs to reach 1.0 because it must complete the exploration. Like, relatively speaking. When you play Subnautica and you're like, it's a 1.5 release, it's like, wait, but I won't get to see the whole thing? And Palworld is like, well, as long as you keep accruing, part of the ritual is to keep on accruing things. So when are they going to add the next thing? Whether it's complete or not, that's up to you. They can keep on, they can continuously add new things for you to collect. You can, Subnautica peeps can continue to give you more things to explore. And that's kind of, we can throw in other survival games, for example, like Forest. Well, you can, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Forest. I haven't played these games, by the way, so these are like, I'm deferring them from watching people play them. Forest and Valheim. So Palworld and Valheim have similar motivations. Forest and Subnautica have similar motivations. Like they're closer together. They're more comparable in their motivations. Forest is the act of discovering anomalies. I'm not sure if Forest has a leveling system. That would be outside my reach of my experience. I have played Valheim though. Valheim was the last game I played in the scheme of Palworld. So Valheim, you still want to hoard and collect. Now, they still have elements of exploration. So like Valheim has bosses and, you know, new biomes to look at. Right? However, they have an exponential time invested in the hoarding and like constructing, like base building and all that. And again, I agree with you. They exist in both. Like Subnautica has hours and hundreds of hours of base building. Now, you can pivot away to a game like Satisfactory in terms of the hoarding aspect. And then this Satisfactory then has a lower expectation weighted of exploration, and more so the higher expectation of resource gathering. There is a survival or kind of a survival component to Satisfactory, so that's at the other end of the spectrum. Now, there are other games that would lean even heavier to exploration as opposed to amassing resources as a secondary or a primary motivation, and that's games like Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds dispense with resource gathering and decide to completely make unique gathering. So Outer Wilds do still have collection. The collection is the collection of unique things, so no redundancy. There's a lack of redundancy. You do not collect like resources, but you do collect a resource, information, and the key items. So Outer Wilds entirely focuses on exploration by dispensing with redundant resource gathering as a prevention measure, right? I agree with you about what prevents someone from progressing. Our world has levels and exploration as a prevention for progress. So does Subnautica. The resource comes in a sense of you're building the equipment necessary, the milestone to progress. And one could also make an argument that the prevention is less so in Subnautica than in Power World, but Power World has that too. So they both have preventions. In no way do I say that stops me from playing the game. So I have no problems playing Power World on the basis of its prevention. P3 is very similar, Persona 3. JRPG games, their prevention is either the level or the exploration as well. Persona 3 requires that you climb Tartarus by repetitiously climbing floors that are randomly generated in order to gain access to the next floor. However, the next floor is also stopped by scaling. Basically, if your team is poorly equipped and they have low XP and they haven't been leveled properly, you can't advance even if you can explore the next area. So you can still explore areas that are beyond your XP, but it creates a prevention. Subnautica has milestones instead, like an equipment that prevents you from diving deeper. Dave the Diver also uses that structure where you have to produce a key equipment, and that involves collecting the specific iteration of the amount of resources to construct the item in order to progress in the game, despite having the mechanical ability to explore something. So for myself, I think this game type will squeeze a lot more hours. And to beat around the bush, the reason when I'm not playing Power World at the moment is because it takes it's going to be a time sink. And it's a good thing for people who like to play Power World. It might not be auspicious for me compared to Subnautica, because Subnautica waits. It is a massive time sink. Yeah. So I want to make it clear, I'm only very passionate about this is because I'm not emphasizing that there is something preventing me from playing the game. I'm emphasizing what motivates people to play the game in the first place. So like the good things about it. Power World has a huge fan base. Like it is dwarfing Subnautica. Like, we're talking about Power World is top 3 traffic, and it's gonna be probably top 3 traffic for a very long time because of its emphasis on what I consider as the indie darling horizontal investments. I love P5X because of the same reason. It's about collecting. You're hoarding things horizontally. Like, the more you collect, the better you feel, right? So the massive time sink comes from, I want to collect the world. Like Minecraft, you want to build everything. You want to make everything. Subnautica, you kind of know where the end is. And even though Subnautica waits that, it doesn't stop someone from spending massive hours of building a structure or crazy things. So they still can do that. The motivation by the design was not particularly for that. I would make the argument that the major motivation of the Subnautica developers is to explore what they have. Yes, you can build like skyscrapers. I don't know if you've ever seen those ones where like they build sky buildings, like the underground bases, and then they decide to build a sky look, so they just build the building all the way up above sea level, like above the water, so that they can look over the entire ocean. Like, that's what I mean. You can still do all of the things, for sure. Those are your motivations. I think the developers, though, if I had to project the developers, they want to motivate you to explore. So they want to keep releasing content, prioritizing the incentive of weighting the exploration over the hoarding collection. I kid you not, though, I did hoard everything. In like the submarine, like making your mobile base in Subnautica 1, that was so satisfying. So you can take all of your hoarding and all your collections with you at any time, like a mobile base design. That is the indie gold standard right now. I actually think Subnautica bucks a little bit at the indie gold standard. Like right now, one of the classical, the very heavy favorite design is mobile bases. So one of the mobile bases is so then you can explore and hoard at the same time. What do you mean sub bucks at it? So Subnautica could have totally decide to favor hoarding and then apply its exploration. If they could have waited, in my opinion, they could have waited heavily on this if, Crafton, in my opinion, if Crafton said, like, we want a game that soaks thousands and thousands of hours. And not a bad or a good thing, right? The idea is hoarding has a lot of incentives. It's a horizontal progression system. Exploration is a vertical one. When you're finished exploring something, you're going to replace it for your next journey. You can go back and explore that same place again. If everything was already explored, it's difficult to gain more investments in the exploration. So Subnautica could have changed their tune because there's the co-op, right? There's co-op. They didn't scale it to co-op though. Power World is also cooperative, right? Power World is also cooperative. And actually, it's quite encouraged to hoard collectively because it feels good to hoard even more things and more efficiently. Get friends, and you can still scale up. Obviously, you can play it single player if you want it. Satisfactory doesn't require that you play it with multiple players, but you can most definitely hoard way quicker if you have more players. Terraria was a great one way back, and it still is, right? Terraria, when it comes to the weightedness of hoarding hoarding versus exploration. Survival games, in my opinion, like survival game, sandbox survival games, randomly generated, they often have a weight to them. And when you asked me, what do I mean by weighted? I was talking about the difference in the weightedness. So I said that Subnautica was weighted in exploration, and then Power World is weighted in creature hoarding, or like collecting in general. And I think collecting is the standard, is the great limitless potential of engagement. And Subnautica devs kind of bucked at that trend still. That's not to say they aren't immune to it. They were criticized when they did, in fact, did something like that. Like whenever an area has very few resources, so then you have to spend a lot of time combing through every like area for a spawn point, right? Because the game is quote unquote not complete yet. So like the later sequence resources are very hard to come by because the game is not complete. Like the area is not complete, right? All the extra resources. However, people were arguing like, oh man, why isn't it so readily available? Well, the exploration of the game is not complete yet. When it comes to like live service and mobile, I mentioned that it's very mobile based. So like there's not mobile bases, but mobile games. Mobile games promote hoarding, and hoarding is great. Pokemon cards are great. Creature collection is great. Building a base with excess luxury and accumulating to the sky's limit is great. Collecting everything and anything in the game and moving it to your base is great. So one of the arguable popular trends right now in the indie scene is to present a game that has a mobile base. So then you're exploring in your base and then you're hoarding at the same time. So now you get to explore while you're moving, and everything gets to be hoarded onto your mobile base. And mobile bases have become a little bit more popular to the point there are cozy versions of it, and action-oriented versions of it, and RPG versions of it. Pokemon card scalpers are not that great. Yeah, because they prevent the hoarding. They're the enemy, Brokaw. All those Pokemon card collectors, like if you're a Pokemon card collector, the scalpers are the enemies. It's preventing you. It's preventing you from hoarding. It's preventing you from collecting. If you know what I mean. I mean, unless the scalpers themselves are the collectors, usually scalpers would imply that they're selling them, as opposed to collecting them for their own, like, hoarding thing. So I agree with you. There are probably preventions due to exploration, and there are preventions due to levels. Scalpers are a form of prevention. I hope that was made. I wanted to make sure I'm being clear here. I was talking about the reasons to play, not the reasons not to play. So like, I wasn't making a comment on what is preventing you from reaching your goal. I was more thinking, what are your motivations to be playing the game? And I think understanding you, who likes Subnautica and Power World now, you like both. So if a game is designed to prevent you on both fronts, it could be a very gnarly game. Like, Power World hopefully does not prevent you from doing either of those things. Because personally, that would be a knock on your motivations. For myself, one of the reasons why I haven't picked up Power World yet, or in the future, is it is a massive time sink. I could definitely see myself playing thousands of hours because of its major motivations. The major motivation is to collect everything. And I don't have to tell you about my old teenager self. I don't collect Pokemon cards for a very distinctive reason. Largely because hoarding is something I do a lot. And yes, one of the reason why I brought up time is because then I wouldn't be doing anything else. So like, I wouldn't say it's foretold, but obviously then I wouldn't be playing Persona 3 and all the other things, because hoarding is great. In my opinion, hoarding feels great. Not recommended. Not recommended for a lot of people, honestly. Like, you gotta be disciplined with it. I'm glad to hear you're really enjoying it. Are you playing it with your friend? Like, or with your family member? Like the person... You mentioned that you were gonna play Subnautica with a family member. So does that mean you're playing... Have you considered playing Palworld with a family member? Okay, we're gonna end this section, obviously, and move on to HanziHero so we can get to the Persona 3 thing. What's the object you have in your house that you got when you were the youngest? The youngest object I got in my house. That's a very excellent question. I have a teddy bear from my grandmother somewhere in the closet somewhere. Yeah. Brown bow tie, black beaded eyes, pretty plush still. I think it was given to me before I was smart enough to remember things. So like, I don't actually even know. I was too young to know when I got it. That would be the oldest thing that I've ever had. And it's still there. I'm looking off to distance because it's actually in the same room. I don't know where it is at the moment though. It's like in a box. I should go find it. You'll have to give me a couple days. I could go and find it. Maybe even like clean it up a little bit and whatnot. Yeah. So is that no contest? That's probably the oldest thing. Yeah, no contest whatsoever. It's before I had enough conscious thought to know what it is or what it meant. It was probably before I could conceive object permanence. How do I know I received it when I was younger? There's a photograph. There's a photograph of me that was less than 2 years old with the teddy bear. So that would be the oldest object. The photograph told me that I was in the presence of it. Here's an interesting thought. I don't know if you've ever thought about this, Procol. When you take a picture, right? Let's say when you have a very young baby picture. If you didn't have anyone around you, how do you know it was you? I thought about this every once in a while, like, because in Persona, again, I'm making this about Persona because of the relevance. Most of the characters in Persona, they either don't have access to their parents or they don't have parents anymore. And oftentimes they rarely talk about like things that they have when they were younger or like things that they share with their parents. So imagine if you were an orphan and then you discovered a picture from your sense parents, and then you sit there and you look at it, it's like it's just you and an object, or presumably you. How do you know it's you? If it was a time when you no longer either remember it or you have no one to confirm that's you, and also you were too young to have any tangential associated memories to it. I thought about this quite a bit because in Persona 3, it explores existential crises, like the idea of like, how do you know that you are here? And that's where I would tell myself it is the memories that you built that are passed on between people, right? So that's why I prioritize the emotional sentimentalisms that I build with other people. Because if you're constantly in the fear, consternation, and the fatalism and nihilistic tendencies of death, that's one of those things. I know that's a little heavier topic. Generally speaking, how do I make this related to Power World and Subnautica? For me, Subnautica, the adventure of exploration, is what I want to share with someone with the limited time I have. Our world, when you collect a lot of things, that is another way to build legacy. So you can accrue a lot of things as a way to demonstrate that you existed. It's a reminder that you existed, right? Of course, you could argue, well, power is virtual and whatnot. It's like, yes, it is. So, however, for others, it's a catharsis. Like, for example, money. Accruing money is evidence of your existence. It's an evidence of your value. So, those are the choices that we make. And motivation brings it back around, right? We come back around to motivation. Motivation are the things that give your actions value. And then we go even further back to, well, when I choose to do something, it would probably be of many layers of importance. So the question is, are you saying I should play Power World because you want someone to play Power World with? Largely why I'm asking you if you're playing with your relative that you were expecting to play Subnautica with. Because I could get behind that. However, at the moment, I have no intention of playing Power World. However, I could play Power World for the sake of playing Power World with someone else. That is a different story. Which, that's a different motivation. So my motivations are outside of Power World. And Subnautica, even though I talked about exploration and whatnot. Because right now, I have not considered playing a survival game. Like a, not necessarily survival, but more of a survival sandbox. You would like to play Power World with me? Okay. Well, we'll have to consider that then. We'll have to decide, like, in what capacity are you wanting to play Power World? How long have you been playing Power World, Rokal? This is where Coffers doesn't come in. Like, remember that time I played Terraria and some of my friends wanted to play Terraria, and then when I started playing Terraria, all my friends stopped playing Terraria. No, I'm. This is the punching bag. This is the punching bag voice that Coffers is referring to, where like I would take jabs at Coffers because he does things that I feel like would hurt other people, like would discourage other people, but I don't think Coffers is discouraged. Coffers is he's very independent. He does what he thinks. He makes things satisfactory regardless of how they turn out. So oftentimes one of the things Coffers would say is like, hey, I'm starting this game, and then like earlier on it would be like he would start playing and then his friends leave him behind in the dust, and then he would continue playing it for a bit and then stop playing, right? Nowadays though, Coffers found his jam. He's found the friend slop. We could totally make like a section about friend slop. I'm not saying Power World is friend slop. And also, friend slop is not a negative thing, for the record. Friend slop is almost a boon, in my opinion. I think there's a place for friend slop to encourage people to play together. Like, play for not the idea of being good at something, but play for the idea of having fun together. Friend slop, right? So not like being efficient. So you have played 86 hours of Power. Dang. But you imagine 56 hours were from the early access version. Oh, so you played the early access version. I see. How long, like, across, like, have you played Power World and knew about Power World since we known each other? I talked about Power World when it was first released because of the controversy people brought up. Power's controversy from time to time. I see. Well, if that's the case, yeah, that would be a compelling argument to play Power World. What I do like about Power World is it's not a live service game. So, to give you a contrast or a comparison, Drama brought up Aeon 2. So like Aeon 2 is a live service game that is going to be releasing, like the global release. That's a live service game. So when someone asks me to play a live service game with them, that's a synchronous commitment. So I typically then would suggest that I want to gauge that person's commitment to playing the game. Otherwise, it would become another legacy that I carry over for a very long time. Like, if I play Aeon 2, then it would replace a lifestyle that I would have, and I expect that the other person would be able to reciprocate that. Our World is different. Our World is a self-contained game that is not a live service game. So there are no like limited windows or exclusivities or things that, you know, the prevention measures, the things that you would think about, like, oh, because you haven't done this, you can't do this, or you weren't here to do this and whatnot. Meanwhile, obviously, I still play P5X, which would be very difficult for me to suggest that someone play P5X along with me. It's not a co-op game. However, you can still keep up with me. The idea is I do not engage in that, usually because it's hard to reciprocate. You don't think so, but you do remember discussing it with you not that long after the initial. Okay. I'll think about, like, keep hold of the Power World thing. I could pick up Power World in the next major update if we're gonna play together, like 1.1, right? That is definitely on the docket. For now, because of my arrangements, like already arranged, we're doing Persona for the rest of the year, which have been planned for some time. It was planned before we met. I don't think you were here. Were you here when I was playing Like a Dragon games? Like the early... How long has it been? Has it been a year? So it was probably before. Yeah, the Persona games, like this month is Persona 3, P3P. Next month is P4G. Then it's Inktober. And then P4, P3R. And then Stranger Than Heaven. And then... Oh, sorry, P5R, Stranger Than Heaven, and then P4R. In that order. You think you were here when you were playing Like a Dragon? I wonder which one I was playing. Probably Infinite Wealth or Yakuza. I was talking about, I don't know if you know, but I played all of the Like a Dragon games and recorded them. So, the first Like a Dragon game, Yakuza 0, was 2.5 years ago. Sorry, 3.5 years ago. That's when I started. It took the whole year to do it. So that's what I'm doing now for Persona. So it'll take half a year because there's half the number of games in the Persona series. All right, I'll keep it in mind. I'll keep you up to date. I do keep track of like trending games, so I'll probably know when Palworld 1.1 hits, and then we can like casually play. There was another game that I played with another person casually, and we played like twice, and then we never played again. That was Warframe. Maybe twice or 3 times. Yeah, Warframe. Warframe was the other one. That was like 4.5 years ago or more. Yeah, 4.5 years ago. The person played Warframe for thousands of hours, and then they said like, "Oh, hey, come play with me." And then I was given the tour, and then that was it. That's kind of one of those like downsides of live service games. Or it could be like Coffers, who like hop into Destiny, and then his commitments are different than his buddies, and then his buddies just leave him in the dust, and then they just immediately stop playing while he's still going about it. Again, Warframe and Destiny are live service games, so they're perpetual. I probably will draw my line typically at live service games. I think I'm far more open to like things like Palworld. So I'll keep you in touch about Palworld. I think that's a fun activity. Palworld is like friend slop adjacent. We can also play friend slop games in the future. I'm totally game with that. I still remember when Coffers and I played Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. You remember that, Coffers? 5.5 years ago? 5.5 or 6 years ago? It was that bomb thing where like one person looked at the manual and the other person had to describe what it is, and you keep flipping and there's a timer, and then we had to do like Morse code, cut the wires, but I had the manual, or either you or I had the manual, and the person with the manual had to describe to the other person, but the other person had to describe what was on the bomb. We did that. Not on stream, but we like played it. That was before I record things like that. There's something like that on Steam that comes out. Yeah, that came out recently. Yeah, there's a new one. There's a new one of that. That's it's why I'm bringing it up. There's a new friend slop game that deals with it. What was the new angle behind it? Oh, it's monkey see, monkey. It's monkeys. One can't see. Was it one can't see, one can't hear, and one can't speak? So you have 3 roles, 3 players, and so someone has to sign language, which obviously leads to very comical things, and then the other person has the mic, and then the other person can only hear, right? Yeah, that's it. Bomb banana. Yeah, monkey see, monkey, the 3 blind monkeys basically, or like 3. The monkey can't. I forgot what it's called. The thing with it. It's a folklore thing, where one monkey can't see, hear, and speak. Anyways, we can totally play friend slop games in the future. All right. So basically, these guys talked and confirmed about. Actually, let's go through this quickly. So, I'm not sure if I'm going to do HanziHero. Or maybe we just don't do Persona 3 Portable today. like last time. Last time we also skipped on. Let's see. So, 海が綺麗 right? 海が綺麗今日は天気がいいいいね right? So that's a confirmation right there. Got そうだね that's the そうだ plus ね and then 冷たいアイスクリームが欲しいよ right? 欲しい is to want, so you're emphasizing that you want ice cream. Then 私も same. And then we talked about how this is where we stopped. The order in which things are mentioned. Usually you refer to the topic. And then the subject, right? The subject. And then what concerning the subject. And honestly is kind of another confirmation. But, so, and then このビール concerning this beer 美味しいね right 美味しい so this is actually kind of special too compared to 美味しいね so they're not looking for confirmation but they're stating it. However, in Japanese you can state an e adjective as itself. That's kind of a neat thing there. This one I was kind of, I don't know what it means to be 冬のビールもいいよね よね which is winter beer. So I don't drink beer quite often. However, I imagine winter beer elicits a very specific beer. It's not to say it's beer during the winter, but it's a winter beer. Or it might be. It's kind of hard to know. Like, if in English, if you say beer during the winter, you can kind of see the connection by saying, oh, winter beer is good too, as in beer during the winter beer. Or is it winter beer as in wintry beer? Like something about the beer is wintry, not a beer in which beer you drink during the winter. So it can be both. So that's, in the case of the Japanese, or the way this flow, how this is flowing, and the way this is constructed, I don't think it's a type of beer, like a winter beer, a type. Like a Coca-Cola is a type of beer. Coca-Cola, or like a Sprite soda or a Coca-Cola soda, but more so beer during the winter, or beer from the winter, or a cold beer, so to speak. And then they say, yeah, and then they continued and said wine in cold season, right? 寒い季節は so like during cold seasons or of cold seasons, when regarding cold seasons, wine も美味しい as well. So the wine is good when concerning cold seasons too. And then that means or as opposed to yeah. And then 私は夏 summer 夏がいいな so summer is good, or concerning me, summer is good, right? Yes, it does say I like summer. However, it's a little different than saying I like summer. Summer is good. Like I think summer is good, which can infer that they like summer, right? This one I did not get. Lisa-chan, I'm guessing, is the person's name. Oh yeah, okay. Lisa-chan wa, so regarding Lisa-chan wa, お酒が大好きだね. So they're this is an address, right? Even though it doesn't say, hey, Lisa-chan, technically. So regarding this, but you can also use it as a point of address. And then like, and you, and Lisa-chan, or in this case, she's talking to, I'm guessing the person is talking across. There is a Japaneseism here a little bit where it sounds kind of off when you think about it from an English perspective, like a English perspective, but there's a deeper Japanese practice here. Usually when you want to talk to someone, even if they're in front of you, you don't want to be too direct. So oftentimes you would use their name instead. It happens quite a bit in Japanese subtitle or like English subtitles of Japanese video games, where you hear oftentimes like, you know, Lisa-chan, Ken-kun, Sakura-kun, or something like that, and the people are in the same room, like they're together, right? However, instead of addressing directly to the person, they're addressing to the side of the person. So you're trying not to be direct. And I don't know how much of that intent has changed when you're online or something. Usually, even if you're gonna say like anata wa, right, like you, sometimes you can simply refer to the person by name, like in the actual speech. And that to me came from like the nuance of trying not to be direct. So like, hey, you, versus, you know, ano sa, there's ano-sa or ane, or trying to get someone. That does come with a lot of friendliness too. Usually though, indirect reference to someone's name despite being right next to them is a far more frequent occurrence. So whenever like you get to like an English translation, right? Persona games are a part of it. English translation, you can hear the name more frequently, like Prokal's name. This is related to the comment that I made earlier about it makes Prokal feel like that emote that he showed me. However, it's one of those things where you're addressing someone, even if you're talking directly towards them, it's almost counterintuitive because it's being opposite. You're trying to not say, hey, you. It's like, well, who's you? Hey, are you paying attention? It's more like, hey, Prokal, or hey, Coffers, are you like this, right? Even though we are still talking to each other, right? It's a fun little idiosyncrasy that occurs quite often. And when a Japanese game is translated into English, and then the voice actors who voice animated characters or even speak live action, whatever they're doing when they're speaking in English, you will hear their voice. You will hear their name far more frequently if it's translated from Japanese. So like that idiosyncrasy can be a little bit off-putting, or people would say it's off-putting because it occurs very frequently. Like, Sakura-chan thinks this is the way, but Ken senpai thinks it's this way. We should ask. So instead of saying like we should ask the teacher, oftentimes they would say let's ask the person's name, right? Like Ken's, Amada sensei. Let's ask Amada sensei, despite being like in the same room, or like, right? Or I could be talking and three people could be talking, and like Coffers is standing here and it's like Coffers thinks this, even though they're right here. Instead of going and turning around and saying you think this, that's too direct. And that's what happens in Japanese conversations. People mention their names very often. So when you're having multiple people in the room, you are still going to use their names more frequently instead of like using pronouns like, oh, he thinks, you know, like pointing to the imaginary Kaffers, like, he thinks this is cool. No, it's more like Kaffers thinks this is cool, despite being there. Or even if I'm talking to Kaffers, I was like, Kaffer, I can still refer to him, and that would be a more natural thing, at least more natural than the English one. Right, and that, 私はお酒が大好き, right? Yeah, because Yuka and Lisa are talking to each other, and we're gonna guess Yuka, this is Yuka, this is probably Lisa. So Lisa, no, yes, yeah, so Yuka said, hey Lisa-san, even though they're standing they're right next to each other talking to each other. Right, that's one thing that I'm not sure if they're gonna cover. It is a very classical pattern that you can hear in English. It's a far more vivid in English because, or like for some people who watch anime, when they're listening to like English dubs, when the anime gets dubbed in English, you hear names very, very frequently. And since san, kun, senpai, chan don't also occur very often in English, it gets exaggerated too, because you're gonna hear like Ken-kun, right? I don't know, Tanamura-san over and over again, largely because that is how they it's a little bit ironic or counterintuitive. It's being less direct, much less direct. So the intent is like the opposite of what the effect is. Oftentimes when I interact with English speakers from a westernized culture, like it almost feels like it's more direct, like calling someone out by name. Like if I say Kaffers, suddenly he's like, what did I do? And then in my opinion, in Japanese sense, it's actually trying to not call you out directly by saying, hey you, are you listening? Right? Or hey you like video games? No, it's more like Kaffers likes video games. So you're referring to someone in the distance or like someone else. Like Kaffers doesn't have to acknowledge that that's him. I think that's one of the fun little things that I see whenever like people are interacting with anime. Like, oh man, why is it so cringe in English? Why do they keep saying each other's names and talking about each other like they're in third person or something? Like they're trying to be indirect. At least that's how I feel. They try to be indirect. Like if you don't want to refer to yourself and you refer to yourself in the third person, you're trying to be indirect about yourself. Like if I give an example, oh, a hypothetical situation. Say a stranger comes up to me and says, oh, Maku, what do you think about this? I'm referring to myself in the third person. You could say, oh, imagine if a stranger came up to me, right? And then frame everything as I. Like, I do this, I would do that. Third person typically means that you're distancing yourself from this hypothetical person. So I think that's the closest thing I can do to kind of display why, at least how I feel or interpret Japanese people use the naming convention. you can be talking to someone directly and they can still address you by your name to get your attention, or like to try to address you. It's a lot more comfortable if they're using your name because it's kind of distancing yourself from being direct. It's a weird little quirk. I think for the most part, it's felt in the English dub of things, especially high school anime. Like high school anime, when you're in like a classroom environment, the odds of that type of speech, like trying to not be too direct and talk about people indirectly, you use their names. You do not like refer to them very friendly like and saying he, she as though you know them and personable and whatnot. So you can observe that quite readily in Persona games. And when I'm reading them, the subtitles are very similar, at least for P3. I'm not sure about P5R, which is like the more modernization. They might consider having English writers to interpret the subtitles or interpret the lines for speech purposes at a compromise, like to compromise between the Japanese setting and the capturing the interpretive feeling of English. I don't know if they went as far as that. Like a Dragon games, the RGG crew tries to do that. They try to create an analogous feeling of English by making a compromise of the idea that those characters are technically still Japanese characters or Chinese characters. Or like for me, some of the Chinese characters behave like Japanese characters, or they speak like Japanese characters in Chinese. So, and then the English, there are various characters that sound like they're still there, you know, Japanese characters speaking English things about Japanese things. So like they use the English to transliterate Japanese versus finding it an analogous thing, which is what I talked about today. So I'm going to end the Bunpro thing here as a way. When I was talking about my short story with my father about asking what does passed away mean in American English, right? Passed away, and trying to capture that feeling, it would come off as a slight unnatural way of using Chinese. However, it's a compromise. It's a compromise between English, my understanding of English and the culture of the English-speaking context that I have, and the Chinese-related context that I have. So that meets middle way. So it's neither going to be perfect for the native speaker in either case, right? 不在了 literally could mean like they're not here, but in the context of death, it can refer to someone no longer existing. That's kind of the deal, and I absolutely love talking about these things along with video games, right? Analyzing video games, motivation be darn, or prevention. It raises a lot of points. Like, if I'm talking about stuff that encourages someone to do things, what does it say about me? And how does that compare to someone who likes to frame things in a way of discouraging or preventing someone from doing something? It's a very important thing to notice, at least in my opinion. And juxtaposing them, like me and Procol have obviously differing priorities when it comes to interpreting what is considered motivation. Usually I would be very proactive. I would think about all the reasons for me to play a game versus all the obstacles a game may present for me, like, or goals. For example, like a video game can be seen as a challenge or an opportunity. that is a great place to leave it, to let others think about it. I have maybe a 4 or 5 hour presentation that I could do about the difference between seeing video games as an opportunity versus video games as a challenge to be overcome. So, like, video games either present you with obstacles that are getting in your way, and overcoming those obstacles give you reward for that. So that would be a motivation. The motivation is to overcome the obstacles the video game presents. And for me, my major motivations for video games is to look at what incentivizes a person to play and continue playing despite the obstacles. Like, so the focus is not on the obstacles, but the moment to moment, what keeps a person going. It could be the obstacles, so it could end up being one and the same. The focus is that I want to play a game for a reason, not for all the reason, not necessarily focusing on all the reasons that would stop me from playing or stop me from doing something. Largely because I think gaming is a privilege, and learning, like, sharing a moment and playing a video game with someone is a privilege, not like an entitlement or like a source of reward. Or it can be a source of reward, obviously. The idea is I prefer to have a motivation that grants me opportunities as opposed to seeing if I can complete it. I know that's kind of a little ironically coming from someone who likes to collect achievements. I like collecting achievements. If I can't collect the achievement, it doesn't destroy my motivation. That's one of those things. Like, if you talk to a Steam achiever, right? Like a person who collects achievements, or like a person who collects, it's not for all games. However, I already talked about my bane, which is live service games. Live service games, when you can't do something, you can't do it anymore. That sucks. So, like, if the time ran out, you can't do it anymore. If the time passed, like FOMO. FOMO is one of the things that I'm making a comment about. The really big deep cut here is about the idea of FOMO. I like to be motivated by something not FOMO most of the time. So if someone asks me to play a game and it's a game they like, that would be my major source of motivation. Otherwise, when I choose to play a game, if I had to explain why I choose to play a game, it would be a motivation that is in line, or at least what I foresee is in line with the game. If the game is designed so that it is only rewarding in the sense of its accomplishment, I'll still play it. The idea is when I'll play it would be secondary. Do you have to beat a game to be satisfied with the video game? Coffers can answer that. Sorry, Coffers. Like, do you have to 100% a game to feel satisfied with a game? That's the type of thing I was talking about earlier. Know what you're motivated by, because for me, I hope that there are people who play things to make them happy and not play things because they have to in order to be happy. So, like, playing a video game and not being able to 100% it makes that person upset, versus playing a game and having the opportunity to 100% it. And if you can't, you still played the game and had fun. Different sources of motivation. The motivation that, in my opinion, that Procol was emphasizing is the accessibility of the game to be rewarding. I was talking about the reason to play a game regardless if there are obstacles in the way. So, like, the design philosophy of why you would play. You would pick up Power World if you like to collect things, and you would more likely pick up Subnautica if you like to explore things. There are plenty of, and I would even argue that Power World's design is far more addicting and therefore like far more motivating. It's far more motivating to constantly hoard things in this day and age. And if I have any evidence to support that, well, look at the traffic. Look at the bandwidth traffic between Power World and Subnautica. I absolutely love Subnautica. I haven't played Power World. I see people loving Power World as much as they like Subnautica, and vice versa. There are people who play both. The idea is the traffic tells a very different tale. Power World is like on another magnitude compared to Subnautica. Now, there's enough time for both if you play Subnautica first, at least in my opinion, personally. If there was an order, if someone's like, well, which one should I play first? Probably Subnautica first, because then you can reserve all the time you want for Power World. And that's what I meant by the time thing, just to clarify. To clarify that the time sink is very real for Power World. Kudos to the developers of Power World, right? And no shade at Subnautica. Subnautica does what the developers want. It's recognized based on their design. It's kind of like being angry at a video game for taking up too much of your time. Well, was it intended? Was it the design? I think Power World's nailed it. Much like Terraria, Stardew Valley. I know Stardew Valley is not a sandbox survival thing. Stardew Valley is the other extreme where you're talking about building, collecting, amassing, hoarding in a casual sim game. All right. SRS, what are you doing? Like, and then we're gonna tie it back to Bunpro. So, what does SRS have to do with Power World? XP? What does Bunpro have to do with achievements? Badges? What does the addictive quality of collecting do? Badges, completion, progress, trackers. And then when you think about Subnautica, they come streamlined. The number can keep going up in a meaningful way in games that focus on collecting versus aka gamification, right? The idea is gamification. So the strategies that make someone sink more and more time into things is make the number go up. There's less consistency and time sink when you're investing and designing something with a finite like a vertical progression. When a game is focused on vertical progression, it can be tough to keep on vertical stacking. When you think of a horizontal way, that's a great way to present this. N5, N4, N3, N2, N1, and then have all of the stuff segregated. So then, despite N5, N4, N3, N2, and N1 being a vertical progression, which, by the way, it doesn't stop people from thinking that if you're N3, you don't need to know N5 or N4 anymore because of vertical progression perspective. However, when you look at the numbers, it's all of the above. You're collecting grammar points. You're trying to complete the grammar points. And as that number goes up, it feels good. And if they add, in the future, if they add N0 or something like, now it's miscellaneous, N miscellaneous or unclassified, they can add another number. And it will increase the lifespan of collecting. You know, collecting legacy. That's, in my opinion, the deepest of cuts, which is what the internet has normalized. Collecting likes, collecting views, collecting friends, currency. XP is a currency. So is exploration. However, one is way more finite when it comes to the development cycle than the other. JRPGs definitely is a testament to that. Like, how do you increase the lifespan of a JRPG? Increase the level cap. Sufficient. How do you increase the lifespan of Subnautica? You have to design a new environment. Alright. Anyways. With that said, that's the end of Bunpro. We are a little bit behind. Again, gamble on people. To echo the long digression from yesterday, gamble on people. Always invest on people. I think at any other given day, I can make the number go up, right? I can consume more content, right? Or this discussion is worth having, always. Right. So until next time, that's a wrap for my Bunpro session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Or listen to it, I suppose. Nowadays, I feel like it's more of a listening exercise than watching anything. So if you're gonna listen to this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. Go at your pace. Or engage with Bunpro in your way. Come on by. You're always welcome to yap and tell me how you differ in engaging and integrating all of things you learn from Bunpro. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Nite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第549天. This is day 549. Let's get right quick into this. It's gonna be an abbreviated session, so we can hop into P3P a bit today. We'll probably skip over the active recall and let's go check our lessons that we
跟腱
跟腱. Oh, that's right. 腱 for tendon. I am very unsure of which body part this was, and it's a tendon, not the muscles, right? Although I'm not entirely sure how flexible 腱 is when it comes to like combining with something else. It could still refer to a muscle, but tendon is the one. And I thought typically when I think of tendon, I think of the Achilles heel, right? And that's where I chose this 跟腱. Although this says heel tendon of mammals, an Achilles tendon, right?
跟腱
Speaking of Achilles, the Odyssey.
归期
龟崎, it's topical, very topical. 龟崎, so 龟 lost the reed, and the reed was a pivot. It was a 50-50. Gui and Gui lost that. Gui, and then witch tone, which is on the outside, and it's a bit weak on the definition side. Qi is weird or strange, and I'm picking this because of the Japanese usage of this, where when something is strange or marvelous, it is also unique and magnificent, like in a positive way, as opposed to strange in a weird way, like a negative way, like off-putting way. So hopefully that's okay. And Qi is a bit of a weak read, largely because it's kind of a 50-50 on the reading side of things.
归期
So we'll see if that works.
略取
It's kind of like the character Miao, or like wonderful. It could be also strange and unique. 略取 is rough. Lue wrecks me every time. It looks like either jiang or liang in ang basically. However, it's none of those things. It's lue, so it's the exception. Lue, this character right here, this radical here has a ang to it. So jiang, liang would be the two primaries. And it just pivots to lue. So it's got to be the fingers, and it's got to be getting your fingers on capital to plunder, right? To plunder, you get your fingers on capital. Although this is usually referring to like the mnemonic is the capital building or the capital location. Just pivot with capital as well. And chi will help because plundering is an act of taking. So I think next to how difficult the lue is exotic. Li is very exotic, and combining with lue is fairly exotic, and it doesn't agree with the radicals, and then the complementary finger thing does help with plunder, actually. So it's one of those exotic reads with a far exotic pivot. Chi will help reinforce plunder because it's taking. So hopefully got some good
略
reinforcements.
取陨落
Ying is classically tough. It's actually one of the older characters, and I still have toughness with it because it has member in it. I remember gets lumped with Xing and Ying. Xing being damage. Yep. Um, this radical is fairly weak. Any of the hill radicals are pretty tough. Like the characters with the hill. A hill is a location, and most of the mnemonics already have a location. So stacking on top of another location can create interference for me. So at the moment, it's kind of tough. However, Ying, it's going to be a 50-50. Ying, Xing, Ying. Oh, there's also Chen, but Chen is now off to the Chen and Chen. Yep. And Yuan. Those are pretty solid. Ying is not. And the meaning is pretty tough too, because the mnemonic is hard to elicit fall. So what better way to help it is couple it with a very strong character, Luo, or fall. In fact, Luo was so strong that low, I dropped low yesterday for leak. Low. Anyways, I think this was very strong helper here.
陨落
Interesting. It didn't take to fall, not to fall down.
陨落归期 跟腱
Oh, tendon, not heel. Oh, it's called the Achilles heel, not tendon. Oh man. So it's slightly off. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Yeah.
猎取
It's Achilles heel, not tendon. Okay. Alright. Time to do my hydrate cycle. Hydrate cycle for the pinwheel of death. Wheel of death. Oh man, the hydrate feels good. I have a soreness in the back of my throat from the long day-to-day operations this week. What do I think is xian?
线
It's a pustule? No, it's not a pustule. It's something like that though. Can't think of anything other than pus. It's not pus. Something to do with the yeah, gland. That's a tough one. And we already have sweat gland in. Eh? Lian. Where's it? Lan. Letter is, yeah. Ooh. Oh no. Is it Lian?
练
And it's like pining or something like that. I don't know. I can't think of another word. Like yearn for stuff. Enamored. Yeah. Loved. I should have just stuck with love. Love would have worked.
迫
It's like press or oppress or urge. I'm gonna say press. Or compel, that's fine.
叠
Oh no. Is it a bug thing? The question is, are you a bug? Are you a butterfly?
Jing. Jiao. Yi.
Heck. It's not also. Also is the other thing. Yeah. It's go. Yeah. Kind of like chess. I need to lump chess and go together. Actually, are they together? Hold up. Is chess and go together? Oh, yeah, no. I mean, it is. Like, in terms of games, but not quite what I'm looking for. Oh, there's Dui to play. Oh, well, we have those. Yeah, no. No luck. Yeah, no, yeah, no. Did I literally say what gland or organ? Oh, no. What is the elbow grease? Why do I think it's foo or something like that? This is no dice. Allow. What do we have? Oh, you know what? That's pretty good. That's a pretty good vocabulary. My mnemonic isn't good though. Oh, he's bound by. What? Oh, it's Lan, not Lian. Rot. Lian is lettering as well. However, it's lettering without the door, right? Or just the letter itself. The definition's fine.
Qi.
Alright.
Yun.
We need to make more sentences.
Li.
Heck, Li. Oh, is this yeah, it's English mile. It's mile plus the English indicator. 50-50 on that one though.
Lan.
Huh. Oh. It's probably an utterance. Let's go. Oh, well, what do we got for O? Nothing. Yeah, because it's just an ender or explanatory. Why do I think this is
Wei.
heck? What is this? I wanted to say it's only, right? Yeah, okay. That's a pivot. This is one of the utility ones. Oh no. I want to say it's. Oh man. Double brothers cross, then it's gotta be. Duh is double as well. What is it? doubling. And then there's swan. There's also swan for doubling. Jie is also double. Is xie a double? I think xie is a double. This is a double brother. Oops.
惊 bow
What the water? What is that? Oh, I have something. I have like one.
罐
Oh, maybe it's like a jar or that, or a tank. Oh no, it's washing the tank. Dang it. Or washing the dishes and stuff. Wait, do I have a... No, we can do... There's definitely something with wash. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Wait, what were the other choices? A wash bowl. Wash window. I think this is N. But what does that mean? Oh no. Probably Nian. Oh, we can have a twist too. Twist. There are quite a lot of extra characters for twist. And it's not even... Oh my goodness. Doesn't even get used. It's a proper noun. For now. You know what? We're just gonna add Nian. Like Nian. If it's a proper noun, I'm just gonna write Nian. For the placeholder.
宝
That's either you know it or not.
换
This one's okay. Oh, that's just to burn, like glowing. I mean, shine is fine. I was gonna say it might have something to do with burning too. Like burning brightly. I don't know about go. Was that alarm? What was it? Like a alarm thing? Either ying or I can knowledge. Okay. The bugle thing doesn't work. We gotta go away from bugle. How do we not bugle this up? Yeah, see, I picked zhi because the or jia, like a zhi, but they're all zhis, so wrong location. I was thinking of zhi. Oh man, it's the one. I was thinking of job, but wrong location. I typed zhe instead of zhi. Knowledge. 是 close to 知. Job, alright. Simple. And condense. I can't compress it. It's nothing to compress. Young. 认识. Yeah, 认识. You what? Got to how to interpret the bottom part for this. You'll say it. Why do you look so weird? Are you a tree? Are you... How do I break this up? Rip. No B. How is it broken up? A beanstalk? Oh, heck no. No. We're gonna try something different. I see a cross and a wired mesh. Wait. I have to double check. I think wired mesh actually has two. But that doesn't work. A fence. No, fence doesn't work either. What is... Oh, turf. What I'm thinking. Turf. So I see turf and a cross. Okay. Okay. Bigfoot. House. Cleaning up after leaving. Flower. Oh, I see it. Completing. Okay.
Ting.
That's a weird one.
Show.
That's okay. Heck. Jen for loyal. What is the difference between Jewel and gun? Oh, it's a fail 50. It's a stick. Oh, it's a sunflower.
S.
Oh no. Real. Oh, it's horse.
是
Perfect.
B.
Immediately, I'm feeling like a G. And then I have no idea.
举
That olive. Dang it. Probably a beech tree. Heck.
真 年
Ah! It's fool? Bat? Hmm.
瓜 五
What? I want to say it's da. Send help! It's da. Okay, ladder. It's okay.
搭
Oh, you. Oh, wait. I'm gonna say
陈
Yo, what? Oh, is it like... No, it's not hood. It's xia. Oh, no, wait. Oh, it is the same thing. Oh. I added an N. That's a poor reflex. Can I get crafty with something? Hui xia. Oh, hui xia is pretty... I'll take hui xia, or actually jiao xia is pretty good. Hui is lesser. I have less use of huis. Or wisdom or intelligence. Yo, what? Oh man, some part of me want to type mu, and some part of me want to type xiang. See, that's a problem. I messed up. This is C, or like breath. The definitions. This makes me want to type Chung. What else could it be? Oh, no, wait.
Chan.
Maybe like elaborate. Dang it, it's expound. Oh no, it's a shovel. Okay. It's fine. It is a thing.
Xi.
Oh, dang it, it's daughter-in-law. Not nephew, daughter. The car. The car. Oh.
Zhan.
That's a weird one. Some part of me want to type C right away. Yeah, right away. Doesn't see. Oh, there is a little bit of a yi going on too. Dang it. You see? I lied to myself. Oh no, I did it again. That's my fault. This is where I thought it was.
Zang. Gang.
But, oh no, that's an outline or guiding principle. Ooh, yeah. It is take a long. I jumped the gun on this. We're moving. We're gonna reserve the family tree thing for another time. Nope. Yes.
Yuan.
And it's gone. Probably ape. I think we can probably do ape and monkey. Yep. Yen. Yeah, yen ho. Which what ends up apes and monkeys? Yeah.
Fu. Hui.
That one's rough. Oh no. Is it ka or ka? Or ka?
Ka.
Is it like black? Oh goodness me. All right, folks. We're gonna skip on the active recall today, largely because I indulged. We had a guest today, a bunch of yaps, talk about a lot of interesting things, especially motivation. You know, am I running from responsibility? I feel like I'm running from responsibility. What time is it? 1 a.m. Not running from responsibilities. Let's keep on the horse. Can't stop, won't stop, right? Alright. Why not? I don't think I've said this so many times, like, oh, we're gonna skip. Nah. Oh, Untong goes smoothly. 话多，打球，车什么？车员 ，art shaft， 阁僚是什么 ？cabinet member， 非常 Jove， 融雪 ，melting snow， 上校 ，mock， 飞镖 ，darts。愣住 dumbfounded 漱洗 wash face rinse mouth 拍脚 armor 毅力 gorgeous 惊羡 admire 布景 fasten around tightly with a hoop 镰刀 sickle 懊丧 dejected 羔羊 praise 马鞍 battle 黑莓 blackberry 黝黑 dark 痔疮 hemorrhoids 正义 pedagogy 嵌入 insert 合理 beaver 马鼠哦是马鼠马鼠 mochi 要家 run away from home 关系 relations 晋级 promotion 烟熏 smoke 衰朽 decaying 很可 bumpy 擒获 apprehend 迥转 predicaments 惊悚惊悚 or一喷 sneeze 元气元气元气 permits 大 simple 淡薄 thin 休憩 rest 缠结 to coil around 语音语音是什么？是什么？语音 as the saying goes, or something like that. Mule. Mule. Error. Danlan. Azure. Dongjing. On love. Unsure. Make public. 容注 no 容罪 verbose 一年 next year 爱猪 you're the boar惆怅 or 惆怅 reward 诅咒 curse 陨落 fall down 挥起 magnificent 掠取 under 跟腱 Achilles tendon. Alright, we did it. Let's go. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this there, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, keep each other motivated. As always, until next time. 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'll take a quick break. I'll be right back for some more P3P. Alright. Thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back to our 10th session of P3P. You're a heckin' pepperoni coffers. All right. Let's see. So yesterday we had a really long discussion during our Tartarus section about the hybrid or mixing of discussing spiritualism. Then that kind of went into the discussion about arguments, right? Sensitivity, training, politeness, and opinions, entitlement led to Beth sharing her exhaustion or her comforts of Japanese politeness, which then delve into the nuances of the exercise of honne and tatemae, right? Tatemae, and inferring the idea that politeness, the goal and core of Japanese politeness, is actually to remove the exhaustion of emotional expression or emotional impact and expression in public personas, right? And that may make it so that it is overall a pleasant thing. It lowers the burden of emotional baggage, and it's constantly about decorums that reduce the impact or the exhaustion, the fear and exhaustion from expressing emotional opinions and emotional things. And that is not for the reasons why it is a great discipline, so that you do not burden others with your practice of expressing your opinions. It can both be misconstrued, from a Japanese perspective, so to speak. To a Westerner, it can see Westerners' quote unquote westernization of things, opinions, as exhausting or potentially rude, like far direct, right? In contrast, that's like a for that reason, it also means that they do not express their emotion. The intent is also misconstrued in both directions. A Westerner, I was offering the devil's advocate in that argument in as a portrayal. A Westerner would desire to project that the politeness is coming from a place of emotional demonstration. However, it's both double-edged. It often leads to a misconception, in my opinion, that one can not only is one not direct, right, to preserve emotional projection in public, both Japanese and by extension to a nuanced extent in China, because it is less exhausting and less emotional to be polite and reducing the burden, the focus of reducing the burden of sharing your feelings, it also is not, it's not the cake and eat it situation. Not because it is less exhausting and you're trying to remove emotional entanglements and burdening of interactions of people's own opinions and directness, that also means that you cannot infer their emotions in it, right? Not the cake and eat it situation where the exercise of removing one's emotions in order to be polite and disciplined allows you to somehow understand the person's emotions. That is at odds with each other. So that was kind of the contrast that I was attempting to make. It is exhausting and potentially rude and direct in the westernized world when people consistently, directly, and explosively express their emotional opinions. That also means that it allows one to understand their feelings as well, and it's exhausting. And then it's the opposite when you're trying to be polite and remove the exercise. The discipline is to remove the emotional burden so that it's less exhausting. Is to avoid emotional entanglement. That also means that in those situations, one cannot unlikely or less likely to interpret emotions from it. So it's typically both a double whammy from a westernized perspective, that being polite correlates with not being upset or not being like, not having opinions and not feeling emotions. It's the absence of it. So you can't infer. It's very difficult to infer. Trade-offs, right? Pros and cons. That was the main core of our discussion. And how does this relate to Persona 3? Persona 3 presents most of these cases in high school at a very early age. All of the writing obviously is dealing with people who are much older than high school students, but many of the topics that are revolve around Persona deals with the problems or maybe the shortcomings or the desirable, the pros and cons of all of the like Japanese type of cultural things. And by sheer coincidence, to summarize, to touch upon some of the stuff that happened yesterday in our Persona game, right? We did our Tartarus thing eventually, and then we proceeded with the story. And one of the social links that we furthered was Saudi the Hermit's one. And that was a great way to illustrate the usual tales of anime and Japanese culture. The idea that the decorum is to suppress and be stoic in a public space. It is very inappropriate and often taboo and very tough to express emotional things in public. So in Saudi, we're at rank 9. We didn't see what the ending is yet, but at rank 9, you as an MC, a bit of wish fulfillment, kind of nudged her a little bit to broadcast her feelings, her emotional feelings. So she apologized. She said that is a lie, and then she was reprimanded by teacher. But then the interesting thing is some of the teachers in Persona are a bit unhinged. And when I mean unhinged, I don't particularly mean from a westernized perspective. I think a westernized perspective would find Persona, especially Persona games, a little bit more progressive. Thanks. Like what the two teachers, right? I forgot their name. Maybe Onishi and Toriyumi. I think Toriyumi. So those two teachers, they're a bit more outspoken, and that can resonate a lot better with coincidentally, if not coincidentally, that was a little bit of more wish fulfillment. And the way your MC encouraged, slightly pushed Saori to go and run into the PA room and express their emotions, that is very uncharacteristic. It's quite progressive for Japanese, a Japanese environment. And that's what I mean. From a Western perspective, you want, in my opinion, one wants to project, as in it is exhausting. People are very direct and they're likely more expressive with their emotional outputs. However, it's both exhausting and rewarding. If it's negative, there's a disagreement in it. If it's positive, that it's a stressful but positive stress of sharing emotions. That's a westernization. In Eastern cultures, especially Japan, with their very strong homogenization of their protocols, the idea of politeness is one to minimize emotions. So, at least in my opinion, or how I feel connected to Persona 3. Like when I was a teenager, I felt like the MC. So I kind of shared this with Kalfers a little bit. Persona 3 means a lot to me in the sense that it made me feel like someone else understood what it's like to grow up under a Chinese household, in the United States. You are like, it's not a perfect overlap between Chinese values and Japanese values. However, 面子, the face culture, right? 面子's like practice is very much reflecting the tatemae and honne situation, where you're trying to separate your emotions from your public face, your 面子. And that also means that in times of like, there are a few exceptions in Chinese culture. However, during most of the times, most of the issues, you are not to be blunt. You are not to be forward with emotions. The practice is to ever be separated from your emotions when you're the tatemae, your face in public. So you are not to express your emotions. So whether you are angry or upset or dissatisfied or disappointed, a Westerner may interpret the politeness as a projection of emotions. Usually that is a little bit of a miscommunication, just as much as finding emotional outbursts as a form of honesty, right? So it happens on both. The lack of emotions is not the same as a politeness that's executed on a lack of emotions is not a way to know what they're feeling. So that's kind of one of the trade-offs. It's pros and cons. Either system is desirable. And I did concede yesterday that I embrace a lot of my parents' values. Now here's a little fun little tidbit, which may be Persona 6 in the future, because P5X had a Chinese character in there. Maybe they'll explore a bit of the contrasts and nuances between Chinese and Japanese face culture. For Chinese, there's a couple topics that, at least from my personal experience, not living in China, but personal experience being around family members that are from China, there are a couple topics that even like Chinese people are very blunt. Like, they do impart emotion on it, and this one can be separated from Japanese quite vividly. It's cherry picking, but I want to illustrate a point. In the matters of family, like family decorum, relations, and status, that can be like really blunt. So while there's 面子 to be like maintaining the face, right, and proper decorum and separation, family, you can probably find significant number of instances where China separates, like Chinese culture separates from Japanese, and Chinese typically do not bite their tongue or be polite when it comes to family. So whenever you do something like disgraceful or something that's potentially disrespectful to the family unit, bluntness, you can find evidence, like significant evidence, where that's when the 面子 falls down. Like they drop the politeness and tell you like it is, right? So there are few exceptions that Japanese are consistently still even more disciplined in that way, where like if someone like says your family is garbage, it's of low standard, you bite your tongue if that is a superior to you, right? If that person is superior to you, you bite your tongue. You separate your emotions from your public appeal. You lick boots as long as it helps you in the long run, and it reduces emotional stress between anyone, so you do not create conflict. And that was what Saori was about. In fact, a lot of the Persona social links, since you're the stranger, right? You're the MC, you are the stranger. You always say the right things. So like going back to the whole why P3 was such an important game to me when I was 18 years old, you know, at the cusp of leaving high school. Actually, I might have already gone to college then too. Um, I I I resonated with the MC. The MC felt like it was just telling my story, like not like the whole persona thing. I'm talking about the social aspect, right? You I didn't think Makoto, and by extension Shiomi, was a unique character, like someone that fulfills wishes or you want to be them popular. I liked the character because I got to experience everything else. It was like living through the lens of someone finally gets it situation. Like the people at ATLUS are writing something that gets me. Coincidentally, I'm not saying they wrote the game to pander to an Asian American. They wrote the game to illustrate all the things, the pros and cons of behaving like a Japanese character, right? Like a Japanese person who is willing to listen and nudge people along by being present. That was what I did when I was younger. It's not the way I operate now because I've grown up, I went to college, I have a bunch of friends who are part of different cultures, Westernized and Eastern cultures. So I can play ball. Now I can be direct, who needs direct affection, or like be emotionally inclined forward when someone else's culture is more westernized. However, my default when I was a young kid was I did exactly what the Makoto MC did. And in the scape of games nowadays, you can see from P3 to P4 to P5, especially P5 embraced vigilantism, right? It's become more and more progressive. It's become more and more showing that youth is being more progressive. They're more proactive now, as opposed to stoic and silent and voiceless. So when I played like P3 on the PS2, I thought it was incredibly mundane. Like Makoto was an incredibly mundane character, and I felt really close to it. Like we're talking about mundane in not a bad way. Where I felt that Makoto is a boring, voiceless people pleaser that always says the right things but does very little to help people solve their problem other than do the one thing that is expected of them to help when it's in the context of Japanese and Chinese by extension area. Japanese and Chinese, one of the solutions or one of the things that are like this, people want someone to listen to, like care about them, like be there for them, because the social pressures of removing your emotions from everything at a young age is difficult to have. Now, why am I talking about this? Because Persona 3 and all the Persona games are now far more topical now, and they are becoming more and more progressive. Basically, they're wish fulfillments. I think one of the greatest draws of Persona 3, especially now in Persona 4 and 5 and even 6, is that by sheer coincidence, topically in this day of age, right, on the net, that's where ATLUS presents most of its media now, it represents by coincidence the same feeling. So now people are resonating with the feeling of the MC and their wish fulfillment that the MC has. So Makoto, you want everyone to be your friend. You want to always know what to say, and you want all your friends around you to be able to fix their own problems while you sit there and nudge them along. And then you want to be the hero. So P3 to P4 to P5, it became progressively more active. So the characters become more and more involved, like more vigilantism. Like, I know I haven't played all of P4, and then I haven't played any of P5. However, from P5X, the portrayal, P5 is like a taboo, basically. Like having kids, like school kids, think that they can take action over the agency of adults. Like they know better. They can take action because they are pure of heart. That's a more of a progressive line of thinking that P3 does not have yet, because this was like 20 years ago, right? It's slowly, Japan, in my opinion, has, for the internet, has a larger and larger portrayal of progressive thought, which in Japan, progressive thought is heavily westernized. And that's not to say that I know what's happening in Japan. The idea is when they're making video games and they want to reach a large audience, a lot of the characters have wish fulfillment or resonating points. And that makes P5R feel far more westernized. Like for me, when I was growing up, when I look at vigilantism, I think Americans, Americanization, like young kids thinking they know better than the adults. They don't bite their tongue and obey their adult like their seniority. They buck and take action against what they feel are wrong. To me, that is wish fulfillment from a westernized standpoint, and wish fulfillment for now, the current state, in my opinion, of Japan, when you think of the kind of dissonance that's happening between the youth culture and the seniority of Japan, right? And that can very well be fueled by the intermixing of the internet, like the, Japan mixing and learning about portrayals of the United States or the UK and other westernized takes, where young people take far more action, right? P3 hasn't gone there yet. P3 is illustrating the passiveness of most things, and there's still some level of wish fulfillment. So to me, I think P3 is attractive back then and now to a Western audience because it's wish fulfillment. Many people desired to be an MC who can walk around always saying the right thing, doing the right things, even though the MC is lost in their ways or everyone's lost in their ways. Somehow all of it always works out. It works out. It's very momentous, buck at death because life has lots of great moments. Meanwhile, when I was playing P3 as a teenager, my first thought is like, wow, this game really gets me. And then the parts where you like nudge the person along, that's the parts that I had problems with. Because you don't do that. You don't just storm the PA room, for example, Saori's thing. You don't just storm the PA room and do whatever you want. There's a chain of command. In fact, oftentimes the teachers are a bit unhinged the way they're written, because teachers are stoic. They are they lock up all of their impressions and their personalities. The way the English is written, at least in the P3P port, all the teachers have really expressive personalities, which to me is not the real thing. Like, and it's not that the real thing is good or bad. Oftentimes, video games make wish fulfillment to make it engaging, and that's why you play video games. It's escapism. So, with the way the two teachers reacted to like kind of like sock it to the male teacher, Ekoda-san, right? Ekoda sensei. That's like that's unhinged. When I think about when I was younger, that's very unhinged. It's something that I wouldn't understand until much later in my life. So when I became like mid-20s and I was exposed to other types of liberal thought, like liberal thought in the United States, now I can appreciate why this is so attractive as wish fulfillment. I played P3 because I thought, man, that's exactly how I feel most of the time. I spend most of my time people pleasing, and that gives me reward. I love seeing people happy. That's why salary hits a pretty big note. I love seeing people happy. I love being needed. So when I was younger, I was the person who goes around maintaining like 16 to 20 different social links and 5 different cliques, and those cliques like hate each other. So if I ever get found that I'm part of one clique and another clique, I just want to fit in. Like I want to be there, listen to things. So most of the time I listened. In fact, it is hard for me to know if anyone even remembered the things I said in high school. I was invisible, right? You wanted to be invisible. That is the idea, the essence of being a Japanese high school student as portrayed 20 years ago. You want to be invisible. You don't want to draw attention to yourself. Whenever you speak and someone listens to you, you're giving credit to them. You are trying to encourage them. They are the solution to their own problem. Occasionally you might nudge, but the salary one, that was a hard nudge. And P5R is the hard nudge. So P5R is tough for me as to understand value. Vigilantism is something, a place of pride and arrogance too. So especially from a young perspective, right? So that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. It's in the vein of most of the Persona games. Like I literally felt like Makoto, a voiceless protagonist who tries to fit in as much as possible and maintain as many social links as possible and only say the right things. Do not stir and instigate and push people to action. You are there to listen, because the people around you are more than capable of fixing their own problems, solving their own solutions, coming to the realization of their own feelings, emotions, and whatnot. The secret sauce is that when you're an MC that does the thing that Japanese people don't really do for each other very often, which is to listen and provide emotional support. That was the key to most of your social links. What does Makoto and Shiomi do? You pick the right encouragement and be there for them. And every character does their thing. So nearly all of the social links, they find out how to work out their problems themselves. And it is you that get the reward of seeing them succeed. And that's why I really like Persona 3. When I was a teenager, that's how I felt. What gave my life meaning is to be present and allow people to succeed because I'm there cheering them on. And that's how I expressed myself when I was a younger kid. And when high school is gone, I would be surprised if anyone ever remembers me. And it didn't matter, right? That's the whole existential crises thing, the life and stuff. When high school is over, I'd be surprised if anyone knew I even existed. The idea is those memories were great to me because then I get to see, oh yeah, I remember this kid. This kid, super successful now, working for NASA. Like, I talk about all of my life, like, stories in high school, how I was like depressed and fitting in, getting discriminated against, like bullying and stuff. I talk about it like moments of cherished reflection because I was there. That's how I look at it. And that's what I feel captures the core of Persona 3. When you're gone, and you're gone as in like, you don't have to literally, this is a bit of a spoiler because I played Persona 3. When you're gone, both figuratively and literally, the marks you leave behind isn't the only thing that defines you. It's what you ended up using your time for. it creates meaning to your life, right? So in that way, if you can touch people's souls and create memories with them, they can also carry on your legacy. So P3 does hit a particular resonating spot, and P4 becomes a little less relatable for me in this sense, but it becomes more relatable to me on my future, my adulthood, like my midlife, or not my midlife, but my young adulthood, where I became more proactive. And in P5, right now, through the lens of P5X, like the little sparsing things, the teasers, they're incredibly proactive. It's so progressive, right? It's incredibly progressive to have a bunch of high school students doing wish fulfillment by completely reconditioning and rewriting adults' potential. It's wish fulfillment because you can change literally the heart of an aging adult. That is romantic. It's incredibly romantic, and it appeals to a Western audience as well as the wish fulfillment of the younger audience in Japan, right? Or even China at this point. So that's kind of the deep cut here from yesterday's discussion. I was quite invested in it. All right, and another thing to highlight from yesterday, we did see the conclusion of Shinjiro. Shinjiro conclusion was to look out for his big bro, right? And the realization that life is short, and he was trying to close the chapter in his life, find closure. That's what the Moon Arcana was emphasizing, because there's going to be the sun, like it's then a new beginning happens with the sun. So the Moon Arcana, and as I have already known right before it, I didn't realize you could date Shinjiro because of Xiaomi thing. However, obviously then we crossed the Ken's mother, right? Ken Amada's mother situation. Shinjiro protected Ken, took 2 bullets. Technically, he's in the hospital, right? That was one of the tragedies in Persona 3. Sorry, spoilers. So we did that environment, and we fought the fortune, and is it fortune and chariot? The really, I feel like it's a very trolly battle. We did that. Any social links? We're trying to wrap up the social links. We still have to figure out what Bebe is going to turn out. Saori was the big one. Completing Shinjiro's one to look out for Aki, right? Look out for Akihiko. A big heart, very sacrificial, but he has problems expressing it. That's kind of the theme of Japanese youth, right? Like Shinjiro is not that great at expressing his affection or his compassion. Like quite literally, most of your social links deal with the youth deals with a problem of like emotional expression, and you are the listening ear. And then we had some Koromaru stuff. I think the puppy thing was the day before. Ken is trying to express how he's frustrated and want to grow up some more, right? Quickly. And then there's that little weird thing that's going on where Ken has a motherly love attachment. Or like Xiaomi situation. I don't know if I don't think this is going to be present in Makoto, right? Well, I don't recall it being in Makoto. Aegis, we only started Aegis. We haven't actually done anything with Aegis. So right now we're in that moment. We're gonna be doing all the wrap-ups, like lots of social link wrap-ups, and then I'll remember this. Oh, Leo was the other thing with everyone's being happy and she's back on her footing. However, we haven't yet seen the conclusion of that. Oh, and also Hirotoshi, the emperor, right? He was kind of trying to, a teacher, an unknown teacher, was pressuring him to scapegoat you, because you were out at midnight, you know, like at a late hour, as to label you as the culprit, and he refused because he's a man of he's a kid of upstanding rules, and that's pretty sweet. Obviously, he's also stringent to a fault, but he has some passion going on. So we'll see what happens there. Maiko is still in limbo, right? We don't know if she's gonna go with her dad or her mother. Yeah, there's quite a lot. So we're gonna go into it. I just wanted to talk about something that is really cool about P3 when I'm like reflecting on 20 years ago. And I genuinely do believe right now that Persona games are very topical nowadays as well. Coincidentally, the internet, in my opinion, has created a microcosm that coincidentally lines up with a lot of the feelings that Persona 3 is evoking. The feeling of vicariously living through other people, silence, consistently consuming and listening without an ability or agency to affect meaningful things that are happening, right? So the sense of nihilism, smallness, fatalism, and I do interact with many people on a daily basis that have to navigate these things at a very young age. And no, it's not a coincidence that they are 18-year-olds to like 20-ish, 21, 22-year-olds. I actually spend more time seeing things that are reflected in Persona games more so than what I feel now. So like this is more of a nostalgia point for me. Going through Persona 3 is a retrospection now. I actually am pretty far away from my old self. You could even argue that my older self didn't just die, but it figuratively it set the ground to become a new thing. So much like the idea of this moon, right? The moon coming up and disappearing, and then the sun coming out with a new beginning. High school was that chapter for me. When I got to college, it was a very different story. Honestly, ATLUS, you know, like for me personally as a statement, if ATLUS ever follows up with Persona 3 in college, that would be so awesome. Like, they just take, don't call it Persona, maybe call it like a different name, and it deals with the post high school era. That would be really fun. Like, I'm genuinely curious how they would write it. For me, what I see in Persona is I see kids today in Persona. It might look like a different context. Like maybe it's not about a passive aggressiveness in the classroom, right? For example, or shunning and ostracizing and indirect bullying and like machinations like that. Honestly, the terrifying, or maybe a little terrifying thing, is that it's even more subtle than that in real life. Like, those things cut you. They cut you not deeply all at once, but it's micro cutting you all the time. Like, suddenly no one wants to talk to you in class and you don't know why, right? That's the passive aggressiveness when it comes to the pros and cons of a decorum that rarely ever reveals their emotions. You won't know until something slowly eats at you. And that's kind of one of the things about Japanese media at this time. I think Japanese media and the portrayal of Japanese media has become maybe intentionally by design more progressive because it reaches a larger audience. As if there's anything that I would say aligns like the Chinese thought and the Japanese thought, is pragmatism. So if they release a product and it reaches a worldwide audience, usually they continue to try to curate that and build more products like that. So if the larger audience and the monetization, like practical stuff, if it's well received, then they typically continue to incorporate it. So that to me explains like the progression from P3 to P4 to P5. P5 is very progressive in my opinion. Again, from a sobering base culture perspective. Going around thinking that you constantly know better, especially when you're 18, that's kind of the exception, not the rule. Right? Alright, so let's get back into this. And we have a bunch of... Oh yeah, that's right. Akihiko's persona got awakened. I forgot they have awakenings in this game. Caesar is his awakened persona. Alright, so the question is, what have I done? I don't remember where I stopped. Did I accept the request? What are my requests? I need the... Okay, so I got the oil. This is block 4. This I can have a block 4. Okay, so I need this. Oh yeah, this is the one where I have to go around and talk to a bunch of people. This is later. This is later. Oh. Block 5. And okay, these are all the second half of block 4. Wait, did I already get the... Oh, okay. And I need to get the sushi. Okay. What time is it? Wow, it's already... Dang. I really started late today. Okay. Oh, we can do whatever we want at night now that our stats are filled. Tanaka, I'm missing Tanaka. So I have to come back when he's available. What else can I do at night? The only thing I missed in schedule is Tanaka. And something with Akihiko. I don't know what to do with myself. Okay. This feels really real when you are such on an autopilot and you know what to do and all that, like, and then suddenly you don't have anything to do. What do? You just go to sleep, I guess. That's kind of what I do as well. What day are we on? I guess we're just gonna go to bed. Just go to bed. For once in a while, just go to bed. Alright, so now we have to collect the clues to getting the helmet from Ono sensei. Mr. Ono is in the faculty office, right? He's wearing a fine helm. Hmm? Oh, it's you, Kotone. Did you have a question about my lecture? Hey, what are you staring at? Is it my helm? Could that be it? Is this really happening? Whoop! That's a discerning eye you've got there, kid. Isn't this helm great? Isn't it? Desne? It's a historic masterpiece Masamune has had since he was young. Mr. Ono's story goes on and on. So Masamune gave this helm to his vassal before he departed. Such generosity. It's as if he foresaw his fate. He sobs. And that's why I couldn't possibly part with it. I could give you something else from my personal collection, though. One with no connection to Masamune. If you still want one, you do still want it, right? Come see me again, I'll let you have it. Enjoy the tale of Masamune. Well, sort of. You feel that you're... Okay. Oh, we don't need any more stats. If you come to the faculty office again from tomorrow on, you may be able to get a helm from Mr. Ono. Okay. Alright, we're going to the shrine. The old lady. Are you the old lady? The old man. Okay. Wait, the old lady. Is this supposed to be the old lady? Woman. Gekkokan students on the brink of death. This is the kind of incident that makes the headlines. The higher up told me to gather information, so here I am. But these cases aren't my thing. That's not who I'm looking for. Oh, when I interact with the shrine? Wait. Oh, this shrine? No. This shrine? Oh, okay. It's Inari Sushi. Despite your academic prowess, you are unable to think of an acceptable way to obtain it. Hey, you there. Why do you have such a solemn look on your face? Did something happen? A child your age should be carefree. What you need is a good meal and some rest and you'll feel better. Here, have the Inari Sushi. Oh, that's the sushi I need. Okay. You have to be optimistic. Your generation is Japan's future. Well, good luck. Cheer up. Aw, that's really cute. Yeah, that's the request that I needed. Sorry, I was looking for the item. Okay. Is that Inari Sushi you have with you? I've heard it's delicious. So this article used for festivity that people love. This sweet yet slightly sour aroma is fascinating and arouses my own hunger. Me too. I haven't eaten yet. In return for bringing me such a delicacy. Okay, what do we got? A scrub brush? Okay. That's all we needed to do. Now, back. Okay, so something I don't understand. I forgot why some of the lost souls were some of the social links you have. Because we're gonna go and visit... what's his name? Bunkichi? Is that his name? Bunkichi? And he was he was lost in Tartarus. The old guy here. I don't know what that was about. I don't know if they explain it. So we're about to see it on the conclusion here. Dear, you spelled it wrong. There are 2 K's. I know. I just forgot to write the second one. I feel bad for Kotone-chan and all the people who've been campaigning to save the tree. Oh, speak of the devil. I'm writing a letter. Something I haven't done in ages. But I can't remember how to spell half these words. Am I finally losing it? I used to have an amazing vocabulary. What is it for? Sorry, can't let you see it. Top secret. Oh, Bunkichi. Yeah, Bunkichi. I'll tell you when the time comes, Kotone-chan. Well, aren't you curious? I'm interested, you know. We feel the same way. Every day, we just can't wait to see you. Lately, I even feel smarter. Maybe I should go back to school. Just kidding. Okay. I think I remember this one, though. I remember this one. I hope we can clean up the store before you come back next time. After saying goodbye to Bunkichi and Mitsuko, you decide to go back to the dorm. Okay. I think this is new part of the Tartarus, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Strega, the guy from Strega was the one who shot Shinjiro, and then Shinjiro saved Ken.
You look half dead. What are you doing here?
Ken ran away while the team discussed the aftermath of Shinjiro situation.
When Mom died protecting me, no one would believe the real reason for her death. To this day, it's still on file as an unexplained accident. That's why I wanted to make it clear. I thought that's what she would have wanted. Maybe then she'd finally be at peace.
That's such a rough topic.
They said he was the victim of some violent crime. No one knows the truth. Just like with Mom. And once again, I'll be left behind.
You've been left behind twice. Did you ever think there might be some meaning in that? I'm not here to drag you back.
You are left behind because you can live your life. It was a gift people gave you. That's kind of what I would like. I don't know where this is. I forgot where this is going, but that's what I would consider saying. Like, you can see it as being left behind, or you could see it as an opportunity to live. People defended you and protected you to give you an opportunity to live, not to leave you behind. More like push you ahead.
You can stay in this place until you die if that's what you want. But if you still have the will to fight, then come back and stand on your own 2 feet.
That's the Akihiko flavor right there. Yeah, don't give up.
He's right.
He turned away from Akihiko as he left.
I've known it all along. I just have been lying to myself. I was consumed by hatred. I couldn't face the thought of being alone.
You feel alone because you make it that way, right?
But that's exactly what happened.
Yep, self-fulfilling prophecy. Ken slams his small fist into the cold wall.
All this time, I've just been running away.
Running away makes you alone, right? So, kind of a tough, vicious cycle.
I've made up my mind.
Obviously, I'm saying this with the idea that if there are people who care about you, it is understandable that you will still try to run away and be alone, right? It is through the idea of having people around you that is insistent that they don't give up on you, will help you with your grief and your mourning, and giving you time to process. Obviously, it doesn't have to be extreme in this case where it's a big wake-up call, right?
I won't run away. I swear that I won't run anymore. Shinjiro-san, I'll see it through to the end.
It's a gift.
So you don't need to worry.
And then obviously don't give up. This is what Akihiko... Oh yeah, that's right. He gets his awakening persona. Oh. I don't remember that. I do not remember that persona. Hello, Nemi. A pretty cool looking persona.
I'll be okay now, Mom. Goodbye.
Everyone's here except for Ken and Akiko.
It's already been a day. Yes, it has.
So, where's Akihiko-san?
He said to leave Ken-kun alone, but I don't know. Maybe we should look for him. What's your opinion?
Let him be. Right?
So you agree with Akihiko then?
Nah, Akihiko's got this, right?
I can't wait any
Dramatic
longer.
irony.
I'm going right now to...
And here they are. Front door opens.
Oh, Ken-kun! Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried.
You were?
Amada, are you able to fight?
Yes. I won't run off again.
Are you sure?
Yes. It's all right. We can trust him. Jeez, don't make us worry like that, okay? All right. I'll talk to the chairman. Get some rest.
Support system.
Yes.
Support system unite. Oh wait, I have a free day. Maybe Tanaka-san is here. Oh, there it is. Now we can conclude him too. I've decided to make a donation. Oh, good for you. Because we know that Tanaka has Tanaka is the Devil Arcana. However, his like devilish cynicism is born out of adversity and overcoming adversity. So it's very righteous. It's a righteous indignation that is fueling his justifications or his callousness, right? And that is certainly something that hits very much home in like growing up in the United States. It's quite a storyline that is very ubiquitous, or like at least very in your face, like very apparent or noticeable. She's raising money to help orphans in foreign countries. I don't look at it as a donation so much as an investment. Let me explain. Yeah, whatever you can tell yourself about this. Children who learn to cope with adversity, right? He's an adversity. Are more likely to become rich and famous like me. I believe that too. Minus the last part. Rich and famous, like, so Tanaka is the devil, and he has a bit of narcissistic thing too. So he's imbuing his adversity not with luck and privilege and gracefulness. He is a self-made man, so he's a rich businessman who proved to everyone that he can be better than everyone or make more money than everyone. So it's through righteous indignation that he believes that he's a gift to the world. So for me, I still would accept this because he's still helping, right? He's helping people cope with adversity, provide opportunities. I'm all for that. For myself, it would be that I do whatever I can so that people can overcome adversity to be strong people. The idea of wanting them to be like me is way out of the question. I am a person who is now the age I am, the age I am now, in an environment that the kids nowadays do not have in existence. So being as arrogant and prideful as that, to think that when you help someone cope with adversity, they somehow turn out like you, is narcissistic. So for myself, I kind of do the opposite most of the time. Surround kids, give kids opportunity. If they have adversity, yes. If they don't have adversity, still yes. Give kids opportunities to seek their best versions of themselves, because it's a privilege to do that. Whether I think I'm a self-made man or like, you know, did it all without the help of others and then I'm a blessing, that is definitely Tanaka's. I have a disagreement with Tanaka, obviously, and the way he's presented how he overcome adversity, that is very apt. It's a very sobering way to think about it, because the way he overcome adversity was that. The way I overcome adversity, I attribute it to all my luck. The luck of having family, the luck of bumping to strangers like me, going to college and bumping into great mentors and people that... So what I feel is that as the cause of that, despite overcoming adversity, it was a collective effort. Will I be pulling the new character? You mean Beachside Minami? Yeah, I'll be pulling Beachside Minami. I'm not sure about Seaside Puppet yet. Not sure about Seaside Puppet, but Minami I'm probably gonna pull. So the next character, yes, like tomorrow we'll be pulling. That's why I didn't pull an A2 Miku. She's a utility buffer, right? And when I think of value, I think of utility. So she buffs everything. gotta get that in the wheelhouse. Puppet, not so sure yet. I have to choose between Puppet and Ichigo, which is Berry, the Falling. If I get really lucky with each side Minami, I might pull the next three. I'm thinking of donating 10 million yen. Not a corporate donation, but a private one. When I told them over the phone, they sent me this. President Tanaka handed you a thank you note. I received it the very next day. Now I can't back out. 10 million yen is nothing to me though. Once those children grow up and become successful, I'll introduce myself to them. I'll say I'm the one who made it all this possible. Then I'll be well taken of in my old age, taken care of in my old age. This idea probably would not have occurred to me if it wasn't for our conversations. In no way, if it like, I would not give him that impression. Obviously, you're not really doing anything. You're listening, and you're telling them what they want to hear, right? The earlier rant about the B3 archetype of the MC. By talking to you, more like by talking at you, you don't really say very much. I seem to have developed an interest in watching others mature. So do I, mister. We're probably around the same age too. Like, he's probably a 40-year-old, like somewhere in the middle. I thank you for that. Actually, I should be thanking myself for wisely noticing this. Wow, how humble of you. Despite his self-flattery, you sense President Tanaka's true appreciation. That's what I would think too. However you frame it, I genuinely believe in the good nature of people. So that's what I mean by I kind of identified when I was younger at, and I still hold that tenet today as the MC. You want to see the good side of people at all times, regardless of how despicable it may be or disagreeable. My inclination is that Tanaka is trying to be like a tsundere, basically. Like, he's trying to be repulsive, but he's not really. He doesn't want to show weakness in his compassion for others. At least that's what I would think about him, even now to this day. Like, oh sure, it's because you're an egotistical, you're a megalomania. Sure that you want to see people mature, but you're just doing it for your selfish argument. Sure buddy, I know you. you have a good heart. That type of thing. That's usually how I would go about it, right? You feel like you fully understand him now? Sort of. Like a nuanced way. So that's a pretty cute ending. Like you see the glimmers of hope, right? Like, and it's not that Tanaka-san wouldn't change over time. I feel like when people have enough, obviously you can make an argument, oh, some people never have enough. Well, the question is, are they ever succeeding? I think I like to believe that for the most part, most humans, when they have enough, like into their older age, when they get older, the next thing they think about is the future, other people, right? Like other kids, their own kids. They want to pass on a legacy. So that's kind of what I have wishful thinking about this, because I hold this idealism. When someone is successful enough, I like to believe that what is their next thing? What are they going to do next? Think of the future generation, right? Again, naive. This is a naive principle. It's a belief that I have. It's irrelevant to me if it's the reality. Well, irrelevant as in it wouldn't deter me from stop believing in it. You can certainly cherry pick and tell me that that's not true. It wouldn't deter my belief that I want to believe in. It's often those interviews you would hear when someone, like a younger interview would interview an older person. It's like, how much do you make? Like, in terms of numbers, like 6 figures, 7 figures, how much do you actually make? And then a person that I would resonate with, they would smile and say, I make enough. They go, well, what is your net worth? Like, how much would you spend? I have enough. Let's go talk about all the good that we can do. Or let's go talk about what we can do with that enough. Let's go make more than enough to give away. That's the type of personality I would resonate with oftentimes. When someone asks me, so don't you want to be popular and have lots of views? I have enough. If it does happen, I'll try to learn how to use it, how to share it with other people. But I have enough. So whenever someone projects their need onto someone, the motivation is like, oh yeah, don't you want to be the best Japanese language learner? I'm like, I think I'm satisfied. I'll keep working the way I can and to the best of my ability. Like, but aren't you concerned that you'll never become the best? It's like, I have enough in my life. So I'm pretty satisfied. I don't have an urgency to fulfill a requirement I may or may not achieve, right? That's kind of the whole P3 thing, the whole nihilistic thing and the fatalism thing. And now I want to give, so it's a very nice thing to play a Persona game again and see how that changes my perspective on how you handle your social links. It's not a sacrifice, it's a gift. And the MC in Persona 3, that's what one of the ultimate messages that the MC gives. Beelzebub, huh? You can keep that letter. I worked myself to the bone to earn that money, and all I get in return is a piece of paper? But it's not a bad feeling. Yeah, alright, buddy. I'm going now. The paparazzi could be anywhere. If any of them were to find out, my plan would be ruined. Oh, by the way, I've decided to cancel the exclusive modeling contract we discussed. You're better off being a diamond in the rough. No one needs to polish you. You'll shine on your own. When you do, everyone will take notice. I'll look forward to that day. Toodaloo, girl. Toodaloo. Alright, I mean... neat. My room. Oh, Pharaoh's. The sense that familiar presence.
Hello. It's cold tonight. Can you believe it's already autumn? It'll be winter before you know it. You seem tired. Did something happen?
Nothing really. Oh, true.
Is that so? In this world, people die every day.
Oh, whataboutism?
Until recently, this was the same to me as the blowing of the wind. But now I see things differently. For the first time, I have a friend. Lately, I've become more certain of something. You know the end I've spoken of? Some people refer to it as the fall. But regardless, it's drawing near. Don't you sense it? We are kindred spirits, you and I. So why is it that only I can remember? This is a heart-rending matter. Is my existence something you are unable to accept?
Death.
Forgive me if I have said anything peculiar today. Perhaps it is the change of seasons. Of course, our friendship remains steadfast. Well, I shall bid you farewell for now. Good night. I'll always be by your side.
Death? There's a lot of layers to this. What he's referring to, metaphorically. You overhear a conversation. Okay. Midterms start next. Oh yeah, we still have midterms of the second semester, huh? Midterms start next Tuesday. Math is killing me. Sine, cosine, tangent. Megiddo, Megidola. Wait, that's almighty damage. What is it? Megiddo Laon. Sine, cosine, tangent. What in the world is going on with them? Alright, sure. Exam starts next Tuesday. Exam starts next Tuesday. I'd rather spend the time doing experiments. The precise moment when two agents come into contact is so exciting. Alright, Kotone, it's your turn to answer my question today. It's Japanese tradition to place some salt next to the entrance of a bar. Oh, wait, we covered this. Okay, new question. Do you know why a matador's capote? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Is red as to excite the audience. Not the bowl. Not the bowl. It's the audience. Okay, that's matadors and the red like cape thing. That is definitely a construction of Looney Tunes. Oh, you knew. Well, that's correct. Bulls can't distinguish red from any other color. Yeah, they can't. It's the like the fluttering around and the antagonistic, like the movement and the antagonization. That is not the color of the flag. It's the fluttering of the I don't know what that thing is called, but the cape capote that excites them. The audience, however, becomes very anxious at the red cape. Human reactions to color is very interesting. Gave the correct answer. Yeah, it's one of the bigger misconceptions. Technically, it is still the flag. It is still the motion of the, it is still the flag that is responsible for exciting the bull. The misconception is it deals with the color. Alright, we gotta go to the faculty office. Listen to Ono gush about Sengoku era. Oh, wait, maybe not. Miss Miyahara. The math teacher is here muttering to herself. Let's see. I put in an average of 2 hours of overtime. Factor in the mean age. add a little spice here, here, and here. According to my extrapolations of next year's salary here, I can expect a 4.1% increase. If I round up, does that actually get to 5.17%? In any case, this is one beautiful equation. Ms. Miyahara seems to be calculating her income. Oh, hello there, Kotone-kun. Did you overhear my calculations? Isn't my use of pi in that equation a daring move? Sure, it may have been strictly necessary, not have been strictly necessary, but it's a question of elegance. Do you understand? Wakarimashita ka? I must have sounded like Miss Terauchi. Which one is that? Oh, Terauchi there. We sat close to one another. I assume you're here because you've discovered the beauty of math, right? The beauty of math. Once you master its brilliance, even winning the lottery is a breeze. Calculating probability from all sides, and determining the precise collection totals too. If you factor in the profit from saving the money you win, you'll never lose. Not that I ever bought a ticket. The lotteries, what was that? The age-old idiom is that lotteries are for people who are bad at math. If you do the math, there's a reason for it. at least, maybe not the Japanese lottery, for example. I don't know about the Japanese lottery, but I can assure you the lotteries that I'm aware of, you can most certainly guaranteed to win the lottery. Like, if the whole purpose is the act of winning. Now, if you're factoring in your return on investment and the calculation of the value of your time by executing the investment, that's a different story. It's for people who are bad at math. Mr. Ono doesn't seem to be returning. He decides to give up for the day. What the? He's not here. We'll have to check back tomorrow. Alright, Michael next. We get to see how her divorced parents are doing. Hey, I know. Let's go get some takoyaki. You gave in to Michael's begging and went to takoyaki. Okay. I made my decision. I'm going to live with Mom. She can't cook or clean or do anything without me. She really needs my help. I don't have to worry about Dad. Even without me around, I think Dad will be okay on his own. Michael is trying to force a smile. So, Mom and I are gonna move pretty soon. Sorry. We'll still be friends though, right? Friends forever, man. BFFs! Yeah! Best friends forever, BFF. Forever and ever, okay? You can't ever forget about me, promise? Okay? Michael's taking a real liking to you. So she's moving. It's the impressions and memories, right? You leave on people. I need to get ready to move, so I'm going home now. I'll see you later. Now, here's a counter argument to that. When people leave and drift apart, when I'm interacting with youth of today, online youth of today, when people drift apart, their first assumption is that they will be forgotten. And I'm not saying that's not true or it's gonna happen. The idea is when people drift apart, when you're convinced that they're going to forget you, you start to wonder if you try to be forgettable or you try to be memorable. For myself, when I talk to someone, I try my best to be memorable. It's not whether they forget me or not. It's the idea that I tried. So, being apprehensive and regretful when someone leaves and you're like, they're probably just gonna forget me tomorrow. Instead of in my opinion, instead of weighing against yourself and giving yourself a reason not to take a gamble on people, that is a consequence you share with yourself. I gamble each day on everyone I meet. So because of that effort, I get better at gambling, so to speak. That's a really terrible analogy, but I get better at making myself memorable. I don't concern myself with whether they forget me or not the next day or a month from now or a year from now. One day, that one person, that couple of people, in my opinion, would be worth the validation, if you need validation. For myself, much like Tanaka-san, seeing people mature is great. That's like the ultimate reward. Since, in my opinion, I have enough, I don't really require affirmation. Tanaka-san kind of pushes the envelope, like him showing up and telling them like it's not possible without his charitable thing. Still struggling with affirmation, I guess, self-worth. At least to integrate the various social links that we had so far. Let's see. Right? Here's another deep cut. I give. Giving is not the same as transactional. If you're someone who says you like to help to be rewarded, that is not a gift. It is an exchange. So I'm not saying one is better than the other. Being honest with yourself and understanding why your motivation to do things is a great way to help with catharsis, like being comfortable with understanding. If you constantly think that when someone stops talking to you, you'll be forgotten, you can make yourself aware or try to rationalize, well, if they forget about you, it's the act of not being memorable. Now, what can you do about it, as opposed to like trying to worry about what has come to pass, right? For myself, if like the majority of people forget me after like spending only 15 minutes or saying hi once, it requires some self-awareness to provide catharsis. Like if I say hi, if someone says hi, how are you, and I say hi, how are you, what are you doing, and they're already gone, of course they're going to forget me. Right? There's a line between self-entitlement and transactional. And for myself, I legitimately mean when I choose to give something, it's a gift. Gifts do not require reciprocation. Now, I understand how that sounds if you're thinking about it from the perspective of like a westernized audience, right? Like, or an American. Like, I understand that concept where you grow up and when you give someone something, you're almost obliged to return the reciprocation. And even Japan, that's a natural inclination, right? You give a gift and then the other person is obligated and bound to give back, right? I'm kind of a mix of the two. For me, when I say I'm gonna give you something, I give you it. There's no give and receive. Like, that's not how that, like, to me, that's not the word what give means. If you want to exchange gifts, for lack of a better part, or exchange presents, I'm fine with that too. Like, I'm down. Let's play the game of exchange. When I give my time, I can't tell you how often over time someone is going to say, I'm sorry for taking up your time, or I'm sorry that I might be being a burden to you. And my first thought is like, I'm pretty sure, and in the beginning I told you that I choose to give you my time, so do not. They can still say it because in my opinion it can make them feel better, right? Like, oftentimes people in a dark place, they will feel guilt. like taking up people's time or being a burden to them and whatnot. And it still feels good for people to be very considerate or compassionate. I still think that it is worth also persistently telling them that if you're gonna help, if I'm going to help someone, I'm giving you my time. So make use of it, right? Use it. Take the advantage. It's the opportunity. You're not there to pay me back. Like, I'm not asking you to be successful because I gave you my time. I'm asking you to want to be successful, right? Like, that's kind of the tough part about interacting with people who are in a tough spot. They ultimately consistently feel guilty about not meeting up to an expectation that, in my opinion, they set for themselves. So you want to reinforce that. You want to say, it's okay. If you think you're failing, don't worry. We'll tackle it together. If you want me to tackle our failures together, let's go and tackle our failures together, right? It's not only on you, and you are not there to reciprocate something when you're not ahead, when you're not already succeeding, right? People like Tanaka-san was insisting, there are people who don't have opportunities. So when you give them opportunities, in my opinion, against Tanaka-san's portrayal, you know, a fictional character, right? A fictional character. To place a burden on someone to maximize your opportunity is like kicking a person while they're down. Or you give something to them in hopes of helping them. Placing more obligations on them and reinforcing their guilt to pay you back, in my opinion, it reduces the possibility of that person from succeeding. If you're gonna give. If you're gonna exchange. Like, if I help you, you can help me. Present that, in my opinion. It's still very normalized since I typically interact with a very particular type of people, and I'm not saying that I'm not grateful. It's very sobering. It constantly reminds me of how tough it is to be in a bad mental state. Like, it's vicious. You want to help someone, and that person consistently beat themselves up for accepting your help, right? And not really even accepting your help in the sense of accepting your gift. It's tough for people to accept gifts when it only makes them feel more guilty of where the gift is coming from, right? I think that's one of the tougher parts about interacting or seeking or running towards people with problems. And I'm typically trying to find more clever ways, like find interesting different strategies to try to keep the person's mind off of that. If I wanted to be a bit more direct, the best way to pay back if you really feel guilty or pay the person who's in a bad spot, the best way to show that you appreciate the gift is to use it and show that it is meaningful to you, right? That's kind of what I try to remind them. I'm providing you with a gift. The honest, greatest thing you can do is show that you're doing better. With the gift, you are making the most of it, as opposed to wallowing in your sense of guilt, right? Because people who genuinely want to give and help someone, much like Saudi and maybe the MC, you feel good when you see them feel good. Otherwise, you're interacting with someone who thinks it's a transaction, as in they're not all good. They're looking for something, right? So if you find those people, sure, you can feel guilty or you can place pressure on yourself, and it still works. By the way, it still works out. If you place pressure on yourself to repay the kindness to someone who is giving you signals of repaying the kindness, it can still work. It can still end up being a win-win situation. For me, I already won. Like, what I mean is, in this situation, I was given the privilege of someone who's willing to accept my gift, and that makes me feel great. Now, if they succeed and like do great things about it in the future, that's the ultimate gift. I take it and run with it, right? I think I'm gonna have this conversation many times over when I'm playing a Persona game. But anyways, all right, let's go. Let's keep going here. Wait, how do I get to the evening already? Oh, wait. Oh, no, I'm fine. We're just gonna go to sleep now. We studied really hard, now we get to go to sleep. Right, Coffers? When you study ahead, you get time to hit the sheets. Even though exams are coming up. Hit the sheets, man. Let's go back to the office here. Is it a different teacher this time? Mr. Ono seems to have stepped out, of course. Miss... Oh. Onishi, the science teacher, is here muttering to herself. The main ingredients are D-glucose, erythritol, saccharin sodium. These are all the sweeteners. What about xylitol? Oh, she might be reading like a label or something, like a packet sugar or something. Take a look at this. Yep, a supplement. I ordered a bag of sand through the mail the other day, and it came with this supplement. Take this to boost your brain power. I can't believe they make such claims with ingredient lists like this. Alternative sugars, like plain sugar. So glucose, the whole idea of the major source of the active sugar that the brain uses, the simplest sugar, D-glucose, specifically D, the D arrangement for glucose, and then in sugar alcohol, erythritol. Xylitol was one of the the first generation before erythritol, and then saccharin sodium is another sweetener. Take this, and then that's just a bunch of sweeteners. See for yourself. The active ingredients in this are all sweeteners. At the very end, it lists DHA, but that means there's only traces amount of it. Yeah, DHA is far more than the sugar. I know it's free, but what a joke. Maybe I'm in the wrong line of work. Don't say that. Oh no, don't say that. Honestly, this cuts really deep when it comes to science. Like, whether it's jokingly or real, sometimes whenever you're in academics and you start thinking about like how minimal knowledge or how minimal subterfuge that you must use in a place of privilege, like privileged knowledge, that you can get away with monetizing certain things or also fixing certain things due to the education difference. You hear this euphemism a lot. It's like, man, maybe I should have gotten into pharmacology, or dang, maybe I should have started selling sugar supplements, or I should have gone into the, I don't know, vitamin market or something, or become a guru to push supplements. That type of thing. It does occur. Like, and there are many times I talk about nutrition. Like, I'm not a nutritionist. I'm definitely not a dietitian, so a dietitian requires license, right? Like a medical license to practice. However, despite all of that, being educated about like biomolecules, right? Bioactive molecules through like biochemistry and whatnot. It can feel like it takes a trivial amount of knowledge to exceed the amount of stuff that's being sold. Now, the thing is, it's also a little bit egocentric because we have to keep in mind that the product is being marketed to people who aren't well versed in it. So that's not to say that the companies or like the expert or the guru that is selling the supplements and whatnot don't know what they're doing. The idea is you can say it's a two people problem. You could argue maybe there is a lower competence or disingenuousness or a ignorance in the people who are selling the product, but you can also argue that it's a combination with the idea that there's a very low bar to marketing it to a target audience. So that's where the internet expert and gurus come into place, right? And that's what she might be commenting on, whether it's a joke that the company, the people, she can do better, or the people who get sold these things could do better. You can take it if you like, Kotone, though the best it'll do is, give a placebo effect. The food they serve at Wakatsu is much better than that, more or less. It's made with a load of fish eyes, a prime source of DHA. Yeah, DHA is... I think DHA stand the test of time. So far, even 20 years later, like to this day, I think DHA is still pretty solid. In fact, it's a coincidence. I think SciShow recently put out a follow-up to answering their, popular questions about which supplements really help, right? And the vast majority of supplements, like not insufficient evidence or mild or negligible significance, right? And there are a few that are potentially deleterious. Meanwhile, DHA is kind of definitely one of them that are still, it stood the tests of continual longitudinal studies. So yeah, fish eyes, although eating fish eyes might not be quite the prime example. Fish, right? It's not my thing though. Speaking of DHA, did you know the full term is decosahexanoic acid? I don't know that's exactly how it's said, but it is IUPAC. It's an IUPAC name. You see, you learned about DHA. Sorry. It's not every day that I get to talk about science or biochemistry anyway. Or maybe that's also organic chemistry if you're thinking about the synthesis process of DHA. It's usually biochemistry because it's a biomolecule that is biologically accessible from consumption. Pretty interesting. Neat little inclusion. Very topical these days because of the hyper efficiency and optimization of school life or any type of life. Like, you can definitely see substance use. And I'm not talking about substance use like just PEDs and things that can create vicious cycles of addiction and, dysphoria and stuff. DHA would be well in the realm of, hey, well, you're a student and you want to be smarter, just spend $100 on DHA and just pop DHA, right? I understand like how it could be harmful, technically, sort of speak. It's not harmful to the extent that it would be a risk factor. However, it can be harmful to your wallet. And we already went over Tanaka-san's thing about contributing yen. Like, how do you save money? Well, probably not on buying a lifetime supply of DHA in a supplementary form, and enjoy eating whole foods at a fish place. Like, learn to cook and enjoy, or learn various ways to eat fish, if that's your thing, right? Obviously, it would be out of the question if you're a vegetarian, I suppose, or vegan. But that's kind of one of those choices, like life choices. We're going to the old couple. Ba, ba, ba. Like, enjoy a salmon, a salmon steak or something. Again, if you're a vegetarian, I actually not quite sure if you're a vegetarian or vegan, what would be a plant, if there is a plant that is dense in DHA, if we're following the narrative of DHA, of course. Don't you think so? Oh, I think this is okay, yeah. Have to wait till next visit.
Oh, hey!
Finally, only one shadow left. Well, we still have a whole month, so there's no need to all stressed out. And before that, we have exams. So have you been studying? You know it? Yeah, now we're just chilling. Now we're finally caught up. We get to rest and be rested for everything. Hey, 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 hey. The reason why I do the hey thing is because I remember one of my best friends, Greg. He does that whenever it gets to it. It's like hey, hey, hey. I still remember he was doing that whenever the song gets to that point. Sorry, reminiscing a little bit. Good morning. Have you noticed, Yomi? Whenever we complete an operation, the number of apathy syndrome cases usually decreases. Not this time, however. It's actually increasing. There's only one shadow left. It must be apprehensive. That may be so. I hope so. In any event, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here, so thank you. Did you write that down? You better write this down. I'm gonna erase it. Still writing? Hurry up. What are you doing? Texting each other or something? Exam starts next Tuesday. We don't have time to waste. Let's move on to the next sample problem. Like I said, unhinged. Stay alert. Alright. Oh, and I heard someone is counting how many times I say, did you write this down? Pay attention instead. Unhinged. Very, very unhinged. Maybe a little self-fulfilling for the teachers out there. Oh, he's not here. Mr. Akoda. Great, this guy. The classical lit teach. Is here, muttering to himself. Ugh. Did Miss Toriumi go home already? The teacher's log is a mess. If she's such an expert on usage, what's with this syntax? And those weird symbols to the side? Is this some kind of face? Won't she ever grow up? Tone, why didn't you speak up sooner? Don't think that people will lead you around by the hand once you're out in the real world. So, what do you want? Miss Toriumi seems to have left her share of unfinished work behind. It must be a severe implement to your education, having a teacher like her in charge of your class. Oh, come on. Don't use a middle scapegoating and victim like that. That is so unhinged. Or unhinged and passive aggressive. Using a victim to justify your criticisms of someone else. Like, for example, this one happens far more in terms of like my personal anecdotes. When someone says that they're doing me a kindness by being a jerk. Like, why are you giving me attitude for telling you this? I'm only doing this for your benefit, right? That is this. Now, you can do it third person too. Like, oh, you know, I'm just spreading the word of how crappy this product is because my major concern is for all the small people out there who don't know better. Or this person is acting really gross and scummy because think about all the people that they harm. Well, the thing is, like, you do not have consequential. You're trying to justify your critique of that person, right? Through the use of other people, victimize or creating a victim or a martyr out of other people. That is opportunistic, in my opinion. Like, arguably, being argumentative now, I'm practically doing the same thing in response. See how that doesn't, in my opinion, that doesn't feel great. The idea that you use victims, other victims or potential victims or hypothetical victims as a justification for victimizing someone else. Tough one. It happens quite often. When you read YouTube comments and subreddits, this is a very common thing. Using victims, other victims, not you as part of the victim or like you having the problem. You deflect and make yourself sound like you have the moral high ground in order to justify your criticism of someone else's character. You'll never guess what she said during the teachers conference just the other day. And for the most part, this is, in my opinion, one of the most common form of passive aggressiveness that can occur visibly. The other type of passive aggressiveness in a society, in my opinion, society or an environment that keeps, back talking behind people's back without expressing their emotions up front as a pros and cons, right? Is the idea of shunning, silent treatment. Silent treatment is the other passive aggressive. Like, collectively talk behind the person's back and then ostracizing them. So in-group, out-group, silencing. That's kind of, and it's pros and cons, because where you have politeness and quaintness and whatnot, you have this too. So take and eat it situation, right? I think that I believe what you are saying isn't wrong. Well, what's with that? I can't make heads or tails of syntax that tortured. It's because of teacher like her, I can hardly blame you youngsters for your grammar, can I? That is so... It's unhinged to me. Like, growing up, westernized to quite a significant extent. I don't think it's unrealistic, though. Like, talking behind someone's back and then using justifications like this. Now listen to me carefully. To begin with, correct Japanese is you are lectured on correct usage of Japanese, which is the same justification that happens consistently when I was starting to learn Japanese. The justification is they care about you and they only want to tell you things with your interest best in mind, and they would suggest that they have your interest in mind, but they never asked what my interests were. If they had, they would understand that my interests did not align with theirs. Happens on the internet all the time. Like, oh, you're just like everyone else statistically. So here's your best interest in mind. It's like, do you know? Did you ask the person? Did you establish rapport? If you didn't, then yeah, it's very like Japanese environment because everyone has similar interests, or you're making the assumption that the vast majority of Japanese people have the same qualities, same standards, less fractionalization, which is what I was talking about with Procol earlier during HanziHero. Less fractionalization allows you to behave like that. You can make assumptions because there's less fractioning, less conflicting ideas and interest. When you go online and you assume that, that's also possible. I just happen to be not one of them. I'm not cherry picking myself, so consider it as a minority report. I am a minority in the landscape, and I know this, and I'm okay with it. So those people can continue to allow me to appreciate their very direct intervention, and I will continue to also remind them that they don't understand my interest. On Twitch, on the internet, echo chambers can produce similar lacking low fractionalization environments. So like if you come on Twitch and someone assumes that I'm a gamer, then I can still assure them that I play video games. Much is the same way as I can assure them that I don't play video games likely for the same reason. So I accept that. So then it wouldn't be like an emotional outburst or like getting angry or something like that. Although I do get into trouble because the other person is more than entitled to get angry when they're being told that's not the case. Which is what would happen if you speak to this guy, Ekoda, and tell him that, no, that's not the case. You know. That would be speaking up against authority. Like, no, the teacher is fantastic. Like, she teaches us proper Japanese. And then he would, like, talk back, right? He would say, like, you don't understand. You're just a kid. How would you know what it's like to be a teacher? Japanese trade-offs. Oh, we get to see the conclusion of the hero font social link. For the record, I trust my parents unconditionally. So, like, I do adopt the value system that the people who are older than me, they do deserve venerance and trust and respect. So it does kind of pain me to admit the sobering nature that older people may not always have your best interest in mind, largely because of the type of environment that I have grown up in. However, the people who are close to me, those who are older, I trust them unconditionally. Bunkichi is taking a nap. Please wait a while longer. Even if the tree is gone, you'll still live on inside us. What? Bunkichi is sleep talking. A closer look. Oh, Kontoni-chan, you're here. You could have just woken me up. Or did you just want to watch me while I was asleep? Oof. I feel relieved now. Probably because the problem has been solved. Even though it's in the middle of the night, I feel so sleepy. What problem? I'm deeply touched that you and so many people tried to help us, Kotone-chan. But we sent a letter to Gekkokan High. Oh, that's right. That's how it was resolved. Moving on. I told them to cut the persimmon tree down. Are you sure? I thought you'd be more surprised. Well, I guess I needn't have worried. Sorry that we did it without asking you. Recently, I went to visit the persimmon tree, and I met a student on my way back. He told me that the school is planning to build a new addition. It would be selfish of an old man like me to deprive those young people of new learning opportunities. Helping those kids is more important than hanging on to his memory. I think it make our son happy too. He was a teacher after all. You're right. You're hoping as we believe our son in heaven is too. That more kind students like you, Kotone-chan, will graduate from Gekkokan High. Please take this. It's the first fruit produced by a persimmon tree. It's a little rough around the edges like our son. Mitsuko is the one who suggested we give it to you, Kotone-chan. This must be something very important. That's such a beautiful ending. Dang. I did not remember what became of the persimmon tree. Ooh, Koryu is Hierophant. I see. Okay, so I just realized not all the social links have like a voice actor. It's just the main cast. So the main cast, anyone that's part of the main cast has a voiceover for their last chapter. And I look forward to like P3R. It'll be a while. It'll be December before we get there, but I'm curious if P4R expanded the effort. It's diminished return for sure to hire like actors to cover up the social links. P5R, I would anticipate that most of them are covered, and then that's what they advertise in P4R. So I imagine P3R has actors. Now we have to cheer up and get on with our lives. We're too old to waste a single day. Our son would want us to be happy. I'm sure he's smiling down on us from heaven. It's difficult having such a well-respected son. Oh, does it sound like I'm boasting? You talk about well, that's a wrap for the Hierophant. Alright, we're just gonna go to bed until the midterms, right? Early sheets. Early sheets all day long. Or all week long. Oh goodness, there he is. So, Masamune Date decided to follow Hideyoshi Toyotomi and headed for Odawara. Can you feel Masamune Date's heart rendering sorrow as he made his decision? Oh, I wish I lived in that era. I could have gone with Masamune Date. Huh? What's gonna be on the exam next week? Who cares? You feel tired? Anyway, the Sengoku era, the days when men were in their full glory. This modern age is terrible. Are there no true samurai left? Now, let's review what we've learned about the Sengoku era. First, no era was ever as good. Second, so unhinged. I have to keep visiting the faculty office till he gives us his helmet. Seems to have stepped down, alright. Oh, Miss Toriumi, the modern lit teacher, as opposed to the classic lit. Isn't here modern torso. Ah, darn it, I did it again. What does Class F have their next lecture? Oh, Kotone. What is it? Oh, I get it. You brought me some cake, huh? I'm not a fan of Mont Blanc, but I like all the other kinds. Not that. That's not what I meant to say. Hey, you're here just in time. I was about to fill in the class on the section I forgot to explain in my last lecture. If I don't do it, I'm gonna get a reprimand. It's tough being a teacher. If I explain it to you right now, could you pass it on to everyone else? It doesn't have to be too detailed. Hey, do you want some watermelon next time? I have some left over. Ah! I feel someone staring at me. That rotten Ekota's somewhere around here. Dang it. I guess I'll have to do this myself. Well, I might as well practice the lecture on you. I mean, we've already established you're not going to give the lecture in my place, right? The modern lit and the classic lit teacher arguing with each other. There's a deep cut about that too. Alright, Hangman. Who's Hangman? Oh, Michael. Conclusion of Michael. Hey, come on, let's play on the jungle gym. Then the seesaw, kick the can. We can play all of them all. Okay. Did you fall? Is your knee alright? I'll blow on your scratch. Mom does that all the time for me. Hey, we played enough for you to remember me, right? Don't forget. Seems sad but still smiling. I'm leaving today. And Dad said I'll always be his daughter. Even though we're far away, we're still family. But I don't have to be sad. We're gonna be far apart too, but you and me are family. I mean, not really, but you're my sister, okay? Forever and ever. I won't forget. Keep this, okay? I made it just for you. A bead ring. It's just like mine. Whenever I want to see you, I'll look at this. Please don't throw it away. In the garbage it goes. I'm kidding. When I get big, I'll come see you. I'll save my money and buy an airplane ticket. Until then, bye-bye. I mean, aren't you gonna visit your father though? Do it then. Michael ran very quickly so as to hide her sadness.
Where have you been?
Monday's a holiday, so we have the next 2 days off. There are only one. Yeah. I got you. Prepare. But we're gonna chill with Koro-chan instead. All right. Calm down. I finally caught up. You're too fast, Koromaru. Stop running so fast. My legs aren't long enough. That's not how that works. I wanted to apologize for making so much trouble and worrying everyone. I lost something important, but I gained something at the same time. That's why I think I'll be alright on my own now. Thank you for having me along today. Justice for Ken. Ah, he's back. Alright, this time I'm not going to lose. Let's go. He's behaving like a kid, so that's good. At least in my opinion. He's getting a chance to be... Right. They're writing it in a way that you can see that he's kind of having fun and being playful again. As a kid, in my opinion, as a kid should be. Or should be allowed to be anyway. Sunday. Let's go buy some... What do we got? What is that? RC Geta? Interesting. Geta. RC Geta. That's interesting. I wonder if it makes you something mechanical. Alright, we're visiting the soul-crushing Akinari. The writer that has a terminal disease. This is also Akinari. This is also a tough one. Grief, mourning, and a terminal. I don't have the tact for that, honestly. It's really tough. Kind of one of the reasons why whenever my parents would ask, or someone would ask, like, why didn't you just become a medical doctor? This is pretty much one of them. It's starting to settle down, I think. Thank you for coming. It's better when I'm not alone. Why do I have to face this alone? Other people don't have to deal with this sickness. I won't ever walk through a sunny field again because my legs and heart can't handle it. All that is left is to draw my sheets around me and count the beats of my heart until they stop forever. Why is this only happening to me? I don't know. Of course not. No one knows. I don't even know. I mean, I understand why I'm dying, but why am I dying? There isn't any meaning to life that I can find, so perhaps I'm not missing all that much. He nods to himself. I wish I could run away. But if my body was capable of that, I wouldn't be here anyway. No matter what I do, my body is there to remind me I'm going to die. And there's nothing I can do. Please don't leave. Just yet. When I'm alone, it feels like it could end at any second. Talking makes it hurt worse. I know, but... No, I'm really coughing, sorry. Like, my voice is like really on the low end right now. I like to talk for a little bit longer. Tries to smile. I'm feeling a little better, so thank you. Your presence is comforting. Yeah, it's more like a hospice situation. I had the privilege in my life to meet a couple people who like work at hospice care. Basically, I'm not sure if hospice is something people know very well about, but is where it's the nurse, like the place where people go to like eventually die, and it's to make their last moments in their life as comfortable as possible. I had the privilege of like interacting with some people who actually work in that environment, like the caretakers. It doesn't get any easier, obviously. It takes some very special people to be willing to do that as well, right? I am there are things that I would probably admit defeat. Like I can't. It's difficult to, like, very much in the hopeful sense. It's starting to get dark. Don't worry, I'll be fine now. It was good seeing you. It's an opportune moment to cough. Okay. Ugh. We're going to chill with Koromaru. Basically, everyone in the cast is hanging out with Koromaru at some point, I guess. Huh. Koro-chan looks happy, like always. Huh. Isn't that girl the same year? Oh, Rio. Huh. Oh, what a coincidence. Are you walking the dog? Oh, and Fuka-san's here too. Oh, good evening. Oh yeah, you live in the same dorm, don't you? What are you doing? I'm going for a run. It's that perfect time of year, not too hot or too cold. I see. You're working pretty hard. The three of you spoke for a while. Oh. Neat. And Koromaru is just chilling. Oh, we should get going soon. Koro-chan looks bored. Goodbye, Ryo-san. He decided to go back. It's an opportune moment. I think both of them are not at max yet. What is it? What day is it? Monday? Off to the shrine we go. Yep. Oh, come on.
Greetings.
Worst luck, draw. The exam starts tomorrow. It looks like you are all serious about doing well on them. But as for me, I am more serious about what comes after the exams. The final battle. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to work on my monotone spaced out thing. All right, it's midterms. Hey. All right, time to sleep. All right, let's go through our exams. Final exams. Second semester exams, 5 days. What is the #1 source of stress for women? It's the husbands. Wait, that was a chemistry question? Did that just say chemistry? I guess that's a type of chemistry, but what? Wait, what was it about? Was it about cortisol or something? I don't see how that's a chemistry question. Am I crazy? I swear I just saw chemistry question 5 or something. Miscellaneous question 1. Alright, who founded numerology? Moses. Chemistry. What is this? Physics? Question 10. What is superconductivity? 0 electrical resistance. Yeah. But the Onin War was one of the 2 instances that triggered the Sengoku era. Which was the other? The coup of Meiyo. Right? Meiyo, something like that. Last day, is this automatic day? Probably automatic day. Too easy. Pen stop while moving. Flap. I really do miss being around people who are studying and like working hard and yeah, he stepped out again. Oh, Takanozuka, the physics. Oh, he was a physics teacher. The haphazard, rushing, impetuous physics teacher is here muttering to himself. I should get going, but there's no time to waste. If I power walk to the station, it will take 7 minutes. But if I consider the speed the train pulls into the station, 3 minutes might not be enough. Oh, yeah, I'm in charge of dinner tonight, so that's another 12 minutes to getting groceries. I better compensate for the pressure ratio when mashing potatoes to avoid inefficiency. If an average potato's diameter is about 12 centimeters, that comes to... Oh, forget it. Going home is isn't worth the bother. I'm just staying at school. So, oh, it's you, Kotone. Do you want to stay the night at school too? You're looking for Mr. Ono. Oh no. Oh no. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen that helmet lately. I mean, that teacher. I don't have time to fritter away looking for him. Fritter away for him either, so try again later. You know, that helm of his really is a nice piece. I never say so to Mr. Ono's face because I never hear the end of it, but it's fine craftsmanship. The curved line at the top, it's an ideal arc for absorbing impact. An arc like that can absorb about 48% of the impact from above. Then there's the material. It's not just a thick chunk of metal. It's extremely thin metal. In fact, layered with finely braided hemp for added practicality. Those lectures on. So that explains that. See? Isn't it a wonderful specimen? Its origin. I wouldn't know anything about that. Archaeological details don't interest me. I don't know what type of personality we're going for physics. I certainly would want to channel some like Hollywood media portrayal of high-functioning scientists, I suppose. We're basically going to the shrine now to get more friendship points. Social link points. Is Koromaru... yeah. Bad luck! Dang it, that's 2 in a row.
What's up, dude?
Ew, it's finally over. Dude, wanna go to Tartarus? Yeah, maybe. I'm just saying okay, as in I'll think about it, buddy. I'm actually gonna go on a walk. Oh, it's Junpei this time anyways. Okay, Junpei. And going on a jog on a day like this just feels right. It makes me forget all the tests I failed. Look at that. Koromaru's so worked up. I'm sure he has stuff to think about too, like recent events. Dogs are just so honest, you know? When he looks at me, I get embarrassed, like he can see right through all the lies I tell myself. You just can't lie to Koromaru. That dog. He spoke quietly with Junpei. It seems Koromaru's done playing. Oh, and here comes the dogster himself. Guess it's time to head back, huh? Yep, he's just a conduit for conversation. Very doggo-like. Sunday at the decline. Time to buy more stuff. It's time to go visit Akinari again. Sunday. I'm doing better today. I know it probably looked pretty bad last time, right? I've been reading a book before we met that day. I've got so absorbed in the reading that I forgot to close the window and I didn't realize how chilly it was. Do you read many books? I love reading. I see. That's something we have in common then. I read a lot of books these days. I find that they're the easiest way to spend my time. Since I can get lost in a book's private world. Do you read books all the way to the end? Not if it's boring. I don't read the endings either, so I think our reasons for doing so are different. I really get into the story and usually reach the end quickly, but I never want to finish it. Because if I finish the story, I'll be stuck here again, alone in my room. As a kanari, a person who can't escape his fate. Stories about hope or heroism, those are the kind of books I read. So hopefully, if I do decide to finish reading them, I'll feel happy at the end when I come back here. Miles Weekly. Yep. Time is ruthless. It looks like the sun is already setting. I hope we have another chance to talk.
Welcome back.
Bedtime. Alright, midterm scores. The results are posted. Scored the highest in my class. Easy clap. A second gift. What's the second gift? Okay, everyone. Come get your tests so we can go over them. On question 1, you had to use the formula we spent several days on to solve it. Remember? The next question was a word problem about calendars. Does anyone here buy a new calendar every year? If you do, you're wasting your money. You see, calendars have only a set number of patterns. After all, how many days can January 1st possibly fall on? I'll pick a student mathematically. Let's see. Kotone. How many calendar patterns are there? $14. Wait, is it 14? Okay. Well, it's definitely not 28. It's definitely not 7. Correct. Well done. Obviously, January 1st can only fall on 7 days, Monday through Sunday. But you must factor in the possibility of a leap day, right? At the end of February, so 7 times. Which gives you 7 more patterns. 2 variations based on 7 days give you 14 patterns in all. Any year you can name falls into one of these 14 patterns. But 14 is still a lot of patterns. I'm just saying. Alright. Back to the faculty's office. Who's it this time? This is Tarauchi, the Japanese teacher. Is here muttering to herself. Odoroita. Odorita. How did it get so late already? My darling's not home today, and I'm so samishi. Sure. Maybe I should go to dinner with Miss Toriumi. That restaurant with the interesting game. What was it? Oh, interesting. Mahjong parlor. I hope I don't lose again, but I don't think I can win at all against Miss Toriumi. Konnichiwa, Kotone-san. How are you? Miss Toriumi isn't here. I was just looking for her myself, actually. Say, Kotone-san, do you play Mahjong? It's very omoshiroi. The technical terms in particular are so interesting. If I play too much, I can't get them out of my head for days. Mentan, in, doradora, richi, right? Richi, pats, chitoi, chitoitsu. I don't know where chitoitsu is. And then tsumo. I've said that stuff even in my sleep. My poor darling hasn't slept very well as a result. I'd like to think that if it was flipped, like if they use the Japanese stuff, I guess she's the English teacher. That's an interesting question, actually. Shall I teach you the other technical terms? I'm just repeating what Miss Toriumi taught me, but, well, for beginners, there's only richi, right? Richi. And then, or reach. And then a few intermediate phrases. I've got a reverse dora. Yeah. Looks like you're waiting for one tile or you're gonna have more than 2 han. Yeah. Ooh, or in advanced stuff, you have a and don't you? Have all the tiles you're waiting for and mangan booyah. So far I only had chances to use the beginner phrases though. But Ms. Toriumi is a very patient teacher. She'll tell me, you should throw this one away, or you won't get many points if you call that one, so I wouldn't. Wait, is Toriumi the English teacher? I lost track. She's certainly not the Chinese. And I dropped that tile by accident, so you can't ruin it. That's so funny. Toriumi taught Tarauchi how to like be a opportunistic beginner player. He taught me so much, but I haven't been able to win a single match. You learn technical terms from watching. This is practically just going through all the teachers. I'm guessing there are 8 teachers, because that was the 7th time. Or 7 teachers, not including Ono twice. Alright, we're going to Ryo next. The conclusion of Ryo and Kenji. We'll probably see Kenji's side of things when playing Makoto's playthrough. You sweat it out with the club members. Alright, let's call it a day here. Let's clean up then. Oh yeah, Rio, did you give any thought to that group date? You know... You can leave me out. I don't need a boyfriend. Come on, you need a better man to love than Kenji, seriously. I don't think one exists. Great, then we're all doomed. Very funny. Wait, it didn't work out? The other club members went back to the school, leaving you alone with me. Oh, Kotone. This feels like it was a while back when it was just the two of us practicing together. Stuff like group dates and everything. They're all being nosy, aren't they? I never thought that I'd be asking other people about things I like love. I never thought it was right to sacrifice everything and devote myself to the club. No matter how tough things got, knowing I was getting better and showing results would relieve my suffering. But I have forgotten something very important. To have fun. I've got the joy of volleyball. Take a look at this. Ryo holds a worn-out book in her hand. It's a beginner's guide. When I first started playing volleyball, I was so excited that I couldn't even sleep. I read this in bed while I ate, even during class. I want to give this to you. I want you to have the thing that gave me so much inspiration back then. I think it'll help me remember that I'm not alone. So, please. Thanks. I'm the one that should be thanking you. It's all because of you that I came to realize all these things. You've been with me every step of the way, giving me the extra push that I needed. You always kept an eye out for those around you. Thank you. Bows in a slightly embarrassed manner. Alright. So it was not meant to be, right? No fairy tale endings here. She learned foreclosure, right? Closure and being reignited with her passion. Heckin' Kenji. Volleyball is a team sport, but I was trying to play it by myself. As long as I kept thinking that way, things would never turn out right. Maybe the same thing can be said about life too. Huh. I'm only 17 anyway. Hey, let's change and get to walk. Everyone said they meet us there. You have fun at Wild Duck with the other club members. After an enjoyable meal, you return to the dorm. I'm genuinely curious.
Hello.
If P3R changes any of this, like push even further into the social links. Ready to go to Tartarus? Alright, it's fine. Alright, Koromaru. How are you feeling? You ready to open up? Little silly goober. What's wrong? Don't give me that. He's scratching himself with his hind leg. Recall that happened once before. If you recall correctly, what you did was we brushed him. Yes, Koromaru, he wants you to brush him. Wagging his tail. Koromaru joyfully brought a brush. Rolls over. Where should you start brushing him? Obviously the back. Seems pleased. The fur around Koromaru's stomach feels a little different. When you look closer, you see traces of a stitched wound. You recall that he didn't like having his stomach touched. Oh. It's looking at you with his big eyes. Even when you touch his stomach, it doesn't shy away from it. You feel as though Koromaru has opened up to you. Where's Aegis? Aegis is supposed to help translate. Yawning contently. Oh. Quiet moments. Is it Sunday? Are we Sundaying again? No, Tuesday.
Okay, class. I know you've been busy lately, but you all remember to do your homework, right? Just because you're not taking a literature class next year doesn't mean you can blow off classic lit.
I would love to play, like, I would love to have some lines like unhinged, Akoda, Ekoda.
Hey, are you listening to me?
What's wrong, Fuka? You look kinda down.
Huh?
Talk to me. Tell me what's bothering you.
Like, are you listening, kids? I have a bone to pick with you. Have you done your laps yet? Sorry.
It's about Aragaki-senpai.
Oh, pretty shocking, huh? Never seen him at school, but I've seen him around town.
For whatever reason, I could have sworn Natsuki had a bigger role in the Fuka arc, but I feel like I'm not remembering this correctly.
I wonder if you really did get caught up in some kind of crime.
Some things you can never get back. I know that from all the things that have happened with my parents. I've sort of been avoiding the question. But is it okay for me to go on like this?
Parents, huh? I can relate to that. But you'll be okay, right?
Natsuki, what are you waiting for? Come on up.
Yeah.
Don't you want to give your classmates a proper goodbye?
Huh? What's going on?
Hello everyone. I know it hasn't been that long, but I feel like I've made some good friends. I'll remember each and every one of you, even after I transfer. Thank you. How's that?
Transfer? What?
You're a weird one, you know? The biggest bitch in the school is leaving, and you feel sorry for her.
Dang.
You're transferring?
Self-awareness.
And you didn't say anything?
It's not like telling you would have changed anything. Why make us both depressed?
That's... okay.
Anyway, my dad's pretty sick. And they say it'll take some time for him to recover. And we don't really have that much money, so we can't afford to stay here. You know, I still think you're crazy for being friends with someone like me. But, like I said before, we're both in the same boat. My parents act like I don't even exist. I hate living at home. That's why I was so jealous when you moved into the dorm.
Natsuki-chan.
But, Fuka, your house is nearby and your parents are pretty normal. So why'd you move?
Huh? Well,
If you don't want to tell me, that's okay. But if it's something that you and your folks can work out, then do it while you have the chance. It'll be a while before my dad's in any condition for us to have a heart-to-heart. What am I doing? This isn't what I wanted to talk about. You know, Fuka, I used to think that every day was just the same. And I'm only saying this because it's you. But you don't get any second chances in life. If you accept the way things are, then they'll never change.
Natsuki-chan.
Point.
This is the last time I'll see this view. I won't be in school next week because I'll be packing, so... guess this is goodbye.
No!
It's okay. Everything will be alright. Come on, don't give me that look.
But...
Hey, I'm not helpless, you know. I've changed a lot since I met you. I'm gonna try and figure out what I really want now. So... I hope you do the same.
Justice for Fuka.
What I really want. I used to try and please everyone. I was afraid of not being liked, so I did my best to fit in. But I never really thought about what I wanted.
That is so like you, Fuka. Well, I say, if they don't accept you for who you are, then screw them.
That's a bit progressive.
But I like you, even if you don't like yourself.
Natsuki-chan.
Well, better get going.
Natsuki left without looking back.
Natsuki-chan.
Huh? Myself? Natsuki-chan?
Even when we're apart, we'll still be connected. We can always talk, right? Thanks for everything.
Natsuki-chan. Even if we're apart, we'll still be connected. It all makes sense now. I've always been so worried about how others are feeling. That's why my power allows me to stay connected with them. I guess there is something I want after all. It makes me happy to see everyone else happy too. So, I want us all to remain friends. The power to connect people, even when they're apart.
We're not actually here, so at least the assumption is that she's just talking to herself.
My persona has given me this amazing gift.
I have internal monologues too, so. Oh no, wait. Oh yeah. I mean, I have these internal monologues with myself quite a bit. Oh, do we actually? Wow, they kept the. Oh wait, yeah, they. I forgot she's inside. That's right. She's inside her. Juno. Man, there are so many personas that haven't shown up yet in P5X, I think. Huh.
Why? Did something happen? It is surprising to find you on the rooftop.
We were just wondering what you were up to.
What? Junpei? Why are you here?
Everything's okay now.
Okay?
I've made up my mind. I'll do as much as I can with my power. For my sake, as well as the sake of others.
Okay.
Sorry, I guess that was sort of random, wasn't it?
Are you sure you're alright?
Alright, oh no. Okay, he's in the... Alright. Kotone, I've been waiting for you. Okay, no, not really. I looked and looked, but there's nothing at my house that's not related to Masamune. This didn't belong to Masamune personally, but it still has ties to him, so... Do you really need this? Maybe you reconsidered? Not that I'm reluctant at all to give it to you, you understand. Oh, let's see that hair underneath there. So I'll give it to you, but you'll take care of it, right? Good care of it, right? It's become a family heirloom, right? It'll become a family. You must be proud, Kotone. You've got a family heirloom now. Yeah, I guess this is how it should be. Wait. But listen. What do you look like without your helmet? Well, I've still got a few of those left at home. This is the second time I've given my helm to a student after a second time. That baby, did you know him? He's an exchange student in my class. Back in the spring when he first came here, he admired it so much that I let him have one. Oh, okay. Cute. It does my heart good to see men with a samurai spirit, even those from a foreign country. It must be because the lives of the Sengoku generals still shine brightly across history. Masamune Date, for example, the amazing thing about him is that he just keeps going. All right. Nice. I really thought they were gonna draw him without his helmet. Or show him without his helmet. Xiaomi, I saw your exam results. Good work. All right, what do we got? Another set. Fair enough. It's almost 4 a.m. We'll try to at least get to the next Tartarus section. I see. So this is it. The helm from the ancient Sengoku era. The heft. The feeling of it. The character love on the brow. In other words, the act of wearing it proves the love one has for one's own head. I see that this helmet embodies a sense of love and respect for the wearer's skull. It's very interesting. Why don't you take the helm with you? Why don't you take the helm with you? I'm not sure I can profess such a deep love for my own cranium. Knee-high maid? Is that a weapon? Is that a... What is that? Do we have any more? Alright, we don't. Alright. We're going to see Bebe this time with the kimono that he's making. Sewing ease my life. Even though my wallet is light and I can only buy cheap materials, I will work hard to make the best kimono and save my future. Bebe is working hard. You continue on your scarf while you cheer each other on. Your scarf is almost complete. Anoshimi. I look forward to that. But I too am working hard to finish this. So far, so good, ne? Right? When my uncle sees this, I know he'll agree with me about great Nihon, how great Nihon is, as is. I don't know. I try. He'll agree, for sure. I truly believe that, so I will work even harder. I accomplished a lot with your help, Kotone-sama. Arigato, Zanku. Okay. Okay, 8. Oh, my arm is very tired. It must be from working so hard. But I will finish the kimono no matter what. Yosh! I can't give up now. Okay.
Welcome back.
Alright, Ken time. Oh. Interesting. Oh, maybe I couldn't... I see. Here with him. I'm sorry, I was too scared to come here by myself. Ken falls silent. I'm with you, man. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Ken smiles sadly. It's hard to live, isn't it? Living is painful. Kone-san begins to sob, but no tears fall from her eyes. You couldn't bring yourself to say anything to him. You waited until Ken calmed down, then you returned to the dorm together. Okay. Missing people report. Did that just say Maiko? Good morning. Well, we're almost done. It feels like it went so fast. So many things happened, but I'm glad that I was able to become friends with everyone. What about you? Feel the same? I'm glad to hear that. I will do my best until the very end. Okay. Yeah, we have Bebe and also Hirotoshi as well. What do our social links look like? Lucas. Okay. Let's see how Hirotoshi is going around. That's it for today's meeting. Hidetoshi whispers something to you. Kotone-kun, I want to talk to you after the meeting. Rooftop. I'm sorry to drag you up here, but I wanted to tell you something. The cigarette butt incident will be dropped. They say it's my fault for asking so many questions. I wanted to be student council president next year, and the PE teacher agreed to endorse me. Oh, it was the PE. But I lost any chance of achieving that goal when I disagreed with him. The student body is also annoyed with me. I rambled on about rules and fairness, but all I really proved was that I was desperate for power. Don't blame yourself. Now I know why the president asked you to join student council. Those aren't just empty words, nor sympathy. You genuinely mean what you say. Hidetoshi seems to be looking at you with admiration. The system only works if you have people's trust. And trust is not something you force them to feel. When the PE teacher suggests that you should be a suspect, I felt as if I was being bullied by an ignoramus who just had more power than me. I felt like the truth was being bent and I might lose a friend as a consequence. If it wasn't for you, Kotone-kun, I would have gotten carried away. Thank you, but we just existed. Hidetoshi seems genuinely appreciative. Yeah, this is what I mean by the silent protagonist situation. You just existed. That's more or less it. Don't tell anyone what I just told you. I realize it's out of character for me. I'm sure everyone would just make fun of me. Remember, I expect you to keep this a secret. See you later. Huh, so where's this going then? I still got one more. Yes, Junpei. You're right. We're good. I need me some closure, please. Where are my closures? Okay, everyone, listen up. Everyone knows what tofu is, right? It's a high-protein health food made of soybeans. Soy sauce is another food that's obviously made from soybeans. Now, Kotone, natto comes from soybeans too, but how's it made? Fermentation. Right. Natto is fermented, which is why it's sticky. It's a Japanese food, but even here, a handful of people can't stand the taste of it. I do enjoy my fermented beans. Alright. Now we get to see the conclusion of Saori's chapter. Is she gonna stay? Okay. The student that came seemed surprised to see Saori, but they are no longer seem to be avoiding her. Are you two still here? It's getting late. Go on home. Ah, that's right. Asegawa, this is for you. A doll? It's not very cute. Heh heh heh. It's not supposed to be cute. It's meant to keep you strong. It's said to eat misfortunes. It's my farewell gift for you as you leave us for new lands. Oh, she is leaving. Mr. Edogawa, thank you very much. Hey, Katone-chan, would you mind walking with me to the school's gates? My ride's here, so I'm going that way. This is where we say farewell. See ya. This is my last day here at Gekkokan. I'm leaving for that private school I told you about tonight. Oh, man. I'm sorry that I couldn't tell you. Saori smiles. I'm going to be sad, but I think this is a turning point for me. I'm going to try to start over and try to stand up on my own. We can do it. Thanks. I'll never forget about you. I've always been told to not have any opinions for myself. that it was an easier way to live. I can make anything someone else's fault. Deep down, I always believed that everything that happened to me was the result of somebody else's doing. But this is my life, and what I do happens to me. No one can take my place, and I have no one to blame but myself for what I let happen to me. That's why I need to stand up on my own. I need to have my own voice. He laughs cheerfully. I knew that I'll never get anywhere if I let other people tell me what to do. I've known it for a long time, but I had no one to give me the final push that I needed, and I was too scared to accept it, even if I had someone to help me. Yeah, the pushing. I think the most proactive thing that the MC did was Saudi's social link. Possibly Shinjiro as well, possibly. But he pushed me forward, along with all the fears I had. That's why I was able to do this. Saudi takes her cell phone out of her pocket. You can hear her voice being played from it. This is Saori Hasagawa of Class 2C. This seems to be a recording of the school announcement. I made a recording of the announcement as I was making it. Whenever I feel scared or discouraged, I'm going to listen to it. I was brave and spoke my own mind, and you helped me find that courage. I'm sure that this will give me strength if I ever need it. I want you to remember this too. Please remember that it's because of you that I was able to do my best. You saved me. So please, take this. How'd you get the key? You saved... Oh no, the recording, sorry. You saved it on your own cell phone. Lastly, let's shake hands. Saudie's hand is warm. You tightly grasp her trembling hand. Some of these are very, like, grounded. How they resolved. They're not like, I want to say like P5R situation. They're less wish fulfillment, but more condolence and closure. Do you remember your first love? Excuse me? Mine was my uncle. I mean, I was a little girl. It's not that unusual, right? That's why I wanted to hurry up and become an adult. Every night I would pray to the stars that I wanted to be grown up. Now I look back at my childhood and laugh. I wish I could go back to those innocent times. Maybe it's for the best that one's first love almost never comes true. Well then, I'm going to go. Wow. She walked away with her head held high. You want to go to the door? He went back to the door. Okay. Alright. Alright, Ken. That one was a little weird at the end. Oh, omelet and rice? You'll be happy you made some for him here instead of going out. You decide to make a dish of omelet and fried rice that Ken likes. Thanks to your time in the cooking club, it came out rather well. Huh? Is this for me? Otone-san. Oh, thanks for the food. Ken begins eating vigorously. Yep, it's delicious. It really is. It's really good. As Ken happily tears into the food, he gets ketchup all over his face. Seeing how happy you made him makes up for the effort. Always. Thank you very much, Kotone-san. Some more munching. You feel that you've gone even closer. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Phew. I'm full. After finishing the dish, Ken finally realizes. He suddenly falls silent though. Do you cook for other people like this too? Like for your boyfriend? Do you have one? Well, I saw on TV that all high school girls have a boyfriend, so I was wondering if you had one too, Kodori-san. Is that... If you did have one, I don't think I like that... What am I saying? A kid like me shouldn't be butting into personal stuff like that. I have one. I thought so. I mean, that's what the TV said. I'm not surprised. Ken mutters to himself for a while. Thank you for the food. Well then, I should get to bed. Good night. He quickly cleans up this and goes back to the room. Alright. Well. Oh goodness, here we go again. Let's begin, class. Ahi ni tetragrammaton. We've covered the times of magical growth, and now we're just about to reach the modern age. Every art or science branches off into sub-studies as it progresses. Magic, too, was subdivided around the 18th century. Some people preached about morals, some focused on communicating with spirits, and so on. There was even a man who founded modern psychology through his research on hypnosis. This, too, is magic, the ability to see into the human mind. As a result of flourishing magical research, witch hunts became more common. To avoid this, magic began to practice in secret societies. I'm sure many of you have heard the names of these organizations. The Rosicrucian Order? I'm not sure about that one. The Freemasons, that's fine. The Illuminati, and the Golden Dawn. Many of these societies are still with us today. The forefathers of modern magic are too numerous to count. For instance, there's Eliphas Levi, the man who attempted to combine modern and ancient systems of magic. His literature, which took a scientific approach, is still published today. Madame Blavatsky was the biggest magician of the 19th century and a renowned theosophist. Many magical societies have stemmed from the Theosophical Society that she founded. Mesmer opened the path to psychology in his study on life energy. Mesmer, I'm familiar. Rudolf Steiner, not quite sure, helped spread the knowledge of anthroposophy. There was Aleister Crowley, of course, the 20th century Grand Magician, and Gurdjieff, a mystic who taught his many students the fourth way. All of them had incredible stores of knowledge. Are you listening? Are you not frozen with fear? I trust. You're not frozen with fear, I trust. Alright. What do you got? And your exotic... Okay. Get it wrong and your zodiac sign will change. Who to choose? Alright. Who's the founder of Theosophy, which gives rise to many? Madame Blavatsky. Very good. Remember to purify on your unlucky years. Now then, the magical arts progress even further with practical use, with the knowledge spread by the people we've discussed today. Boy. Wait, where are we? Okay. Whew. Alright, it's our romance target. You wandered here with Akihiko, who seems rather quiet today. Thanks for coming out today. Oh, I'm happy to be with you. I see. Why are you so... seems to be at a loss. Looks down at the ground. If you don't mind, can I talk to you about something? Sure. I haven't been able to get it all arranged in my own head, though. Akihiko slowly begins speaking. I've told you a little before about Miki, my younger sister who I couldn't save. I was the only person she had. There weren't any kids around her age at the orphanage, so she didn't have any friends. She'd always tag along after me and called me Big Bro all the time. Bites down on his lips. Why did she have to die? She was so small, she never knew her parents' face or had good food to eat, or got to have any toys. She had nothing. Isn't there some saying like about how being alive is a kind of sin? Akihiko's lips are trembling. That's not true. Antone. Akihiko's voice is trembling. She's dead and gone. I understand that, and I've accepted it. But I can't do anything about the anger and sadness I feel. I have to live with that for the rest of my life. Here's what I wanted to tell you. I thought I wanted you to help me bear that burden. I know that's terrible of me to ask this of you. I'm sorry. Akihiko hides its face from you. Pain. Why did he tell you about this? I might be seeing Miki in you, but that's not what it is. And these feelings I have, why don't we start heading back home? We should get back.
Oh, hey!
Yes. Things are increasing. Yukari, you're breaking the mood. It's fine. To bed we go. Yukari's working alone at a desk.
Oh, sorry. No one was here, so I figured it'd be okay.
It's rare for you to be here. Is it for archery club?
Yes, the teacher asked for a report.
I see. Then you must be busy.
Not really. At least not compared to you. I wanted to ask you something.
Yes?
Senpai, why did you decide to fight?
Well, I guess you could say it's my way of atoning for the past.
I see. Well, in my case, I don't really have a reason anymore, if I'm being honest. I know the whole story about my father now, but I was thinking maybe I could erase the mistakes he left behind. I guess I should have thought about this earlier, huh? Why didn't I question myself sooner?
What's done is done.
But it seems like everyone has their own reason for fighting. In the end, defeating the shadows is all that really matters, isn't it?
What are you trying to say?
I'm not exactly sure. It'll all be over after the next full moon, but I'll probably still be trying to figure it out.
Maybe so, but at least then we'll be able to return to a normal school life. The student council members will be here soon.
No, that's okay. Thanks for listening.
Fuka time. Fuka. Conclusion. Oh, she's gonna have voice. Oh no! She isn't! Wait, I thought this was rank 10. Donnie-chan, why don't we make this together today? Ta-da! It's a decorated cake! The notebook that Fuka held out to you has a detailed recipe written in Fuka's handwriting. She even drawn a picture of it. It seems to be a whole cake with tons of fruit on it. Let's make a small one and split it. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. We decide to make a fruit-filled cake together. flour, you use a sifter for this, right? To use the sifter, Fuka is consulting her notes while meticulously going through each step. 60 grams of sugar. Oh, this is salt. Fuka is slowly making progress and checking each ingredient. This must be the method of cooking for those that aren't good at it that Fuka invented. A fragrant aroma is wafting from the oven. Is it an egg tart? Wow, it came out so nice. It's so fluffy. Now to decorate it. Whipped cream and fruits are put between the layers. Oh, nice. That reminds me. I bought a chocolate plate too. Can you write something on it, Katone-chan? What should I write on it? How about congratulations, or you did your best? Wait, that's what I want to hear. Luca's laughing. What should you write? Congratulations. Wow, you're good at this too. Thanks. Should we eat this at the dorm? If you don't mind, come to my room. Here's your drink. It would have been nice if we had some candles too. Well then, let's eat. This is delicious. I bet it tastes just as good as the ones they sell in stores. The cake is a little too hard and the whipped cream is a kind of watery, but Fuka is happily eating it. I'll never forget the flavor of this cake I made with you, Kotone-chan. Thank you. That's right. There's another reason why I had you come to my room. I want you to have this. You received something from Fuka. Headphones. Since you're always listening to music, I thought you might like these. Remember how I told you that I was pretty good with mechanical devices? I wanted to thank you with something that I'm good at. No, it's not because I want to repay you for your kindness. I just wanted to give that to you. I felt that I just really wanted you to enjoy them. You're a precious friend of mine, after all. That's a great way to highlight what I was talking about giving and not expecting receiving, and then also giving not in the form of a repayment, but an opportunity, right? An opportunity to give just because. The sound is amazing. The technology she used must be revolutionary. These are amazing. It's nothing really, just a hobby of mine. Feel free to use them if you like. Alright. I guess I'll take it. Ooh, 10 social links. Yeah, fun chatting with Fuka for a while. Oh, sorry, look at the time. Time flies when you're having fun. Then again, we live in the same dorm and go to the same school, so I can see you anytime. Thank you for today. Oh, and about the cooking club. I'll be alright on my own. Of course, I'll be happy if you keep coming. But I know that you're busy, and I feel bad if I took up all your time. Right, the standard thing. Yeah, but it would be nice if I could have you all to myself. Whoa, calm down.
You were in your room all this time?
Not my room. Alright, anyways. Where's Koromaru at? Wait, are you on 8? This is probably a buy. Okay, yep. Is it Sunday? Sunday, fun day. did I say Berserker Seal? Oh, accessory. Alright. Now we got Akihiko, Koromaru, and Akinari, right? And also Hiratoshi. Hiratoshi. I keep forgetting his second syllable now. So we got like 3. We also have Aigis and Ken.
Greetings.
The full moon will be here soon. Yeah, we're gonna get to our Tartarus section. Alright, let's go. Whose is it this time? Oh, it's Aigis. It seems Koromaru-san enjoys walking with you. Fuka-san seems different lately than she was before. According to Junpei-san, she is now able to smile clearly. A common saying is that someone seems completely different than before. Did that have happened to her? Did someone switch out Fuka out for this new one? He talked with Aigis for a while. Seems Koromaru-san playing. Oh, Koromaru-san, welcome back. Otone-san, Koromaru-san, would like you to give him a bath. Alright, I guess we're heading back. Replacing Fuka with another person. That's funny. Okay. Kenji. Hey, Kenji. Jeez, he's completely out of it. He should start drinking coffee before he comes to class. What the? How about you, Kotone? Everyone knows that coffee is derived from Arabic. Or you should, because I told you that last time. But which one of these things is not Arabic? Sugar? Magazine? Wristwatches. Bingo! You hit the jackpot. Both sugar and magazine had their origins in Arabic. However, they derive from European languages, not directly from Arabic. Okay. Alright. It's time for the romance target. Okay. Here we go. We got a role play. Akiko brought you here, but said nothing about why. There's no one here. That's a pity, since the wind is so nice right now. Do you come here often? No, not so much lately. Shinji used to come up here when he skipped his classes. He fell asleep, so I come here when my club activities were over to get him. Akiko laughs nostalgically. You can see out into the distance from here. It's so far that my eyes start to hurt trying to see it all.
You remember the stuff I told you about my sister? I'm tired of losing what's important. I thought it would be better not to let things get too important than to risk losing them. But lately, I don't think so.
Akihiko looks straight into your eyes.
If I want to avoid that feeling, I have to work to protect what's precious to me.
Oh yeah?
And that means everything precious, including you.
Akihiko looks at you with strength and determination in his eyes. You can sense his resolve. Alright. He's a goober. Show me. Up to you. Akihiko is glaring at you for some reason. Tell me what you need to say.
I will. I was getting to it.
Akihiko is so excited that he has begun shouting at you without realizing it. It seems that he wasn't actually glaring at you. Could he be nervous?
So... It's really strange. I really liked hanging out together. I used to, anyway.
What about now?
But now, I feel all tense and on edge. It's the weirdest thing.
You're in love.
Love? This is love. Huh. Oh,
Suddenly turns red. Like the
it
shirt.
already slipped out.
Like his
but
vest.
I'd like to know how you feel. Will you be my girl?
The answer is yes!
Really?
He suddenly embraces you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm down.
Well then, here's hoping for the best, right? Wow, this got awkward all of a sudden.
You don't say. Yeah, Akiko spoke quietly until the sun went down. Afterwards, you went back to the dorm together. My man, putting one and one together. No Koromaru access here. It'll be interesting to see all the other scenes. I'm obviously not gonna record all the other scenes. I think you can do Shinjiro. I think Ken. Someone made a comment about don't romance Ken, right? Like, I don't know how that's gonna go. That's kind of weird. And then was there someone else? I feel like there might have been one other. Possibly. Actually, it only seems like it's those three so far. They're popping up all over, aren't they? The people with apathy syndrome. Yeah, they are. My friend's brother's friend is one too. My friend's brother's friend is one too. It's starting to be a serious problem. It's on the news every day now. Oh, and did you see the special program they ran? Nostradamus actually predicted all of this. Oh, that's a left field reference right there. Alright, Bebe time. Where's Bebe at? There you are. I think we're at 9. If I give my best effort, this will come out great. It seems Bebe is talking to himself while sewing. That cheap material has been transformed. Without your help, I would probably be back home already. But because of you, Kotone-sama, I was able to finish these kimono. What is France like? My country? There is nothing there for me now. I have to put an end to this so that I can die here in the country I love. Okay. By the way, Kotone-san, I have met many people in Nihon, but you are the best tomodachi I have here. If my aunt was still alive, I would tell her about the wonderful friend I have made. Subarashi. Right. I'm sure my aunt would have liked you. You feel a strong emotion from Bebe. Okay. I think we're one away. He's still going back to France temporarily though. Yosh, now I will put the final touches on this kimono. And I'm so tired that I think I see my aunt. Oh my god. This is the last part I can't give up. Ready, set, go. Is that a... okay. Sorry, I just thought of LR conceal. Ready, set, go. Ready, steady, go. Odome, the scarf is so beautiful. Subarashi. Subarashi. I can feel your warmth from it. Is that scarf a present for someone? Urayamashi. I envy the guy who gets it. It is the greatest present. Urayamashi. I shall return. That I promise. I promise that to you. So you worked with baby for a long time and then decided to go back to the door.
Hello.
Okay. Alright, Ken's available. Munch, more munching, more chatting. Okay. Alright. It's every time. Pharaohs? What is this about? A room you sense. Alright.
Good evening.
Oh, I was gonna say hello. Good evening.
It'll be a full moon again in just another week.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
At last, the 12th one. Are you ready? Regardless of how long it's been, a lot has happened, hasn't it? But it's a bit soon to be reminiscing. How about I come see you once it's over? Be careful now.
Carol's disappeared. That's it. The warning. Item. Okay. Alright, so we got Bebe and Iratoshi or Irotoshi. Wait, I skipped. Alright. You help. Oh, he did Toshi with his student council presentation. So that's my review on the proper way to wear one's uniform. Please keep these things in mind. I'm not trying to force everyone to change the way they dress. I would like to hear your opinion. You overhear several comments. Hey, did Hidetoshi just say he wanted to hear our opinions? Before, he didn't care what we thought. Well, at least he's trying. The meeting's over, only you and Hidetoshi remains. Thanks, Kodone-kun. I couldn't have done it without you. How'd I do? They were praising you. Well, I'm proud of myself for making an effort. Hidetoshi seems satisfied. I may have given people the impression that I'm selfish, but I'll win back their trust. Look at this. Hidetoshi removed the lighter from his pocket. You know that cigarette butt in the bathroom? One of the guys fessed up. And you know what else? He promised me that he'll never smoke again. This lighter is proof of that. I earned his trust by showing concern for others, just like you taught me. Here, I want you to have this. I'll treasure it. Please do. Cheap lighter. I've been looking down on people, but that caused friction with everyone, and I dragged in someone dear to me. It really hit me when I was persuading the lighter's owner how important it was to make an effort to understand. I learned that technique from you, as you employed it upon me. He seems embarrassed. Okay, I'll take it. Turn over new. Good morning, drama. Morning. The Emperor. Odin is the Emperor Arcana. Do you remember the story I told you? about the TV anchor woman? The man sent to prison was my father. I see now that sincerity is important, and I'm proud of myself for learning its true meaning. Dang, that's a deep cut. I definitely did not remember that detail. I also realized what an amazing man my father is. One day will I be able to stand by your side. Will I be able to stand by your side? He's looking at you. It's time to go home. You want to go somewhere? You know, well, we've never hung out outside of school. He decided to go with Hidetoshi. He seems very excited. To where? Just.
What's up, dude?
All right. All right. Koromaru. Okay. What time is it? All right. He's wagging his tail. Nuzzling you contently. You spend a peaceful moment with Koro-chan. Oh, are you playing with Kotone-chan? Good for you. Fuka arrived. Koro is wagging his tail happily. Good boy. Petting ensues. Hey, Kotone-chan. I wonder if we're okay as replacements. If we're okay as replacements for that priest. The reason why Koro-chan always walks the same path and goes to the shrine. It's because he can't let go of that priest, right? So, do you think Koro-chan is still feeling lonely? It might be faster if we just ask Aiges to interpret for us. But I'm a little scared to get a straight answer. Koromaru is looking at you quietly. Are we good replacements? Koromaru is leaning towards you. You hug Koromaru's warm body. He smells like a sunny day. Koro-chan looks so content. He must really like you, Kotone-chan. You felt... okay. What is it? The way Koromaru thinks of us is... we're not replacements. Right? He sees us as friends. Oh, I see. That's right. I kept saying that Koro-chan is part of us, but deep down, I may have been thinking of him as a pet. Koro-chan has so many memories of his own, too. I'm sorry, Koro-chan. Licks Fuka's hand. Oh, what a sweet dog. Hey, Kotone-chan, let's make sure to stay with Koro-chan for the priest, too. Let's go on living together with him. He's running in circles as if he's happy. You sense Koro's feelings. Filled out the JLPT form and sent out your application. On the paper they ask in which institution you learn Japanese. Oh, what did you write for that drama? Way to go. That commitment on paper. Koro-chan, are you hungry? Want me to make you something? Whimpers? He's cowering in fear. Oh yeah, that's right. You left it empty. Oh, okay, I see. Fuka can't cook. You comforted Koromaru and convinced Fuka that Koromaru wasn't hungry. It's getting late, so you decide to go back to your room. Yikes. Okay. The next chapter is about enzymes. Are you worried it'll go over your head? Don't worry. You're already familiar with the main places enzymes can be found. Your own body. Let's see if you can tell the class, Kotone. Consider milk, which contains lactic acid, lactose. Or, I guess, lactase, if you talk about the... if they're gonna talk about enzymes. What type of enzyme function is to break lactic acid into glucose and galactose, lactase? What is that enzyme called? Yeah. Invertase is an interesting one. Sucrase, I don't think either of these are very classical enzymes, but anyways. Yep, you got it. Some people get stomach aches from drinking milk because their bodies can't produce enough lactase. Actually, having lactase is a recessive gene, so typically adults produce less lactase over time because drinking milk is actually something adults don't do very often. In the fill-out guide, they didn't specify what to do, even though they were very detailed about every other question. Oh, that's interesting. Which institution you learn Japanese? Huh. The same thing happens for some people in alcohol. If they lack enzymes to break the alcohol down, that is also the other thing. Lactose intolerance, or in other words, lack of lactase production and lack of alcohol dehydrogenase, I think. Pretty sure it's like alcohol dehydrogenase. It's a dehydrogenase of some sort. Is also very deficient in Asian populations. In other words, it leads to the whole like meme of the Asian glow, the redness, the Asian glow, where alcohol, the byproduct of alcohol, kind of causes a fluster in your cheeks. So it's very often that Asians tend to get very red in the face because of alcohol dehydrogenase. Hey, it's an opportunity. If there's an opportunity to talk about science, Oinishi is the science teacher, or maybe the chemistry teacher. There is a physics teacher. But if you're wondering if you have that particular enzyme, don't try to find out until you're 21, okay? Okay. Alright, we're going to the shrine. Today was conclusion day, so we wrapped up so many of our social links. They are very grounded. Definitely way less wish fulfillment back in the P3 days. Back 20 years ago, they really stuck to the grounded conclusion for the social links. I think when we get to P5R, it will be a large contrast because Persona 5 really hit like harder on the progressive wish fulfillment that video games can reach to like a larger Western audience. This game definitely still has all the notes of the passive, grounded, like acceptance and catharsis of like things that are closer, in my opinion, to the Japanese, and still now the Japanese type of a perspective. Grounded, things don't, like, you don't take vigilantism. There are a couple of social links that were a little bit more pushed. The teachers, though, the teachers are heckin' unhinged in this game. I'm genuinely curious what they rewrote or changed or adjusted in the P3R, the remake, because some of the stuff did not, I think it's really funny, but they're out of place. They're really out of place. It does remind me of, it is really charming though, that they kind of had fun with it too. Alright, let's go to the shrine here. Alright, Akihiko's left. Hello. It's Ken time. Next full moon, November 3rd. Yeah, we'll probably stop when we have to hit Tartarus. It'll be the day before. We're going... Where's Ken? Where are you, Ken, Pep? Okay. Potato. Ken 1 is sus, man. So Ken is a... That's... Ken is weird. What you call it? Childhood crush. Like a kid who has a childhood crush on a maternal character because he lacks a mother figure. This is delicious, Kotone-san. You and Ken chatted over your meal. Okay. What? Oh, I don't have enough social points yet. It's okay. This is another missing person. Yep. Oh no, it's Edogawa again. Alright, here we go. Here's some more about magic. Class is now in session. Salamander Soul Gluhen. We're just making up words at this point. Miss Toriumi is feeling ill today. Again, I'll be her replacement today. People tend to overstuff themselves during autumn. Mind your manners. It just so happens that I have a lesson prepared. Today, we'll look at summoning magic. The topic at hand is magic used to summon angels and demons to our world. First, what is summoning magic? It's when a magician summons a spiritual presence and controls it to achieve his or her goals. Like shamanism, summoning magic can be seen throughout the world in different eras. It's widely seen in books, movies, better video games, and so on. Better video games? Wait, is that a reference to Digital Devil Saga? Like, are we like making a Summoner like Digital Devil Saga reference here? Anyway, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Goethe's Faust was instrumental in the popularization of summoning magic. There are many examples of summoning magic I'd like to share, but we don't have that much time. Yeah, Digital Devil Saga. It's part of the bigger... I think it's called Digital Devil Saga, yeah. It's a Shin Megami Tensei game. Persona is a Shin Megami Tensei spin-off. Digital Devil Saga is another Shin Megami Tensei spin-off. Next to the Shin Megami Tensei... yeah. Megami, sorry. Megami, not Megumi. Megami. Yeah. Digital Devil Saga is the other spin-off of the main Shin Megami. Persona would be obviously another spin-off. But it's it's like the cult classic. I think Digital Devil Saga is a cult classic. But here are a few of them. In the Middle Ages, John Dee and Edward Kelly joined forces in Europe to summon an angel. Later in the 19th century, the magician Eliphas Levi summoned the spirit of Apollonius. Following in his footsteps was Aleister Crowley, who in the 20th century summoned the guardian angel Aiwass. What else? There's Neoplatonianism, focusing on the doctrine of summoning a guiding spirit called a daemon or a demon. Right? In Voldwin, the Hogan may summon a spirit called a Loa. These are all part of the personas. Nearly all of the personas are represented through all of this guy's ramblings. And in Japan, an incarnation in a religion called... oh, goodness. Vajrayana can be considered a summoning ritual. By performing this ritual, the summoner tries to fuse with Buddha to gain his power. I could go on and on. There are countless examples of summoning magic. But by studying many different forms, you can begin to see a pattern. Once magic circles, spells, and the like were established as part of the ritual, they saw more common use, and... I feel tired, but we're just gonna listen. But summoning magic isn't always used for powerful spirits. It can also invoke everyday spirits. seances, for example, or the Ouija boards, right? These rituals are easy to perform and thus very attractive. But, as I've told you many times, do not try this at home. It may result in unpleasantness. Hehe. That's it for today. You stay. Oh, goodness. We went through all the periods from, like, witches, wizards, you know, like the Salem witch trials, like shamanism, mysticism, like, oof. They really go the whole 9 yards with that. Oof. I think we're Akihikoing, right? So we won't see the conclusion of Akihiko today, but tomorrow, which is our romance target. Oh no! Maybe? Oh no. Let's see. Yeah, we just chat for now. Because we need another hit. Alright, and this takes us to our Tartarus section, which I'm gonna end and leave it for tomorrow. Oh no, wait, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is a P5X update, so it's gonna be the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is the beginning of the summer events with the introduction of a beachside Minami. Minami is going to be our banner pole, so... And actually, I'm not sure how long it's going to take. If it's not going to take that long, we'll probably record the Astrolab as well. The current season of the Astrolab one-take run, because that's available after today's patch. The patch is live now, actually. No, it's gonna be live in 5 minutes, as long as there wasn't extended maintenance. So, related Persona news, tomorrow will be our P5X stream. And honestly, it's crazy, but we're gonna be up to date on our P3 stuff before they start adding who's the next character in the P5X P3R collab. I think it's Mitsuru. Yeah. Mitsuru Kirijo. Kirijo is the next character. But it's not going to be for some time. It's going to be like for another 3 months. Ish. 2 or 3 months. Unless they change the schedule. Then Fuka Yamagishi. Yamagishi is next. Then Junpei Iori. And then after that is Koromaru and Aigis. And the game currently does not have Ken Amada and Shinjiro. Shinjiro, obviously. Maybe there's a reason for that, but technically, you know, a bit of a spoilery. Technically, the main MC is, if they make a exception for the MC, perhaps there's a way to argue for Shinjiro's inclusion, right? However, in the the Korean server and the Chinese server, they actually returned back to Persona 5D. I don't know if I'm gonna play the rhythm games. Actually, I can't purchase the rhythm games on Steam, so who knows? ATLUS might release them as a bundle. I have no idea. Maybe P6 is gonna be the first dance spin-off they have. So in between all the Persona games, there are Persona games that I don't have access to, which is P4D, that's Persona 4 Dance, like Starlight, right? And then P5D. There's also P1, Persona 1 and Persona 2, which I have no access to. And we will be, after this half a year, I haven't decided if I'm gonna start another legacy project like in 2027 before I come back, but there's still Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne and 5 that have been remastered and it is available on Steam. And then the other spin-off, I've got the name, and then there is Digital Devil Saga. I think one of the, if not 2, Digital Devil Sagas. So we can always do those too. P4A, that's animation. That's the anime. So P4A, all the A's are animation. So there's P4, P5A and P4A. Vaccine time. Yeah. So. Oh, vaccine time. Good luck, Drama. Yeah, I'm heading out too. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll have to talk more about how you feel about the JLPT. Yeah. Take care. Oh, you're talking about Ultra Arena, the fighting game. That's fair. No, we're not gonna play P4A either. Unless there's like some sort of social link integration or something where it deals with the P4A also stands for animation, so you have to clarify which one it is. Usually it's called Ultra Arena, so you would add an extra letter to Persona 4 because P4A would be then. And I think there's also P4AR or P4RA. There's so many Persona games. There's also Tactica. So there are also spin-offs, even though you have to go. There's Persona Tactica, Persona 5 Tactica, and Persona 5... What is the... Strikers. So there's those two. Anyways. Alright. So anyways... on the idea of P3P, we'll be back the day after tomorrow. Hopefully. Yeah, the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow will be P5X. We'll probably talk about some of the stuff that's currently for P3P. I think with the time we have, we're pretty much on schedule. Yeah. Maybe even some time, some break time. Otherwise, we're getting close to starting the Makoto Yuki playthrough, right? And the Makoto Yuki playthrough will be to specifically for the social links that do not overlap with Xiaomi. And then we get to see like the voice actor, like all the actors in Japanese. So I can get an impression at least of the acting, like the actors that they have, and then by the time we come back around to P3R, we can compare and contrast. All right. So that's a wrap for P3P today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up P3P for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, rant. I genuinely find it very cathartic to create significance or reflect and digress. So it's very common for me to randomly have like an hour or two of digressions here and there, and then occasionally people would stop by and we would talk about certain things and get caught up in all of this. For myself, as a general disclaimer, I really do mean yap, discuss, and talk about things to create social links, right? While it's far more difficult to depict this idea while playing like a dragon, right? RGG, it is the central theme to Persona 3 and most of the Persona games. So, generally speaking, these types of yap sessions and talking about deep cuts and like existential crises and nihilism and whatnot, the stuff that I typically talk about very deeply, even when I'm investigating or having monologues of RGG games about their cross-cultural conflicts, right, and representations. This is very on the nose, so you're more than welcome to come on by and chat. It's very much in the spirit of Persona. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.